Ladies and gentlemen, the apple of the year goes to Kuna!
Now, last night was the MTN Business Awards, and
Home is where the heart is. It's where the food is. And the food you eat has to come from somewhere. Telling farmer stories has never been more important because our future depends on them. Food for Mzansi tells the stories you need to hear, gives you the chance to make your voice heard, and gives you the information you need to thrive in South Africa. Wherever you are, whoever you are, this is what you need to know. Listen, scroll, read, subscribe. This is the new face of South African agriculture. These are the people putting food on your plate. These are their stories.
Patricia Nokuthula Mpele. Ngizalelwe la emalangeni esigodini sasoswanini. Induna uEnoch Gumede.
Muzonywa ngubo esigodini sasemalangeni oswanini Ward 7 umlimo ulima kokuncane.
My name is Sipho. I run my father's farm. It's a family business. Our farm is called inaugural farm. That day of looting, it hit us badly because we didn't expect something like that would happen.
Ngelanga kwakutelekiwe abantu bashisa umobo wami. Washa umobo inhliziyo yami yakuhlungu ngalahlekelwa.
Ngesikhathi beshisa umoba wami kwakumhla ka11 12 kanje waseshona umntanami umhla ka13 ebusuku. Ngaba nenhliziyo ebuhlungu lapho ngadideka.
With the funding from IDC, it really helped us. If it wasn't for IDC, we would be out of business right now. This funding has really helped us with the legacy of the family.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu IDC ngokusikhasa kwabo.
Ngiyayibonga ingadini IDC.
Some of the biggest challenges farmers in Africa face is access to finance and access to good mechanization for their production. What we did at John Deere is we came up with a SMART initiative to help solve some of those challenges that farmers are facing. The SMART is an acronym for solutions for farmers, mechanization, access to finance, reliability for better yield, and then training and technology. So what the S means in solutions is that we are looking at solutions to help farmers grow their business, even if they have a small land. For example, the contractor model. Contractor model allows the farmer to work his small land, but also help the farmers around him. Then we're looking at the mechanization for better yield. So these farmers are sometimes having not good mechanization on their farm, so we come with the best mechanization for what they need. Access to funding, it means that we want to create farmers that is not bankable and make them bankable in order for them to grow and sustain their businesses. Then when you look at the R, we talk about reliability for the mechanization. We don't want to put out a product that we can't service. That's why John Deere has invested a lot in dealerships around Africa. We make sure that we can service all the units and products that we put out on the ground. The last one is the T for training and technology. It is crucial for us to make sure that once we put a product down or a unit down on the ground, that we train our farmers, that we make sure they use it optimally, and that also we give them the best technology to what their circumstances allow. And that, in short, is what the SMART initiative is about.
He hangs upside down in the early morning apricot light and weaves like the first finch this feather-light verse, a tabernacle which his critic will refuse once or twice before she starts brooding the miracle of the egg. Nature has a unique way of reminding us of the age-old instinct that flows through its veins, in the rivers traversing seaward, in towering mountains reaching the clouds, in fertile valleys stretching as far as the eye can see, always with an open hand, ready to give. Indeed, nature has its own way of reminding us that we are not alone, that we, much like the seemingly fragile finch, are able to achieve so much so long as we understand our role and fulfill it with passion. To live with an open hand is not noble, it's clever, because the hand that is closed cannot receive. It's a reciprocal blessing. Give graciously and receive thankfully. Our business's name is Laarveld Agrochem. It's an agribusiness. It's a brand. It's a network of people and technology. And above all, it's a consciousness. We do what we do because we want to do nothing else. Because there's no greater privilege than making a small contribution to our country's future on a daily basis. Yes, our country's future. For us, that's the only way to look at it, because we're here to stay. We are nesting, just like every agri-producer who calls South Africa his or her home. From niche farmers to mega farmers. We are together in this thing, with all its challenges and shortcomings, with every day's small victories, with all its beauty. World-class technology, ongoing scientific research in terms of plant feeding and crop protection, inclusive of Agri-Technovation's continuous innovation, soil analyses by highly qualified experts, exceptional distribution channels for all our products, with 66 depots and 110 accomplished agents countrywide, excellent prices based on our economies of scale, and decades of experience. This is our infantry. But it's the partnerships that glue us together into a united force. we get our inspiration from nature, of which man is an essential part, and serve the producers, our farmers, who ensure our country's food security. And we give all the recognition to the big hand who watches so delicately over each of us. Thank you. Laarveld Agrichem, together cultivating your success.
Home is where the heart is. It's where the food is. And the food you eat has to come from somewhere. Telling farmer stories has never been more important, because our future depends on them. Food for Mzansi tells the stories you need to hear, gives you the chance to make your voice heard, and gives you the information you need to thrive in South Africa. Wherever you are, whoever you are, this is what you need to know. Listen, scroll, read, subscribe. This is the new face of South African agriculture. These are the people putting food on your plate. These are their stories.
Patricia Nokuthula Mpele. Ngizalelwe la emalangeni esigodini sasoswanini. Induna uEnoch Gumede.
Muzonywa ngubo esigodini sasemalangeni oswanini Ward 7 umlimo ulima kokuncane.
My name is Sipho. I run my father's farm. It's a family business. Our farm is called inaugural farm. That day of looting, it hit us badly because we didn't expect something like that would happen.
Ngela ngwakutelekiwe abantu bashisa umobo wami. Washo umobo inhliziyo yami yabuhlungu ngalahlekelwa.
Ngesikhathi beshisa umoba wami kwakumhla ka11 12 kanje waseshona umntanami umhla ka13 ebusuku. Ngaba nenhliziyo ebuhlungu lapho ngadideka.
With the funding from IDC, it really helped us. If it wasn't for IDC, we would be out of business right now. This funding has really helped us with the legacy of the family.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu IDC ngokusikhasa kwabo.
Ngiyayibonga ingadini IDC.
Some of the biggest challenges farmers in Africa face is access to finance and access to good mechanization for their production. What we did at John Deere is we came up with the SMART initiative to help solve some of those challenges that farmers are facing. The SMART is an acronym for solutions for farmers, mechanization, access to finance, reliability for better yield, and then training and technology. So what the S means in solutions is that we are looking at solutions to help farmers grow their business, even if they have a small land. For example, the contractor model. Contractor model allows the farmer to work his small land, but also help the farmers around him. Then we're looking at the mechanization for better yield. So these farmers are sometimes having not good mechanization on their farm, so we come with the best mechanization for what they need. Access to funding, it means that we want to create farmers that is not bankable and make them bankable in order for them to grow and sustain their businesses. Then when you look at the R, we talk about reliability for the mechanization. We don't want to put out a product that we can't service. That's why John Deere has invested a lot in dealerships around Africa. We make sure that we can service all the units and products that we put out on the ground. The last one is the T for training and technology. It is crucial for us to make sure that once we put a product down or a unit down on the ground, that we train our farmers, that we make sure they use it optimally, and that also we give them the best technology to what their circumstances allow. And that, in short, is what the SMART initiative is about.
1, 2, 1, 2. Good morning, Mzansi farmers, agricultural role players, and welcome to the historic first Mzansi Young Farmers Indaba, proudly brought to you by Food For Mzansi. Now, my name is Duncan Masiwa, and of course, we're coming to you live from the beautiful Hotel Sky in Sandton. Now, over the next few days, the event will be attended by both leaders in the agricultural sector, farmers, and people really trying to up their game within the sector. Now, if the person next to you, if you're sitting next to a person, it's likely that that individual is one of Mzansi's top young farmers, entrepreneurs, role player in the sector, or one of the big decision makers within the sector. If not, then the person next to you is likely a funder, an investor, that's looking to partner with a new face of South African agriculture. And that is exactly why we are here today. Now, over the next few days, we headed for an exciting program. And I must say that initially when we announced the event, we expected about 150 people to attend the event, Minister, but we were so overwhelmed by requests from Namibia, Windhoek, Matatiel, farmers in all corners of the country that wanted to attend this event. So we are close to 300 people that will be making a way to this historic first event over the next few days. And I think for a first from Food from Mzansi side, that is quite impressive. Now, with that said, allow me to extend a warm welcome to all our keynote speakers, our farmers, our panelists, and everyone who will be playing a role in this beautiful event. But of course, also allow me to give a special welcome to our partners, who of course we wouldn't have been able to have this event. And that of course is John Deere, the IDC, Corteva Agri-Science, the Beer Association of South Africa, Laufeld Agrochem, and of course Yeah Baby Marketing Creatives. Thank you so much, guys, for partnering with us on this very beautiful event. Now, just a few house rules. We are live, and we kindly ask that everyone just to put their phones on silent. And if you are taking pictures throughout the day, videos, and posting them on social media, be sure to tag us on social media and use the hashtags #FarmingIndaba2022 as well as #FoodForMzansi. We'll try to get that later up on the board. With that said, if you are still not sure why exactly it is that you're here today, a man that will do a much better job at explaining that for you is one of the founding co-fathers of Food For Mzansi. Ladies and gentlemen, Ivor Price.
Honorable Minister Toka Didiza, our friends at Food For Mzansi, our beloved partners, our teams from across the country, thank you. Good morning, and apologies for being 23 minutes late. We should have known better with Sandton traffic, but you guys made it. So many of our A-list speakers messaging to say they're on their way, Minister, especially the ones you inquired about. They should be here shortly. Good morning. On behalf of my colleagues, I take great pleasure in welcoming you to the first Mzansi Young Farmers Indaba. As Duncan, who's the head of news at Food For Mzansi, might I add, the youngest news editor of an agriculture publication in this country. As Duncan pointed out, some of you have traveled long distances to be with us. All of you have made time in your very busy schedules to be here, and I thank you for coming. I believe you will find the Indaba worthwhile. Nearly 4 years ago, when we just started out, we could never imagine that this moment would even be possible. While the previously unsung heroes of agriculture, that's all of you, you embraced us and you adopted us, it would have taken at least 2 further years for the greater sector to even acknowledge the presence of Food For Mzansi. And while Food For Mzansi has today grown into a bit of a movement for change, we, like you, still have to fight for a seat at the table. A table that does not always acknowledge the contribution of farmers like you. As outsiders to the industry, it struck us that two agriculture worlds still existed in South Africa. And trust me, it's much easier to see when you're looking from the outside. On the one hand, there's a world of predominantly white commercial farmers who, most of them, many of them, do great work in the agriculture sector. But it's also a space that's only accessible to a handful of black farmers in this country. On the other hand, there was the silent majority of black farmers, dramatically smaller in scale. I acknowledge that. But these two worlds, both of these worlds, do not represent the world and the South Africa that Food for Mzansi would like to live in. Because, you see, like many of you, we understand that South Africans have lost hope in the Rainbow Nation, but at Food for Mzansi, it still exists. Call us crazy, but we still believe in it. We actively co-create a world where all farmers, regardless of the color of their skin, regardless of their age, regardless of the size of their farms, and some of you are farming on tiny little spaces in backyards, on rooftops, no matter who you are and where you farm, we imagine a world where all of you, all of us, can work alongside each other in the greater interest of our nation and food security. Of course, we are not blind to the fact that a lot of work still has to be done to accelerate the commercialization of black farmers in this country. I mean, that's why we're here, to connect you with top investors and people who can help you move forward in your game. And we celebrate the many organizations, enterprises, individuals, the people who partner with Food for Mzansi. We've mentioned them, the IDC, Laufeld Agrochem, Koteva Agri-Science, Panar. There are many, many great organizations we have the privilege of working with. And we see how they actively extend the hand of partnerships to move this country forward. So I have no doubt that our discussions over the next 2 days will be a catalyst for the new faces of South African agriculture to fast-track the upscaling of their businesses, much like Food for Mzansi has been central since its inception in breaking down old stereotypes. Trust me, there are many stereotypes that we encounter. Black people telling us that black people can't farm. Women telling us that women can't farm. How many women farmers do we have here? Majority. Amazing. Side note, we are almost 4 years in with our Agri-Career Schools program, where we reach 20,000 learners across the country. And 4 years ago, nearly 4 years ago, when we started out, we always asked the kids to imagine what a typical farmer looked like. Nearly 4 years ago, most of them closed their eyes and they told us, Kobus, white Afrikaans male. This year, we encountered change. They see themselves, whatever the color of their skin, whatever the gender, they see themselves. So there's a lot of work that's been happening in the agriculture space. The conversation has changed. Black farmer businesses are coming of age in a sense, and this meeting of top new food producers and business leaders in the country will hopefully ignite bigger transformation, a bigger transformational movement than ever before. The beauty of our Food for Mzansi journey is that it led us to you, to all of you. We see you, we honor you, we acknowledge you, we celebrate you, and we will do our best to help you unlock the opportunities you need to rise and scale. As the new faces of South African agriculture, you are a generation that carries the heartbeat of our motherland, even in sleep. We urge you, we implore you to hold on to this dream that social cohesion can be created through agriculture. We urge you to hold on to the promise of a better tomorrow. However, we still need to do and be more. There's still much sober reflection and work to be done to ensure that you will enjoy the fruits of your labor, if not today, in your lifetime. Thank you so much. Welcome to the Indaba.
Home is where the heart is. It's where the food is. And the food you eat has to come from somewhere. Telling farmer stories has never been more important, because our future depends on them. Food for Mzansi tells the stories you need to hear, gives you the chance to make your voice heard, and gives you the information you need to thrive in South Africa. Wherever you are, whoever you are, this is what you need to know. Listen, scroll, read, subscribe. This is the new face of South African agriculture. These are the people putting food on your plate. These are their stories. New face of South African agriculture. It's really amazing to see how since Food for Mzansi joined the agricultural community, how that narrative or the negative narrative that existed around agriculture has really changed, and it has been through the help of the farmers that that were willing to share their stories with us. Farmers that are multi-billionaires, farming in the space, and of course, like Ivan mentioned, even the small-scale farmer, because of course at Food for Mzansi, no story is too small. Now, you've probably had time to see our program and exactly what it is that we'll be getting up to throughout the rest of the day. But we do have a special guest with us. But before we get to that, please welcome Kobus Lawrence, who is, of course, also the co-founder of Food for Mzansi.
Thank you. It's a bit superfluous to welcome the minister in a crowd like this, but I just want to say a few words, and that is the woman I'm honored to introduce now is so well loved and well respected in this sector that her return to her portfolio for a second stint was universally applauded. It says a lot about a leader if even the people who disagree with her still respect her. And I just want, as a word of welcome, I just want to say, Minister, we see and we appreciate the work that you also do to make space for new voices like Food for Mzansi and for new faces in agri-sector like the people at this Indaba and I think millions of young farmers out there. Thank you. Toka Didiza.
Thank you very much, Kobus and Program Director. Wow. I feel a bit old among these young people. Others say I'm already on the 5th floor. Maybe for those of you who don't know what 5th floor means you're already in the 50s and above. But at least I'm half a century, so I'm still, still in touch with the younger ones, but also understanding the adults. But I must say that it's very exciting that I'm here with you today, those of you who are here physically, but also those of you who are on the platform. And I must say that it indeed gives hope that South Africa's food security is in good hands. I said earlier, I'm on the 5th floor, and there are many of the farmers who are on the 5th floor and 6th and 7th, who also are worried what will happen in South Africa if there's no new generation. But what we see today and what Mzansi has unearthed is actually the future of agricultural sector in South Africa, in Africa, and globally. Because you're not only players in the South African space, but you're also players in the region, in the continent, but also internationally. Because of the work that you do will make you to traverse not only our country, not only the continent, but also internationally. I'd like today to acknowledge the Food for Mzansi team, as well as their partners who have brought us here today. Our panelists, some of whom are already here, and the speakers, as well as the guest speaker who will be talking to you today. And I must say that I'm excited that I'm not a guest speaker. So Ivor said I can say anything that I want, and that's fun because you're not structured in terms of your intervention. But more importantly, I'm excited to see you, young farmers of our country, and the agripreneurs that are also here. So inina babalekile namhlanje osingaye. You know, we're here because of you. If you're not here, I don't think this would be an exciting program. Our honored guests and ladies and gentlemen, must say that I'm privileged that I formally opened this Food for Mzansi inaugural Young Farmers and Agripreneurs Indaba. I'm saying inaugural because Mzansi team has promised me that this is not the first and the last. They've said it's going to be an annual program. So we are the trailblazers today to actually set this ongoing program in motion. I trust that you as participants will indeed take advantage of this platform that has been created by Food for Mzansi and engage with different players in the agricultural industry. This platform also creates a marketplace where some of you will be able to sell your goods to one another. You'd also be able to source some products that you need. One of the things that Ivo said is that maybe where you're seated next to a financier or next to an agribusiness industry who may be sourcing goods. Who know there may be some retailers here too. I heard the Madumbe ladies there. They also are selling foods to make sure that your Madumbe are nice and they can make actually Madumbe chips, because you can make Madumbe chips, not only potatoes. So we must take this as a platform for engagement, a platform also for trading. That's why we are calling it a marketplace. It's also a platform where we can engage and share ideas, but also build networks and long-lasting friendships. One of the things that you will appreciate, that most importantly in business, for you to succeed, you have to cultivate relationships. And I'm sure this platform will enable us to do that. This platform also, we must take it as a learning platform where we'll be able to learn new things, deepen our knowledge about the sector, but also appreciate what is there that we can take advantage of. So information sharing is what we'll also be dealing with today and tomorrow. Program Director, in the 3 years of existence, Food for Mzansi has become a household name among South African farming community. It is also one of the largest and best performing online magazine that gives current news on agriculture as well as news that impact on the sector. It has been able to target and profile issues that affect different categories of farmers. That's why today, part of their focus, it's young farmers and agripreneurs. I know last month, Ivo, in your daily articles, you have been profiling women who have been doing well, taking advantage of the Women's Month. But what that says about Food for Mzansi is that you have been able to understand the different niches that you can take advantage of and be able to communicate to the various constituencies on the issues that affect them. And I think that's what has made Mzansi, Food for Mzansi, to be one of those magazines that have actually been seen as one of the best performers, not only by me, but also by other external players such as Independent, who have actually said that about you. But I think the challenge is, having been acknowledged as the best, you must stay the course. We mustn't see Food for Mzansi next year doing things that we do not understand, like, giving us old news, what we've already seen or heard. You must remain current, and that's what will be your relevance. But also, I would dare say, pick young people as your key sector. You said you want the face of the future, and these are the young people. So even if you talk to us as fifth floor constituency, remember to always make sure that there's a young voice, because that will make sure that you remain current, you remain relevant. It might also be necessary to also look at moving beyond the South African constituency. Start to talk to the region, but also globally. Bring the perspectives of what is happening in our region, particularly young farmers who are in the SADC and the African continent. Again, it's important to look at how your magazine can start to grapple with issues of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area and issues of the WTO, and what are the issues that impact on the agricultural sector, and particularly how those impact on young people. Blowing a little bit of your horn, not because you're our host, but because you are an important player in this agricultural industry. We therefore want to congratulate you as Food for Mzansi for sterling work that you have been doing and encourage you to continue to grow in leaps and bounds. Program Director, the agricultural sector remains a critical player in growing the economy of our country. Sometimes when we're in our little corners, we may wonder whether what I do actually does shift the needle in the agricultural economy. And I want to assure you today that it does. It may be in the little corner that you are, but it actually gives an impact. If one were to look at the latest GDP figures, we can see that the performance of the sector has continued to grow and be on the rise, even with the setbacks of foot and mouth disease that has had a negative impact, particularly on the livestock industry. Be that as it may, the resilience of the sector has been evident. This resilience of the agricultural sector, in my view, was also seen during the COVID-19 pandemic, particularly at its height. I'm not saying COVID-19 has gone, at least it has tapered off, but you recall the 2020, 2021, where we had intense lockdown, that the agricultural sector was able to continue to thrive. This, in my view, owes to correct policy decisions that were taken by government to allow the agricultural sector to continue to work during that intense lockdown period. This policy position ensured that South Africans did not go to bed hungry, but also in opening our borders to allow for trade on food ensured that our region did not also go hungry. Opening up trade also on some commodities ensured that we got needed revenue that made contribution to our GDP as a country. Program Director, the sector is not completely out of the woods, and you would agree with me. The disruptions of the agricultural value chain as a result of the Russia-Ukraine conflict has seen food prices as well as fuel going up, so as fertilizer and other agricultural chemicals. This will actually put a bit of a strain to farmers, and more particularly you as young farmers as you go to the summer season planting. This means we need to reflect on how we are going to build back better going forward. I think both COVID-19 and the war in Russia and Ukraine has actually raised a very critical point that we must reflect on as a country. How do we start to look at food security for our country and our region? How do we start to make sure that we are able to become self-sufficient in other issues, not only in producing commodities, but also on processing and on the chemical side? In my view, it will be important to look at our policy space as well as the regulatory environment. Does it actually allow us to do the things that we need to do in order to be sustainable? And therefore, the conversation on policy and regulation should not only be seen as a policy for those who are on the fifth floor, but it is as much an issue that you must grapple with as young farmers. So when the legislatures are busy discussing laws that impact on agriculture, you must actually be interested. But also you must be able to engage with the political elite of your country, be it your MECs at provincial level, your parliamentarians or your members of parliamentary legislatures in the provinces, even the ministers and deputy ministers, to start the conversation on some of the things that where you are, you feel there's a need for change. It may also be the things that you want to be enhanced because they work. I also think we will require to have a long-term vision for the sector and deliberately put plans that will guide us towards success. We also need programmatic interventions that will support the industry to grow. Maybe on this front, I need to share with you what we've done already. We have developed a vision, in my view, that will anchor agriculture as the mainstay of our economy. We envision that this sector needs to become inclusive if it has to be prosperous. Not only inclusive in terms of gender and youth, but also inclusive in terms of race and class. We know the country and the legacy of our past that we're still grappling with. And as Eva was saying, that at times you even find some of our own doubting whether those who have been emasculated from the land for many years, can they actually farm? And my answer to that is that yes, they can. If you look at the numbers of small-scale and subsistence farmers in the country, they're way above 2 million. But their constraint is that they operate on a small-scale level, and they do not have a lot of them equipment to enable them to succeed. But the reason you do not have rural food insecurity is because of those subsistence farmers who have continued to till the land to feed their families. That's an affirmation that Black people can farm. If they are given an opportunity, they can thrive. And in building a new nation that is non-racial, non-sexist, and joined us together to actually look at what is it that we need to do best to make sure this agricultural sector succeed. We've undertaken a journey where we've brought in farmers' organization, agribusiness enterprises, labor, community members to actually say, what plan do we need to take going forward that is anchored on the National Development Plan as well as the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan. And that took about 1.5 years of engagement and finally resulted in the Agriculture Agro-Processing Master Plan. This plan has been supported by relevant research, particularly from BFAP in Stellenbosch, who actually identified what are the opportunities for growth. And I must say that if you look at South Africa's rural areas, particularly in traditional communities, it may present on one hand enormous challenges because of lack of infrastructure, maybe insecure tenure security, but again, on the opposite side, this is an area that's still good for growth. If some of you have driven or flown over the eastern seaboard in the Eastern Cape, you'll see many fallow lands that are evident with the contours that at some stage they were farmed, but they are not farmed today. If you drive around Limpopo, areas of Vembe, Tzanini, and Giyani, you will see the same. If you drive in the areas of former Bophuthatswana, it will be the same. Which actually means those are some of the areas for growth. But what is also interesting, if you look at these areas very deeply, you'll find that your eastern seaboard present not only with good vegetation and good soils, but also very good weather or rainfall patterns. So the growth in that area, in my view, will be enormous. So if I were any of you, particularly from those areas, I'll start to have a serious conversation with our traditional leaders. And I must say that one of the trailblazers who have actually shown us that investing in those communities provides success is Wiphold. If you know that company by Gloria Serobe and Louisa Mojela, they went to Qedani, had a conversation with the community and the traditional leaders. And today, if you see that part of Qedani, have actually shown all of us that there is possibility in those areas for growth. Starting from primary production of maize, they've actually gone in partnership with AFGRI to put a silo. And I'm sure if they want to do so, they can even go for a milling capability. But they use their own resources as a private sector company to invest, to actually deal with the stereotypes that sometimes are there among our communities that these areas cannot actually succeed. I must say that one of the interesting things is that we've also got other partners here in the room. I'm not blowing their horn, but I'm talking out of experience of what they've already started doing. John Deere is one of those companies that have seen that one of the important elements, if you need to succeed, mechanization is important. But correct training on how those tools can be used to till the land and how you can use that traction power in a manner that it can actually realize more benefits for you as a farmer. One of the pilots that I've been doing is really targeting the future farmers, you, to see how best can we work with you to change the landscape of our country. And part of that pilot is in South Africa's communal areas. Again, it takes a will and passion to be able to change things. You will agree with me that for anyone to succeed in this sector, there are certain things that are a necessity. Land is one of those. And this is the reason why, as a department, we've said on all land reform programs, particularly on land redistribution, we want to make sure that 40% of land that the state releases go to young people. 50% goes to women. Because we appreciate that land is an asset, and access to it, utilizing it productively, can actually create wealth. Second area is water. You would agree with me as young farmers that without water, whether in livestock or crop, success is not given. But when it comes to the water issue, I also think it's important for us to start to think, how do we use water efficiently, particularly in our country, because we are in a water scarce region. Therefore, those of us who are looking at making particular choices in terms of irrigation, I think choices of what we use is important to make sure that we do not waste the water that we require. The other element that is critical is finance. You know, I always say in agriculture, you need patient finance. I use that qualification deliberately because we are not an industry that, you know, is like any other. Our industry operates in God-given NASDAQ, I will put it that way. So you don't look at the news and what, you know, the political landscape are, and therefore this is what the rand and the yen will be doing and the dollar, you know, like the people who deal with stock exchange. Our stock, God intervenes in a different way. You've planted 1 million trees, you wake up, there's a storm. You wake up, there's a fire. The dam breaks and, you know, things happen. That money is on the ground. But also, if you look at the agricultural season, anything that you put on the ground, I'll say the least maybe 3 months to harvest, and the others is even more. But from day one, the worker who's working the land has to be paid. Support that needs to be given to what you are doing, whether it's irrigation, water has to be paid. If you are on poultry, electricity and feed has to be paid. It doesn't wait for you that you have not finished your cycle and you are selling your chicks or you are selling your veggies. So if you do not take those issues into consideration as a financier, you think that if you give me a loan today, tomorrow at the end of the month, you want your repayment, it doesn't work. So if there are financiers here, like IDC, we need patient finance. Finance that appreciates that this industry that we're in is important, even though you term it as risk, but it's a risk that is necessary because without it, you don't have food. I also want to say that patient finance needs to understand that these future farmers that are here, some of them are just 1 year, 2 years out of school. They don't have collateral. Some of them don't have parents who have had, some inheritance or certain things. Some of them, their mommy is Togo, who's just a civil servant working for all of you, doesn't have any asset base that my child can claim as collateral. So I think in our country, looking at future farmers, our financiers should start to think seriously about how do we create packages that respond to this category of farmers that we want to build as the future producers of our country. So patient finance is one of the things that all of us have to agree about. And with my 1 billion that I put in land bank, in IDC, it needs to be patient. Tabby is not here. Ivo, is Tabby here? You must tell Tabby when she comes that land bank, as a board chair, they need to start to think about patient finance for these future farmers. Even though it's the same for those that are like me in 5th floor, but it is more critical for this new generation of farmers. The other important area is mechanization. Gone are the days that, we say pezgomkono, where you have igeja. And no, you can't be commercially viable. For you to be commercially viable, you need proper mechanization. And that's where my friends from John Deere come. And I hope your mechanization, particularly tractors, have taken into consideration the elements it can have so that some of us light complexion were protected from the sun. Yeah. So you need to make sure that, your tractors now need to take that into consideration. I know you may not be there with all of them, but you need to think about that seriously. But what kind of a package can some of our companies like John Deere, Ferguson, and others need to have that respond to these young people? Having a tractor alone does not help. If you don't have a reaper, you don't have a planter, you don't have a boom sprayer, you are as good as having no asset. So what kind of package can we provide to make sure that this new generation of farmers succeed? I'm leaving it to you as a challenge. I know you'll speak, but think about it. Technology is another important thing. If you want to be on the game, particularly you who wants to be commercial now, you need to make sure that what you produce can actually be the niche in the market. So research and technology is not, something that you can put on the back of your mind and say, I'll think about it later. You know, some of you, this pear and apple that has got some rosy cheeks, that is pinkish on one side, and that was developed for the UK market. Because they said, wow, your fruits are nice, but we can't walk, on the street and munching it. So our researchers looked at it and said, what do we do? So they went to the laboratory, developed something that is called Pink Lady, that took the UK market by storm. I'm just raising this to show you that sometimes to be ahead in the market requires that research and technology. But also the reality of climate change needs to help us think differently about utilizing research and technology in our agricultural production systems. Because as you can see now, the weather patterns are changing. Last year in the Highveld, we never had the summer that we're used to. In the eastern seaboard, KZN down that way, you had more rains than you had anticipated. Some areas in the Western Cape are becoming drier and drier. So all of these things need to help us think differently about our farming systems. What is the better way in which we may need to now farm given the challenges of climate change? The locust infestation, which we had always kept in a little part in Northern Cape, they went ahead this time around, visited Free State and Eastern Cape, even to the Buffalo City region. Everybody was crying, Minister, please, there are locusts. But part of climate change will actually raise some of the issues of pests and other forms of animal and plant disease that we may not be used to. So how we deal with issues of technology and research becomes even more important in our farming systems. But also some of us want to farm with hills. Yeah. Who said farming you only have to be dirty and wear gum boots all the time? Not really. You can farm with your high heels and your nails, New farmers producing hydroponics. You don't need that dirty soil there. You can even farm on top of the roof. Like one of our farmers, Zandi, who's actually farming on top of Morningside Mall and sells her veggies down to Signature Restaurant and others. Again, it's about technological innovation. Issues of costs, we also need to take into consideration. Yes, we're one of the sector that is known as an employer of note, but you also need to think innovatively. Ukuhamba nje le ndlela ka-100 hectares, hey, it's like a marathon. So you do need the drones. Go digital, which can actually tell you what is happening in that area and in that area, and you can be able to plan. You can even use it for spraying in some of the area. So issues of technology and digitization are no more an issues that are nice to do, but are an important element in the agricultural sector. And particularly for you as young farmers, if you look at penetration of cell phones in South Africa, how do we use that to share information? To be able to also understand what are the market prices and be able to know where can I go with my goods? They might have seemed before far-fetched things. So now having a smartphone is not just a luxury, but it's a necessity. Because wherever you are, you can be connected, you can communicate with not only your workers in the field, but also with other different stakeholders that you need. I felt it was important for me to raise these issues to make sure that as these young farmers, we start to reflect what are those things that we need to appreciate as critical elements for us to grow. When we talk about marketing, sometimes we only limit ourselves on our local and live markets. Yes, those are important, we don't have to ignore. But what is important about marketing is that you need to understand first what the market wants, what consumers want before you go and plant. Don't plant your cabbage and then phone, Minister, now I've got cabbages. Can you help me to say, Bantu? Kanti, why did you plant cabbage if there was nobody who wanted your cabbages? But it also means you need to move. Ungahlali nje pha farm and be pretty. Go to your potential market. Ask, what are your consumers looking for? Do a little bit of a survey, even amongst your friends, to say, what do you like to see in the shops and so on? All of us like spinach, but maybe some of us don't have time to, chop spinach. Look. Labeling, all of those issues, you need to be aware and understand what is the market requiring before you go back and plant. Some of you are in livestock. And don't be like your fathers and your grandparents who like to name their animals, because the challenge, if you call Jamludi, now you have an attachment. You don't want to touch Jamludi. And then Jamludi grows. And by the time you sell Jamludi, the meat is hard. Then you wonder why with your big Jamludi, you're not getting the best price. So it's all of these issues when we talk about markets that we need to understand. But when you want to go beyond even your borders, we also need to understand not just what the market needs, but also what are the standards. What are those standards in those particular countries? So that when you sell your goods, you know exactly what you are selling. So these are some of the issues as you engage. You need to talk and say, how do we position ourselves as these young farmers to fly commercially? Lastly, in my language, they say, indlela ibuzwa kwabaphambili. In order for you to know and be wiser on where you are going, ask from those who have gone before you. And I think today, some of the panelists who are here have been tried and tested in the field. But don't ignore those of us who are on the 5th floor, who are your farmers closer to you, or Gogo Nomkhulu, or Baba. Ask them. They will give you some wisdom. You may build on it, but they would help you to know how they have survived. What tricks? Some of it is not in the book. I want you know, preach to you or have some revival. But surviving in this sector needs faith. What's exciting about this sector is that every day you don't know what you're going to meet. Some of it can be exciting, some of it can make you cry. You just go to the bathroom, cry a bit, and then you come back and say, yeah, IDC, we want to reschedule our loan because there was a storm you saw yesterday, so it took out some of my... And speak hard and say, yeah, I know I said I'll pay this loan in 3 years, but the elements. Don't say with one storm we are can't. I don't want anything about this thing. This is a hard business. Don't be like your mothers and your fathers who went to agriculture for retirement. Yeah, but a lot of our parents, they all worked and say, "Masengritanje ngizothenga iplus." No. This is a business. So the principles of running a good business, it's what you need to do. Financial management, project management is one of the things you have to learn. Because this is a business. You can't say, "Hi, Minister, no 4 hectares. Ngicela imali." How? I've never even seen that you can plant even upelepele nje. How am I going to be convinced ukuthi le mali yami? And then some of you don't have a savings account. You have your own bank account. Ufake yonke imali, so you never know ukuthi this one was for your enterprise, this one was for you. Hi, bagit. And some of you, because you think this is your farm, you don't put yourself, in that list of wages and salaries. When ucabanga ukuthi because ifam yakho uzothatha nje. And once you get 100,000 profit, before you even put money for new seeds and whatever, you're telling me city slash. And because we are young, your friends come and say, "Hey Togo, let's go clapping. This week, next weekend, ziyawa." The plants don't iwa. The cattle don't iwa. I'm not saying you can't have fun because you're young, but remember, you're running a business. You can't be perpetually on a club. Because if you are perpetual on a club, they will sell you things and they tell you, "What I should me feel," because you are not there. Those you don't learn from the books. Indlela ibuso kwabaphambili. Thank you very much.
Minister, please don't run away. Please don't run away. Please don't run away. We just want to quickly take a picture. Thank you so much for that encouragement. I think we can all just stand and just acknowledge the beautiful inspiration that the minister gave us. So just quickly, Yaku, Corneille, let's just quickly take a picture, I think, and Dawn as well, who's our podcast host. Dawn, you can stand on this side, then it's Yaku, then the minister, then it's Corneille, and then I'll stand on the edge. Minister, I forgot a crucial part. We've got a special gift here for you from Yaku, from John Deere. I hope you enjoy it. Right, so once again, thank you so, Minister. Thank you so much for those beautiful words of inspiration. And yeah, we always appreciate your presence. Reggie is one of the people that I at least call twice a day to bother him to speak to the minister. But thank you so much for always being so forthcoming and willing and available to speak to us. Thank you so much. Right, so for those of you that are tuned online, if you've just joined us, that was of course the Minister for Agriculture, Toko Didiza, who just delivered a keynote speech. Remember, if you want to engage with us on social media, ask questions, hopefully we'll be able to get to them, but make sure that you enjoy the rest of the Indaba with us. Without wasting any further time, we now shift gears to mechanization. And that's, of course, with John Deere. Now, with a track record of more than 185 years, John Deere is transforming mechanization and productivity across Africa. Here to tell us more is Yaku Beyers, who is, of course, part of the team at John Deere. Welcome, Yaku Beyers.
Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is actually truly a privilege to stand in front of you, to be part of this new opportunity with Mzansi Young Farmers. And wasn't it a privilege to hear a minister speak, but a minister that knows his stuff? We get a lot of opportunities, and it's fortunate to see to participate on a lot of ministers across the continent. But I need to tip my hat to this minister that knows agriculture. That's awesome. We've mentioned John Deere is 185 years old, and it started in 1837 by a guy called John Deere. And what did he do? He pioneered a self-scouring steel plow. He was a blacksmith. But he realized and understood the challenges for the farmers in the Midwest. And that was the black cotton soil kept sticking to the plow. Okay, and he pioneered this self-scouring steel plow. Today, 185 years later, John Deere is, when we're privileged to be the leader in agricultural equipment globally. We've been on the African continent for more than 100 years. Now, if you think of John Deere, you'll think of, hopefully, technology. You'll think of mechanization. But our key asset is actually our people. If you look at my team that I'm privileged to lead, look at us, and some of them you'll meet today. We look like our community we serve. We are the most diverse team in mechanization in this country. A team that knows agriculture, because if we know agriculture, we know how to support you. We know your stumbling blocks, and we can help design products and innovation that can take business forward. 68.1 million. 68.1 million is the number of people in urban areas in sub-Saharan Africa that's facing food shortages. Now it rapidly multiplies if you look at rural areas and you include the whole continent. Why am I mentioning that? We in the food business, farmers, we in the food business. That creates job security. That creates an opportunity to create wealth. If we think of South Africa and we look at the farmers around here, surely we can be the leader. We should be the agricultural leader on this continent. And if we're not, we should aspire to be. Now I spoke about I mentioned you, hopefully when you think of John Deere, you think of mechanization and technology. But technology is not always a self-driving tractor. Yes, that is a big part. But one of the pictures at the back there was me in a handheld plow. That was actually in Ethiopia. That poor farmer struggled to plow 4 hectares in an entire season. Mechanization and technology is sometimes just the right horsepower equipment with the right plow and the right planter. If you leverage that right combination, we've proven it. I'm not reading facts in a journal, real facts from Ghana to Ethiopia to South Africa, in Umtata to be precise. We've proven that we can take a farmer from 1.5 tons in maize to 8 tons using the same seed and the same fertilizer. By leveraging technology in the in the right planting window, so we plow the right seed depth. When we plant with the right fertilizer spacing, seed spacing. Just by doing those basics, from 1.5 tons to 7.5 or 8 on average. Farmers, we like to see. What do we say? Seeing is believing, which is great. And that's what we're trying to do, is to show. Because I can talk here a lot. It's doing. But it's also our Achilles heel. Why am I saying that? We're doing what we've learned from our fathers. If we look at, just take South Africa, how many of our farmers are still plowing with a disc plow? We plow every year in and out exactly the same. Imagine that disc plow for the last 50 years have been plowing that same depth. There's a hard pan below it. Now, over and over, we've proven, but something as basic technology as a little ripper. The minister talked about a ripper. If you use a little ripper and you can break through that hard pan, what's the difference? I want to challenge you today. If some of you here or online has been using a disc plow, take a 20-liter bucket of water and pour it directly there in that plowed land. Yes, a disc plow plows beautiful. Take it for 5 minutes and wait. If you've got a ripper, if you don't, use a shovel and just dig through that hard pan, little line, draw a line. Take another 20-liter bucket of water and pour it. 5 minutes. And then you dig, go deep in. What's amazing, across this continent, if you do this experiment, the one with the disc plow of the hard pan, all that water washed away. Yes, the top is wet, exactly like a rainstorm. It looks beautiful. All that water washed away and you'll see soil erosion. Okay, all that hot water runs off. When you do it, when you did a ripper or you're just using your shovel, that water went through. So you're harvesting the water, you're keeping it there for the season. Now that is technology, people. Yes, technology is a self-driving tractor and cloud-based technologies that we can keep you busy with, and we'll get you guys there. But technology is also leveraging the basics and doing it right. And that's where our passion lies. I have had the privilege for the last 6 years to start a project in Ethiopia. mentioned it to the minister early this morning, where we started with 50 farmers. And actually, the Minister of Urban Development in Ethiopia challenged us and said, we need to create jobs for the unemployed youth. Sounds familiar to South Africa. In 5 years, when we started small, for every tractor package, not a tractor, because a tractor is a bicycle without an implement. Only one person can sit on it. Eh? But if you sell the right package, you can employ 3 people for every package. And we created a contractor model, as we call it. Last year alone, we've sold 1,800 of those packages in a country called Ethiopia. This year it's a challenge in Ethiopia, but we're going to do 500. We've invested and we're going to make it happen. And this year, for the first time, hopefully by the end of in the next 30 days, we'll be able to do 15 of those units in the Eastern Cape. We're looking forward to expanding in South Africa. The question being asked is mechanization affordable? Can we afford it? As John Deere, we've got the power of choice. We're not selling you one tractor. We've got 27 different factories we could choose from to help you. But the business model is also interesting. Look at Uber. What's Uber doing? They revolutionized the transport industry. We want to empower our farmers. You maybe don't need to own a tractor, but the contracting model that we're testing now is exactly that. We can create entrepreneurs that can own the product, that can do the work for a bunch of farmers. If you take in a community, Umtata, we're working with contractors that doesn't know how to farm, but they've got entrepreneurship. We taught them how to operate those machines correctly, and now they do 4 hectares, 4 hectares, 4 hectares, 20, 30, 2, 1, and all of a sudden he's doing 400, 500 hectares. That's sustainable for the farmer and for him. Truly a win-win. And that's what I want to invite all of you. Come and talk to me, talk to my team. We're in it for the long run. As John Deere, anywhere in South Africa today, you order it and you've got a tractor. It's expensive, correct? That piece of equipment. When does a tractor break? Doesn't matter what color. John Deere's as well. They do break when it's in season. Correct, not in the shed. So we've invested in 1.6 billion rands of parts to support you. Today, if you order a part at our dealership, and we've got the widest dealer network in the country. If you order a part before 3 and it's not there, and our dealers is strong, and normally they've got the part, but if they don't have it, it will be there before 10 the next morning. That is our commitment anywhere in South Africa at our John Deere dealer network. We've invested in more than 400 technicians to ensure we look after, and that's not enough. We continue to grow. But our commitment is to support our farmers. I want to close off in saying, you as a farmer, that's the key for John Deere. Each and every one of you. We want to see you succeed. I want to leave with you, the investment we've made is in your future. Let's be the best agricultural nation on this continent. Let's show what Africa needs. Let us feed them. And we would love to support each and every one and look forward to some good conversation in the next 2 days. Thank you.
We're here today to just come and demonstrate the importance of having good collaborations with private sector around upliftment of the type of work these farmers are doing. We're dealing with farmers that have farmed for a long time, and the essence of today is to come and expose farmers to mechanization and technologies that they've never been exposed to that will enhance their ability to produce.
I've started farming in 2015, doing vegetables on 5 hectares. Back in the days, we used to use a tractor that would give us many mechanical issues.
Young Farmer Development made a partnership with John Deere, and then that partnership I'm the beneficiary of. And I got a planter that doesn't have downtime this time. Everything that I do it on time.
They gave us a tractor, 57.5 tractor. It's a 55 kilowatt tractor. And we started using them last year at around 15 August, planting 35 to 40 hectares of maize. Because we usually get 3 tons to 3.5 tons per hectare, and now we started harvesting, I think we have about 7.5 to 8 tons per hectare.
It has helped me a lot. I can use the mechanization to actually work a bit more efficient. I was getting 5, and then now I'm getting 8.6 tons. What mechanization has done for my farm and my business is that now I can be able to buy my own mechanization. Also helped me to decrease the time frame that I was using back then. Like the work that I used to do in 3 months, now it's done in 1 day or 2, 3 days.
One thing's for sure when it comes to John Deere is that the brand's renowned machines and its extensive dealer network are the turning keys to unlocking dreams of yesterday into the legacy of tomorrow. As they aim to constantly revolutionize agriculture and construction, they have one goal in mind, and that is to help farmers reach their full potential. And that is exactly what we saw there in the video with Sinelise Befokare. Thank you so much. Jacob Weyers is, of course, the Managing Director at John Deere Africa and Middle East. Thank you so much. Right, we now move on to the next segment of our program. And of course, our next speaker needs little to no introduction. As the head of agro-processing and agriculture at the Industrial Development Corporation of South Africa, Khampi Bapele receives thousands of emails and calls from farmers every day who are seeking his help. Please welcome Khampi Bapele.
Good morning, and I would say I would have greeted the minister. She just left, but I must just echo what the previous speakers have said. Minister Didisa is passionate about the sector, and I think she really demonstrated for her being here. She always avails herself. And as the IDC, we also reached out to her, realizing that it's difficult in this sector, and especially for young people. She mentioned the issue of collateral, not only collateral, even those farmers or businesses that are already operating, they have business going, but they need to expand. It's always difficult to, sometimes you find that their balance sheet cannot be able to take additional funding. We reached out to them, we knocked kickback several times. Eventually, we managed to convince them that it was the right thing to do. And we managed to secure a relationship where R1 billion was secured to be deployed over a period of 5 years. How this works is that 200 million it's transferred to us. Then we blend that with the IDC funding. And throughout the presentation, I'll demonstrate how that has worked and how far we are to date. So the idea is to help expand the farmers or the businesses of the farmers. The key criteria is that the ownership of these enterprises has to be 60% black. But we have prioritized subsectors or commodities rather. We don't seek to compete with our other sister companies. We have a mandate as the IDC. So is the Land Bank. I'm told there will be officials from the Land Bank who will be here. In the first year of the scheme being launched, we've been able to fund around 9 farmers. And I'm talking only about the scheme itself, not our total funding, where we funded for over 500 million. Year to date, or in quarter one, we approved about just over 50 million, and I'm talking of the fund, not necessarily of the IDC funding. This works as an off-balance sheet funding, and it is in the form of a grant. But the grant cannot go alone. It goes in as a blended finance to try and extend it and reach to as many people as possible. Next slide, please. So in order for us to be able to commercialize or to sort of have an impact in the sector, we said we wanted to help upscale and commercialize. But for us to know that, we had to ask ourselves the question, what does it mean to be commercial? You'll see, as a black farmer, mostly, when they're talking in the sector, when they're talking of emerging, it's almost like it's synonymous to being black. We then had to engage the sector and say different commodity groupings to run the numbers and say what is commercial. And that's how we came with the criteria to say, if you're playing in a particular space, this is the minimum viable unit that you need. We needed to work with the sector for us to be able to establish that. And to this end, next slide, please. I just want to give example of few commodities that we supporting. Previous one. Slide 5, please. Okay, I'll just continue speak to that. For example, if you were to be in blueberries, you will require a minimum of 15 hectares. And for you to be able to then have your own pack house, you will need at least 80 hectares. For avos, it will be 30. For oranges, it will be 50. For soft citrus, you will need 10 hectares. So we looked at this, and as we discussing with different commodity groupings, and that's how we came up with this. The same goes for poultry. If you were to be doing broilers, the industry acceptable viable unit to be considered commercial, you have to be producing in broiler space a minimum of 200,000 beds per cycle. So that's how we, as the IDC, we decided we're going to be supporting. We try and not have the weight emerging in our vocab. We try to say we want to commercialize. We want to help scale up and develop commercial farmers. Also, with still in the poultry industry, with layers, we require, for us to support you, you have to at least have 50,000 layers. With piggeries, you need a sow unit of at least a minimum of 300. For the red meat sector, you need at least you have to be vertically integrated, meaning that you need to have a feedlot, have an abattoir, or if you choose to contract slaughter, have at least a processing facility where for primal cuts and all that. But now the question could be why only these particular subsectors. This talks only to the IDC mandate, but also the instruments that we have in that we know we'll be able to deploy. However, we continue to negotiate with the department to explore and as to the other ways in which we can do this, but also through partnerships as well. For example, in the grain industry, we don't normally support, but we are in discussions with the likes of Grain SA to see if we cannot use them as a conduit so that we can reach as many farmers as we can. But we are also exploring the ESD space. There is a lot of funds that are sitting with large FMCG producers as well as retailers, where farmers you can have aggregators that can then be able to access these markets, and also some of these entities also, they do have the funds to can be able to match us in order to expand. We're having a relationship with one retailer already where they even built their own pack house. Then they contracted farmers in the area. They give them the program of what to plant and bringing all those into the pack houses, sort and then distribute. I always give example that if you are in Limpopo, say living in Polokwane, buying fresh produce in a supermarket, the chances are you buying a product that came not far from where you live, but it traveled all the way to Joburg to be repacked, sent back, and you pay a little bit more of a product that is not so fresh. While we could take advantage of this opportunity where we aggregate, we do everything in the area, and it get distributed from there. That's what we're looking to be doing in future, in partnership with these the other partners. But maybe if you can go to slide 9, that talks about the scheme performance. I know it's easy to talk about these things, but people say, but what have you done to date? Okay. We only signed this agreement with the department last year in March, and we only started implementing in June last year. And last year alone, we've been able to do, I'm talking about the financial year, but you can even look at it as a calendar year. We've been able to approve 9 transactions that created just over 200 jobs. The scheme utilization was around 140,000, where IDC funding was 139 million, IDC funding 245, and year to date we approved additional 5 transactions, taking it to 14, adding another 100 million of the scheme, and with IDC funding of just over 300. By next week we would have, and that we've reached 300 million now. By the end of next week we would have reached 400 million of the scheme. A letter has already been sent out to the ministry to say, can we get another tranche? And we're projecting that by the end of the financial year, which is March next year, we would have already spent another 400 million. We're supposed to be spending 200 million per year. We're running ahead of the projected period, but at least the department has been graceful enough, and they're happy with the rate at which we're moving. So I hope they will be willing to continually pumping the funds, because we can see the impact. If you look at it, by the end of what we're projecting, by the end of December, if the money comes through, we would have committed 500 million of the department, but that would have unlocked more than 1.6 billion of IDC money. So the total funding would have been 2 billion. And here I'm talking only of the scheme, not of our other funding. We still fund agriculture. We still fund even those who are not qualifying to participate in this blended funding. But just reporting on the scheme itself. That's where we are. And I'm hoping that Young Mzansi Young Farmers, hopefully we can strike a partnership that maybe from next year, this could be called Dalrat IDC Mzansi Young Farmers Indaba, because we really excited to be part of this. And it's been difficult, especially in the agri space, to find young entrepreneurs or agripreneurs that we could support. And hopefully out of this, those who qualify will definitely maybe come through, and we will be able to count among those that we supported as beneficiary of the scheme. Just also on the stats, the smallest transaction that we supported to date was around 5 million. The largest that we've supported was 500 million. So it's not everyone who qualifies can benefit. We're not limiting it to only large or only smaller transactions. And the most important, and I hope Minister, it would have been nice if Minister was still here, among the beneficiary also, we having some of the restituted land where there is, last week we've just approved a transaction where a community project, they were expanding from 15 hectares of macadamia, adding additional 100 hectares, partnering with probably one of the largest macadamia producers in the country. You can go to, I'm done. There is my contact details are there. The number, all the numbers and all that, you can take it down, but up until 6 o'clock, I'll take calls. We're not scared to, because we really committed. Hence, I put even my cell phone number there, but it will I'll only avail myself until 6 o'clock. I still have a family as well. Thanks very much for allowing us to be here. And I'm looking forward to your proposals and more calls, but hopefully on viable propositions that we can be able to support. Thank you.
UPatricia Nokuthula Mpele. Ngizalelwe la emalangeni esigodini saso Swanini. Induna uEnoch Gumede.
Umuzonywa ngubo esigodini sase Malangeni uSwanini Ward 7 umlimi ulima kokuncane.
My name is Sipo. I run my father's farm. It's a family business. Our farm is called inaugural farm. That day of looting, it hit us badly because we didn't expect something like that would happen.
Ngela ngwakutelekiwe abantu bashisa umobo wami. Washa umobo inhliziyo yami yabuhlungu ngalahlekelwa.
Ngesikhathi beshisa umoba wami kwakumhla ka 11 12 kanje waseshona umntanami umhla ka 13 ebusuku. Ngaba nenhliziyo ebuhlungu lapho ngadideka.
With the funding from IDC, it really helped us. If it wasn't for IDC, we would be out of business right now. This funding has really helped us with the legacy of the family.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu IDC ngokusikhasa kwabo.
Ngiyayibonga ingadini IDC.
So much IDC. That was, of course, Khampi Bapela, the head of agro-processing and agriculture at IDC. You guys saw his contact details on the screen. Make sure that you bother him, just not after 6. Okay. Thank you so much. We now make our way to our next speaker, Dr. Nodia Malan, who is, of course, the Izimbanda Zokutla founder and senior lecturer in the Department of Business Management. And he will be joining us to unpack the futuristic farming changing what we eat and how it's grown. And of course, Dr. Nadir Malan is a dear old friend of Food for Mzansi. Thank you so much.
Oops. Thank you, Duncan, and thank you, Food for Mzansi. Thank you also to all the people I know here. There's a few familiar faces. But before I start speaking, and also great respect to the minister who is not here anymore, just to say to all the farmers, please realize that you are the one in this society that is feeding us. You are the leader of your people. We look up to you to feed us. And this presentation that I'm making is dedicated to all the farmers, struggling and non-struggling, new and old, who are feeding us. And it is my absolute honor to be here and to speak to you in this regard. Thank you so much to Food for Mzansi as well. So as you know, I'm a senior lecturer in business management. I just have to have this slide here, because if I don't have this slide, I get fired. So I'm so glad I'm going to still keep my job. So, I have to always have a bit of humor, because, I talk to people for a living, so I know what I'm doing. I hope so. So can I just get to the next slide? Thank you. I just want to talk a little bit about what's happening with food. And I have no nice videos and stuff, although you can believe me, I can really walk on my hands and I can show you. But we need to understand the history of farming to actually understand what does the future hold. And there are some very bad things in history that we do need to acknowledge. And I just have to also say, as a white person who have benefited from apartheid, I do understand what it did, and I am deeply sorry about that. It is something that I would like to hear a lot more, but I do understand that some of us are not as fortunate as others, and it is our duty to carry the burden of the world and make this world a better place. So the way we can do that is to actually understand, why are we in this position that we are now? And it's very important to be clear about that. In the pre-colonial time, we ate indigenous vegetables and meats and all of that. And it is important to understand that when we adopted agriculture about 20,000 years ago, that's when we stopped being the Bushmen. That is a great moment in human history. That's when we started urbanizing as well. It doesn't make sense to farm if there's no city to farm for. So rural and urban life is very much tied up with each other. And we need to understand that it's urbanization that sets farming in motion. So it's not really a rural activity. We're feeding urban people here. But we also need to understand that what did colonialism do? And colonialism, we often forget, was actually, the Brits were typical, and God save the Queen. What they did is they liberalized their own market, and it's well documented, but what they said is all colonial markets are now controlled by the state. And that is what happened and what made it possible for Boere to move into places like Africa and farm. But the first time they farmed, it was done for the colonial company. And that ended, or agriculture really was established by the state in a very, very decisive way. How's it? Yeah, I do this often. Sorry about the green there. So what happened is that also came to an end, and it led into the period of mechanization, the Green Revolution, and the modernization of agriculture. And that explains many of the things that we've just heard about. Why do you need minimum of 400 hectares to be viable in maize? It's because of the economies of scale and the globalization of the agricultural market. So in such a market, size matters. So, and this is not going down well with the 2.5 million communal farmers, the majority of our farmers in South Africa, who have about 5 to 10 hectares or sometimes less. So they are immediately at a disadvantage, no matter what state can do. Because if you don't have the size, it's going to be really, really difficult. And we need to acknowledge that, although, me as an academic, I'm kind of paid to look at both sides of the coin. So we do need to acknowledge that, but you must be clear. Don't fool yourself. If you're a small farmer, you are in competition with giants. So you have to be very smart to make it work. And that is why I appreciate the reference to technology. And I want to end on that. What is it about technology? Can technology and the way you farm change that equation, which makes size important? Probably not, but let's see. There are things that are developing that you might need to be aware of that could change the structural conditions around your farm, and it could make a smaller farm more viable. So I can't talk about all of that. Oh, goodness, where am I now? Okay. So no, we can go on. Thank you. So what is happening in the world? We have to be clear. China and Europe and America to some extent are experiencing serious climate change. The next season, their import requirements are going to be much more stringent, and we must expect the introduction of a substantial and substantive requirement for sustainability around the food market. So we have to rise to that opportunity. And it is better for us. I'm not here, I look at both sides of the coin, but I do think we need to understand that the ecological impact of farming, which is 30% of all greenhouse gas emissions, is something serious to consider. If you're a large farmer and you do not move into that direction, the big markets are going to close. So South Africa trades 25% with Europe, roughly 25% with the East, 25% with Africa, and 25% with America and the rest of the world. But we can't export agricultural produce to America so much. They block their markets. So South Africa's economy is diversified. But if China and Europe are demanding a sustainability built into the product, then we need to rise to that challenge. And we must expect that to come. They are getting pretty hot out there. They're not used to it. So you can imagine what the soccer hooligans are going to tell their ward councillor or the elected representatives. They want sustainable products. So we need to know about that. So what are the alternatives? So the first one would be to look at some kind of agroecological production system. And I'm not just saying this because the hippies or the left are saying this. I do understand there is a need to produce like we are producing at the moment, but there are constraints to that. The fertilizer prices is just one of those things, but there are alternatives. And if you do not look at the ecology as an alternative, what you are missing is the 3% productivity per year that the ecosystem can give you. And that 3% is perhaps what you need to be solvent. So I'm not saying chuck all the chemicals and mechanization away. Don't be stupid. But also don't throw that away as well. So radical agroecological perspectives look at the ecosystem around the farm, and that ecosystem could be productive for you as a farmer. And we call it I should look at this. The more fancy way to look at this is to look at syntropic agriculture, which is a property of systems where the subsystems combine to build a better system. And that is how that is looked at. What we also need to be aware of is the rise of controlled environment agriculture. Sure, our meats and our grains will always be grown in the rural areas, often in rain-fed conditions. And it's important to acknowledge that and keep that going. But for the rest, especially our kitchen vegetables, which make up a large part of our food, those can be grown in controlled environment conditions. And that's important because, you can get a really good yield out of that, but be careful. I work in urban agriculture, and studies have shown that the high-tech greenhouses, with all the sensors and all of that, they don't actually perform as well as just a tunnel on the ground. And it's due to the capital costs of the high-tech stuff. So there's also a limit to the benefit of 4IR. The cost could go beyond what you could recover, especially if you're a smaller farmer. So in those cases, you got to think very clearly, maybe move back to a tunnel that's in the soil, but prepare the soil in an agroecological and your best organic way, because that might be the way to do it. So you got the the benefit of the tunnel and the drip irrigation and that kind of monitoring, but you also have the productivity of the ecosystem. And that might be the way to get ahead. So let's just not ignore that and think about that. There's hydroponics. I saw Lance is here. Thank you, Lance. We had a master's student in development studies, knows nothing about agriculture. She developed Ayanda Boy. She developed a insect farming system. She wrote a book on it for a master's on how to farm crickets for human consumption and for sale. And she did it in Deep Sloot in a squatter camp in a shack. So that can be done. So, all hail to her. Also, we need to be aware that the end of agriculture is in sight. I'm sorry, guys. Technology is coming and it's running in bundles and there's a lot of things, and people are starting to produce meat proteins in vats using carbon dioxide and hydrogen and energy. So we don't need meat anymore, and it produces a powder like flour. You can put it in your bread. That signals the end of agriculture, which is obviously a lie, but we need to listen to these guys. Yeah, the kitchen vegetables, a lot of things you can't really grow outside the soil, but we need to know about these things. So let's quickly talk about that. Next slide, thank you. So, I just steal all this from the internet. So this is the basics of the agroecological point of view. And you can see there's all kinds of ways in which a farm is conceptualized. In an agroecological farm, you will have a mixed farm. You will not have a monoculture. And you will actually be building your farm so the interrelations between the plants and the animals guarantees your productivity. So permaculture is just not a hippie thing, but it's a very well worked out system of design, which makes a lot of common sense around things like getting your fields level. So you plant the water doesn't flow off, but it flows in. All of those things you can do. Plant on the borders of your contours a large perennial crop, and on the insides your seasonal crops. Those kinds of things are going to make a big difference. And what the design is going to do, the design is going to perform the labor that you do. So you don't see permaculture farmers walking like that, because they've designed the farm so that the layout and the features and the infrastructure actually creates the productivity. I can't get into that. We can just get to the next slide. Thank you. You missed the... Anyway, so the next slide talks about, and it's not a good slide, about syntropic agriculture. So what these guys do is they plant forests. And in the forest, you have your upper story, understory, middle story, and it is in these syntropic systems that, they chop the branches of the trees off quite a lot, compost it quite a lot, but it is the mix of plants in such a system that leads to the productivity. So this is maybe not appropriate for a large-scale grain farmer, but if you're a smaller-scale farmer and you're growing kitchen vegetables, you could mix it with your agroforestry. Those kind of design considerations are productive, and you would be stupid not to look at it, because they could give you productivity just by design. And this will also be very conducive to, especially if you are farming for local markets, because you will have a diversity of crops. It'll give you resilience in your system, and you can have a much better business model due to the fact that you are not buying inputs, and your revenue, a greater part of your revenue is more profitable. So go, take a look even at a guy like James Blichnout from UP. His work shows us that regenerative grain farmers who are, they often make more money per hectare than those who are depending on large input costs, large inputs. And I just want to say to farmers, you must oppas, because you might be farmed by someone else while you are trying to farm. And I'm not being negative here, but be clear on what is going on in this market. It's a cutthroat capitalist market. So be clear who is farming you. And when you buy a lot of inputs, you must be clear, are they going to give you the returns? Are there alternatives? So the James Blichnout examples show mixing, very meager examples, mixing cover crops with livestock in your grain system could have more benefit than if you are purely plowing and planting. So we spoke about the disking and the ripping, but a lot of people are not plowing, but using no-till practices, and conservation agriculture actually goes beyond that. We can go to the next slide. Thank you. Okay, and that's just so I also don't get fired, so because I am an academic. So the next one is really about controlled environment agriculture. So here we see the introduction of high-tech systems. And this could be quite productive, especially if you are closer to your urban centers. I also just want to just mention just another fact, that about 70% of all irrigated lands in the whole world are within 30 k's from urban centers. So most agriculture is already a kind of an urban agriculture. So we must understand that these things are tight. The urban and the farming systems are tightly integrated by transport and all these networks. So in that system, you would want to consider a controlled environment, a production system or farm that is actually located almost inside the urban area. And in that place, there you can control all things from wind, humidity, temperature, light. You can look at pests, water content in the soil, etc. In that context, the 4IR high-tech technologies might pay off, and it might be a good idea. But if you have extensive lands, it might be a better idea to just get tunnels. So it's a very important choice that you need to make, and don't be fooled by the technology. You as the farmer must make that decision, and you need to know what is your conditions, because every farm is different. So just keep that in mind. Thank you. Can I just move on? Next one. So, I mean, this is just another picture. I just show pictures. I can't really walk on my hands here, so I have to keep your attention in some way. But you can see the controlled environment agriculture very much promoted in the first world. The first world is extremely dependent upon the third world for food. England imports 60% of their food. The Netherlands, everyone says it's the biggest exporter, but we forget they import and then they export, and much of it is flowers, so it's a false statistic. But the first world cannot produce its own food, especially Europe, also not China, so they need imports. And that is why they come here and they produce these farmer development programs so that they can, farm with you so they can feed their own people. So you must understand this game, but you've got to play the game. You can't get out of it. So, you can see, thank you. Let's just go on. You can see that in your controlled environment system, you're going to have quite a lot of high-tech stuff to make it work, to make it viable. And then, of course, hydroponics. So this is a very basic picture, but the most simple hydroponic systems I've seen was people in Mdeni in Soweto, just plain and simple, taking black bags, going to the river, getting river sand, and then watering 3 times a day with a cup of the salts and water. That's a hydroponic system. You can go all the way. You can pay 10,000 Rand a meter for a serious system. Who's farming whom here? Or you can make it yourself with toilet pipes. And I've seen a lot of people do that and actually make good business in doing that. So consider this, but don't jump to the high-tech option. Consider the bottom stuff. A black bag with river sand and 3 times watering a day could produce a crop if you have very little land. And it could produce an income. My research on urban agriculture has shown very low incomes of around between 400 to 2,000 Rand a month. But there's a small percentage of urban farmers who succeed in producing and gaining income of about 20,000 Rand a month, 5,000 Rand a week. Now, that's not great. It's not big enough to pay for a John Deere tractor, but it is enough to create a livelihood, especially if you're in an urban area, and you can sell all that food without any middlemen. You can be a retailer. So a lot of farmers here start a spaza shop on your farm immediately. Because the people around you are buying your food that has gone from you to the fresh produce market, to some pack house, to another pack house, to a fridge for 2 weeks, and then to the shop. Doesn't make sense. So if we want this sector to grow, those are also the inefficiencies we need to eliminate. So I'm glad Caritas is here with Kula app. Maybe that can help. But think about it. So your hydroponic system could be low-tech, very effective, or high-tech, and also very effective. But you must make that choice. So let's go to the next one on the aeroponics. And this is just very simple. So this is really, really interesting. So these crops, the roots are not even in water. They get sprayed by a mist sprayer. And there are guys there in Irene that make these systems. They manufacture them in Irene at the Railways Cafe, which is also a fabrication laboratory, where they teach people how to make these things themselves. So an aquaponic system might be a really good idea if you don't have water, because they use even less water than a hydroponic system. I know this is an aeroponic system, my mistake. So think about that. This could be quite a solution to some of you. And that nozzle doesn't have to be a fancy nozzle. You can get stuff from the hardware store, but bear in mind that you are using the hydroponic salts in the water, so the nozzles could get clogged. So you got to do your homework around that. But that's something that one could think about. Just carry on. Yeah. So and here's a very, very simple, this apparently from the internet, is in Cape Town. It's basic. Look, it's wooden structures and plants growing, and the water just simply drips from the bottom down to the bottom, and then you could have fish at the bottom. So this is a very important system because these aquaponics could get away with almost no input costs except your energy and your equipment. But your fertilization comes from the fish manure. But this is something to think about, and it doesn't have to be even as high-tech as that. On YouTube, University of YouTube, which is a rival to UJ, you see, the data costs make UJ much cheaper. But what you could see is, take a 1,000-liter water tank, chop the top, flip it over, and build a aquaponic system to learn how to work it. But these are kind of things that one could think about, and especially for people who are farming in backyards and in the peri-urban areas. Think about these things. Read it up. It could make a difference for you. Really, really interesting to see that these options are there. And, check, all these things are inside the house. So, no one's going to so much steal it and all that kind of thing. Okay, so let's move on. That is an insect farm. Big one. It's the biggest one I could find on Google. But insect farming is becoming an issue. It's becoming an opportunity. The simplest is obviously with worms. Your earthworms. And don't go buy the worms, because the worms are already in the soil. Just put this food there for them and they will come, and then you can get them. But I can't give you worms, because the worms only live if they have food. So if I give you worms, it doesn't help. You have to actually have the food. So, get your own worms and start a worm farm. Oops, there goes the load shedding. Start a worm farm and think about how that could create not only a high value product in the worms and the casings, but also a manure that you could use. Maybe, depends how big a system you want to build and how big your farming is. But they will produce and they will deliver, and they will deliver by processing wastes. And there's a lot of waste out there, and that's something that we need to think about. Next one, please. So that is the typical black soldier fly farm. So the reason why this is interesting is not because the larvae eat the stuff and makes compost, but because the larvae has a specific pattern of behavior. When it is ready to mate, it wants to go upstairs. So that's why those white pipes are there. So while all its buddies are eating the compost, the worm farms the worms walk up and they jump. How many is that? 2 or 3 minutes? Okay. And they walk up the pipes and twonk in a container, and you can feed it to your chickens. The design of the worm farm eliminates labor, and that is what you need to understand. That's very important. Next slide. So here's your competition. Lab-grown meat. I don't know how the stuff tastes, and it's actually, we need to actually look at the life cycle, because they all eat seaweed, and I wonder how much it costs to harvest the seaweed. But this is your competition, and it's coming, and it's already on sale. Next slide. And you can see this is where they farm this meat. Yeah, sure. Hey, I wonder if you can make biltong with that stuff. So, think about that. This is the future and it's coming, we can go further. And what this indicates is the pink one. So there's the guy who designed this, the scientist. So, this is the fermentation where they use carbon dioxide and hydrogen gas and add heat, and that creates, and a yeast creates an animal protein. No more biltong. So we got to be aware of this. It's coming, and maybe some of you would want to do that. So the next slide just gives you a picture of how it works, and it can use renewable energy. And it's quite important to think about that. We can just go to the last one. So what am I saying here? I have shown you technologies. And the one thing that we need to understand is that we, especially in agriculture, we are already completely surrounded by technology. Agriculture is not natural in that sense. It could be organic, but it is not the way in which nature produced. And all the farmers will agree with me. You got to actually cheat nature or fluke it so that you can start producing in numbers to sell. And that is what agriculture is a manipulation of the natural world. So we need to understand, though, that we are completely surrounded by technology. So the choice of drawing a line in the sand and saying, I'm not going past that, is a false choice, because you're already deep in a technological technoverse. So you have to jump in and swim right down to the deep end with technology in your farming. But what you must also understand is that technology is not just the machine. The technology always comes with the bundles of other technologies and stakeholders. So understand the processes that the minister is instituting to get you to adopt the technology. What she's doing is she's making you available to you a bundle of stakeholders, and you need to engage in that bundle of stakeholders. Some are going to be private, some are going to be public, some are going to be sharks, some are going to be civil society. But it's in engagement with them, with John Deere, with the Agricultural Research Council, with the IDC, with your fellow farmers, with the white farmer you've never spoken to, with the black farmer you've never spoken to. Go and enter that and participate as a stakeholder in a cluster of stakeholders. And it is in that context where the best results in adopting and implementing technology will be realized. Thank you very, very much for listening to me. It's been great to be here.
One thing about Dr. Nadir Malan, he's extremely passionate, and that's why one of the reasons why we always try to get him to attend and participate in our podcast sessions on all things agriculture. That was, of course, Dr. Nadir Malan, the founder of Indaba Zokutla and also the senior lecturer in the Department of Business Management. We are running a bit late, so what we're going to do now is quickly take a break, 15 minutes break. There's coffee, there's tea outside. For those of you who have the Blue Pass tickets, remember your floor is on floor 1, where you can obviously enjoy the rest of the program. And for those of you with the green passes, that's of course in the auditorium here on the 6th floor. After the break, we chat to Maud Modise, Kevin Crowe, and as well as Caritas Chintolo. For those of you who are joining us online, be sure to check in with us again in 50 minutes. Thank you so much.
farmers can order.
Thank you so much, everyone. Those of you who are still in the lobby, kindly make your way to the auditorium so that we can start our second section of the program. Now, despite many stories of success in the sector, it remains incredibly difficult to gain access to consumer markets. We're now, of course, joined by Maud Modise, who's the General Manager for Enterprise and Supply Development at the Shoprite Group. And she's here to help us understand how exactly high potential young farmers and agripreneurs can gain easier access to buyers that actually understand their needs. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Maud Modise.
Good morning, everyone, and I must say that I'm very happy to be here. I don't know how after Dr. Nadia's bashing of retail, I don't know if we're willing to still have this conversation. There was a video I would have liked you guys to play. If you can just play that first.
People are what they eat, farmers are what they grow. And for us, it's very important that we play our part in conserving the environment. And that's what makes our business unique.
We're very proud and excited to be a female-owned business, particularly in farming and agriculture, which is a very male-dominated industry. We employ mostly youth, and majority of our employees are also female because female empowerment was very important to us.
It all started when Noni and I started looking at the amount of food waste that there actually is in South Africa. And we then looked back at our skill set. And Noni came from a food nutrition background, and I came from a marketing background. But we figured we can fuse this together to be able to address the problem.
Shoprite gave us opportunity to have constant supply, which means constant work for our workers on the farm and in the pack house. We then were also able to open a high care for the value-added product, which was a new area for us, which means we were also able to upskill workers in the pack house doing new things.
We're very grateful to Shoprite for giving us the access to market. That has been able to grow our business to the heights that we are, and we want to grow more.
Ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, do you know that Shoprite is a food retailer? So when we had the opportunity to work with micro farmers in our space and help develop them and help assist them to do business in retail, we took the opportunity. If you guys can go to the next slide, please. I'm just going to give you a brief overview of what we do within our division, and then I'll go into how you can get access to market point by point into retail or into our retail space. So what we try and facilitate in the ESD environment is SMME trade assistance. So from that point of view, is anyone who's got a product that they want to sell on our shelves, they go through us, especially a small business. We give them the necessary information, the vetting, and all of that. Then you get access to market from our shelves. From a localization point of view, especially from a farming background, one of the projects that we take a lot of pride in that we facilitated is the business was actually importing roses from Kenya. And from that aspect, you can imagine the logistics from getting those roses from Kenya to our distribution centers, to the store, to the customer's house. That actually places a very short lifespan of the product on the client's at the client's hands. So basically what we facilitated was how can we find rose farmers in South Africa that can take up all of that we're importing and make sure that we're producing it locally, get it to our stores on time so that a customer can actually have a longer shelf life of the product. And I'm proud to you that we've actually facilitated 2 of those transactions so far, and we're looking to actually facilitate more of those conversations as to what is it that we're importing that we can procure in South Africa and actually get it through to the store, enhancing the whole process of fresh, making sure that we deliver a quality product to the customer, and actually making sure that we're playing our role in empowering small farmers while we're localizing everything that we're doing within our space. So from a farming point of view, those are one of the projects that we're actually embarking on. From a micro farmer assistance point of view, a lot of farmers come to our space and say, I've got 5 or 6 or 7 hectares of land, I've been planting, I want to supply to Shoprite. And our learnings over the past year is that the compliance issue, nobody really tells you about. And I'll tell you about it now. It's not as easy as planting and then getting it to our DCs and then resupplying to you. So I'll go into a bit of detail and give you a bit of more context around it. But also, if you stand back as a retailer, we've only got a certain amount of a piece of the pie. The bottle, you can only fill the bottle this much with spinach, right? I've only got so many stores that I can have capacity for. I can only service so many farmers of spinach. Unfortunately, for me to make space for you as a spinach supplier, as a green bean supplier, or whatever type of commodity, I will have to take away from somebody to give to you. That's the give and take that we normally struggle with. And I think maybe if we put that out there more often, then you will realize that we have a lot more farmers into our space that are small, that we're trying to grow, but also how do you facilitate farmers that are outside of your market that you're trying to bring in? I'll give you a bit of context around that as well. So rural development, we're working on a lot of projects in the rural areas and the townships around that. I won't go into detail on that. And we facilitate a lot of the strategic investments around what is there a need for that we currently don't have in our space, where we go and find somebody who will actually facilitate that and invest and make sure that we meet the supply and demand. If we go to the next slide or 2 slides on, where we talk about the current micro farmers that are existing in our space, how we define a micro farmer in our space is anybody who's doing less than R1 million with us. So currently we have 96 of those, and I mean our farming database is actually quite broad. We have 96 of those. The challenge that you sit with is the ones that are already in your system, how do you help them grow beyond that mark, but also bringing new ones who want access to your system and help them grow into the retail space and obviously get them to be commercial farmers. One of the things that we actually pride ourselves with as a retailer is if you're a farmer within our space, we'll give you a growth plan, and that will make sure that you are assisted in terms of planning your growth plan. You've got certainty of volume, and you'll have a more focused approach as to, I know if I plant this, ShopRite will take it at the end of whatever season or according to how the agreement is. What we also do is we know that cash flow is quite a big problem. I see Mr. Kampi is gone. Cash flow is quite a big problem in our space. And how do we facilitate working capital in your space? We make sure that we pay you within 7 days after we've received your stock, and where we can, and I mean this is not a business as usual, where we can, there's a farmer who's out there where we're going to from a store, we can come back with your goods and backhaul it to our DCs and make sure that the process goes through from there. I don't know if you get the concept of backhauling, but also all our farmers go through our DCs. And I mean, there was a critique now that says you plant your stock in Limpopo, you have to transport it all the way to another place, and then it comes back for you to sell it in other stores. I mean, those are the conversations we will try and facilitate. I took note of that, and hopefully in a year or two I'll come back and say, you know, this is an initiative that we formed and we're working on it, and hopefully it will be a success. But we took note of it. But we've got 6 DCs that we actually have in our key hubs and areas. So it won't be that you're taking your stock from Limpopo, you bring it to Joburg, and then you're transporting it back. So yeah, if I move over to the next slide or 2 slides on as to what to consider for you to supply into retail, the requirements are always there, and you always have to tick the boxes. I mean, your business profile, your proof of turnover, your BEE certificate, and all of that. But one thing that a lot of the farmers in our space don't actually get is gap audit compliance. And obviously, if you've got a pack house, a GMP verification. Those are the key most things that you need in order for you to supply into retail. And that is because from a legal perspective, we are not allowed to put anything on our shelves that is not food safety vetted. So from that perspective, you need that. There's a whole lot of young farmers that contact us day in, day out that don't know that. And it becomes it feels like the information is not freely accessible. It feels like every time you pass a hurdle, somebody comes to you and says, but you don't have this, but you don't have that. So here's the information ready available for you. There's also proof of consistency of supply. The minister made mention of that now to say, Minister, I want funding, but you have not planted anything. You have nothing to show for me. What helps is there's a lot of markets out there where you can sell your stock. As long as you can show proof that you can consistently supply us, we will definitely try and work with you. The one thing that we pride ourselves in is that Freshmark works directly with each and every one of our farmers. So we will go out to your farm, vet it, give you training, make sure that you meet all the requirements, and try and work with you in order for you to actually get to the quality of product that we need. From the challenges that I've seen in a farming space, and I mean, one of our colleagues, he usually gives farmers advice and all of that, and I said, but why don't we give you money and you start a farm because you know so much about it? He's like, even if you give me 5 million with the tractors, the trails, everything, that is very high risk, and that is not what I'm willing to do. And I think when I came in here today, I realized that a lot of you are actually very brave. I respect a lot of you. Because if somebody can say, no, I don't want that, no, thank you, it's too risky, it's stressful, I really commend you guys, and I have a lot of respect for you. Bearing in mind, like the minister alluded to earlier, I mean, what we look at as well is in the area that you're farming, what is our experience with hail, storm, climate changes? If your area is prone to that, we tend to not want to work a lot in that area, because also we've got customers that want products on our shelves. That is the unfortunate part. It is balancing that part and obviously supporting the farmer, right? So we look at that, we work with you on that, and we obviously raise these concerns, but we try and work around it. We look at growth potential as well. Do you have adequate land in order for you to grow so that you can actually go into a bigger commercial farmer? Do you have a packing facility? Do you have enough human capital and resources or access to those so that we can help you grow gradually within our business? But also the other thing is, what is your ability to supply throughout the season? If in a certain area we know that we can get, not potatoes, they're not a great example, tomatoes for 6 months on end, then we must make sure that we are able to get the same amount of supply from you. If not, what are we doing to work towards it? But also product specifications. Your tomato looks so good, it's big, it's great, but it does not meet the product specification of the client on the other side. That's the one thing that we also need to balance out. Your watermelons and all your stuff that you're planting, they look so good, they look so fresh, but what are the specifications from the other side? Those are the things that you need to consider. What they don't also tell you is that we focus on industry-related pricing. That is the one big hindrance, is if the market is selling it at 5 rand and you're selling it at 7. Can you, oh yeah, there. So we also need to balance that out. But also just in general, housekeeping, compatible B2B systems, logistics in order for you to transport your fresh produce in a very sustainable manner in order for us to actually get it at the right temperature, freshness, and quality. What ideas that I can bring to the fore in the table is, how do we as farmers use technology to enable us to have a point of difference in our product? There's hydroponics. We're working with Wakanda Foods as well with the rooftop farmings that the minister was speaking about. I know they're working on a project in mainland. But how do we bring in, I mean, there was a concept that somebody came to us in with these mushrooms in containers where they just plant them, they close them up, and they'll grow. Whether it doesn't get affected by the season. So how do we look at those and bring that into our space? And I know young people focus a lot on technology, new ways of farming, urban farming. We love that. We want to work with that. Nobody really tells you about how to conduct business in retail. You've got your product, you've made your sale, but nobody really tells you about the rebates, the packaging that you need to buy. Make sure you know all about that in order for you to price your goods correctly. Make sure that you are able to actually make a profit out of this when you go into retail. One other thing that works for other farmers is pulling together. Resources are not as easily as available to everyone. Pulling together, using resources in order to decrease your input costs makes a world of a difference. Like the minister said, you can do one thing alone, but together you can achieve more. That is one thing that I've learned, that a farmer with a pack house or a farmer where you can go and buy your input costs together in order for you to achieve some buying capacity or ability to negotiate, that works, and infrastructure sharing. So I hope my presentation in the little bit of time that I have, because I have to rush somewhere else, I'm sorry that I won't be able to take questions, but I hope that my presentation has given one or two of you a bit of perspective as to how to do business in retail as a farmer, and it has given you some sort of information that you needed. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Maud, for that presentation on how farmers can access opportunities with South Africa's leading retailer. Thank you so much once again for that. Right, we now move on to the next section of our program. Halfway Toyota Fairways is one of our partners here at the Indaba, and they have a strong foundation of philosophy based on best service and quality of products to suit the ultimate satisfaction of their customers' needs. Here to tell us more is Kevin Crowe, who's the dealer principal at Halfway Toyota Fairways. Welcome, Crowe. Thank you.
Duncan, thank you so much. Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry, it's still in the morning. It's truly an honor for me to be here addressing you today from Halfway Toyota Fairways. We're a vehicle dealership obviously based in Fairways. But before I carry on, I'd just like to acknowledge the presence of obviously our Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Toko Didiza. She's obviously left us. Recognize the founders of Food For Mzansi, Ivo and Kobus. The leaders of all various business organizations represented here, and respective members of the farming community, and to my right, my colleagues from the Halfway Group. And all invited guests and the media. So my name is Kevin Crowe. I'm the dealer principal at Halfway Toyota Fairways. Been working there for just on 16 years now. And we have various offerings from vehicle sales in the new car space, the taxi space, and also in the automark in our used vehicles. Offering finance solutions as well as insurance. On the insurance side, we've got one of our directors sitting here today with us, Cananello, from the Scotland side, where we do offer full solutions from the time you walk into the dealership all the way through to the finance and you driving out with an insured vehicle. We've got a workshop that's equipped to service on average between 100 and 150 cars per day. We're currently hitting close to those numbers right now. And we have a full-on parts department with an average stock holding of about 4 to 5 million rand, where we supply parts on a daily basis as well. I've got quite a young, dynamic team that's obviously that I'm leading. As our minister said, they're probably in the in the age gap of level 3. Entering into level 4, somewhere around there. But yeah, we're a strong dynamic team, and I'd like to welcome you to, if you need any vehicle related vehicles or parts or service, please give us a call. We are there. We are at your service to help you. And we've got Lexus across the road from us as well. That is part of our group for your luxury brands. And I know the farmers are using the Bakkies, the Land Cruisers, that type of thing. We are the home of the Land Cruiser. And we do offer 4x4 training, where we have the theory section of it. And we also do overland trips as well. So we actually take the clients out to the actual 4x4 destinations, and you can actually see what your vehicle is capable of doing. So please reach out to us. We do have various offerings, and we'd love to chat and build relationships with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, the team of Toyota. I must say, when you guys so generously gave us goodie bags, all of the speakers and the panelists, I got quite a few comments from a couple of farmers saying they should be giving away Ford Buckies, Toyota Buckies. so hopefully we can organize something. Thank you so much. Our next guest speaker is none other than Caritas Chintsolo, who is the co-founder and CEO of the agri-tech startup Kula. I'm sure most of you guys have heard about it. And of course, his app offers 3 functionalities that addresses issues such as access to funding, infrastructure, and markets for smallholder farmers. Before we invite Caritas up onto stage, let's quickly have a quick look at a video that he had prepared for us.
Ladies and gentlemen, the app of the year goes to Kula!
Now, last night was the MTN Business Awards, and there was huge. Now, last night was the MTN Business Awards, and there was huge applause on stage as the announcement of the best app of the year went to
Kula. The Kula app. Kula says it's creating African solutions for African problems.
The Kula Agriculture.
This game changer, literally leveling the planting fields.
Kula app has connected these farmers in South Africa directly.
Kula app, I am in a position to track my records.
If you haven't heard of the name Kula before, I'm seriously worried because it's a fast-growing tech company in the South African agriculture industry.
Now, where has Kula been hiding? That's the big question. We've been in the farms, in the fields, in the trenches. We've been in Thohoyandou, in Hazyview, in Brits, working with real farmers, big farmers, small farmers, medium-sized farmers. And we're finally excited to roll out one of the products in our ecosystem, the Kula Inputs app for the production side of your business. The fact is, technology is hitting agriculture like a bullet train. Either you get hit by it, left behind, or you get on board.
Kula has partnered with very big reputable companies. You know, farmers can order inputs at the convenience of their home.
They say that necessity is the mother of invention. And I think that was born in agriculture, and the Kula interaction becomes so exciting. It provides a platform to gain access to a market that is complex, it's fragmented.
The input marketplace of Kula is another great example of how technology can be leveraged to the most optimal decision making by farmers.
The Kula Inputs app is going to provide all farmers, small-scale, emerging and commercial farmers, with ease of access to the marketplace, ease of access to products, as well as access to vital information.
These days in agriculture, technology plays a very important role, providing farmers with direct access to credible information. And especially on a platform like the Kula Inputs app, farmers have access to direct information, what varieties to plant, when to plant, the best growing support and tips for that particular variety. And Zakata is so excited to partner with Kula in this regard because it provides farmers with access and linkages to credible suppliers in the agri-value chain.
Can I take this out? Yeah, no, I don't like being restricted. All right, my name is Caritas. I'm the CEO and one of the co-founders of a tech startup called Kula. Where I come from a township called Ekangala. When we greet in Ekangala, when I say Etaola, you say Woi Woi. Etaola. Etaola. Woi Woi. Etaola. All right, cool. So I'm going to share a little bit of our journey, what we are about, what we do. Just put my slides up there. I'm the CEO and one of the co-founders of Kula, which is an agri-tech startup based in South Africa. for the moment. But I think I'm going to share our journey really from a technology perspective in terms of why technology is so important and critical for the growth of our industry and where we are going with our industry. And I think when you think about agri-tech, the question we should be asking ourselves is, what does our industry look like in 10 years' time? Does our industry look the same or does it look different? And what are the things that we need to be doing now to make sure that we prime ourselves for where our industry is going to be in 10 years' time? And a good example is always the music industry, right? I see some people here are a lot more gray than others, right? Back in the day, the vinyl was the most innovative thing. It was like the coolest thing. It was the most high technology at the time. And I'm sure there was a company out there that made vinyls that thought, they would never go out of business. After the vinyl, you had, I don't even know what that is, but then after that, the cassette came, and the cassette was so cool, you could record stuff on the radio, click play, you could spin it around. And then cassette companies went out of business when the CD came. And the CD was much more cool. Remember that era where you go, and then the CD was the coolest thing. Then the iPod came. You could take more, it was smaller. You put it in your pocket, could not be disrupted, right? Then after the iPod, the USB came, right? Now we started using USBs, much smaller, less bulkier, can take infinite amounts of knowledge. But now stuff is in the cloud. We're not even using USB anymore, And that's the power of technology. And I think even agriculture, for me, feels like we're still at cassette stage or possibly even at vinyl stage, right? And we need to be priming ourselves for where technology is going to go. And good examples of this is always our good friends at Uber, right? Or Lyft and all of those sort of startups. Who would have thought that the taxi cab industry would be interesting? It was a boring industry. It was sucky. Nobody liked taxi cabs. But Uber kind of came in and they put a person who's not in the taxi cab industry in a position where they said you could buy a Toyota Corolla on credit and pay maybe 6K a month with insurance or 7K a month, but then put it on Uber and it makes you 30K a month, right? All of a sudden, it became an exciting industry, right? Because they actually put a business case forward and transformed this entire industry, right? Another good example is what Airbnb did. Right, you've got this massive hotel industry that couldn't be disrupted, but Airbnb kind of came and gave you a business case for your back room or that house that you're not using, right? And using these examples, I'm trying to sort of explain what we are trying to do at Kula. And our industry needs to move to a place where it gets more and more direct, where it gets more and more transparent, where it gets more and more inclusive, but ultimately where farmers have more and more options, right? And in our view at Kula, we really think that the industry is still either at vinyl stage or at cassette stage. It means there's a lot of exciting change that's going to come, that's going to help open up the industry. But at the heart of it, we need to build a business case that makes sense for us to be able to scale the industry forward, right? And another question, is in 10 years' time, how will farmers be buying inputs the same way? When you want to think in terms of where agri-tech is going, you kind of need to be asking yourself, what does the industry look like in 10 years' time? Does it look the same? Are you going to be waking up in the morning doing the same thing that you're doing today, or is it going to be a different way of doing things, right? And this is the question that we asked ourselves as Kula. So in 10 years' time, will farmers be buying their inputs the same way that they're buying them now or not, right? Which is what pushed us to start what we call the Kula Inputs app. This was actually the second platform that we started. We actually have an ecosystem of platforms, but I'll take you through a little bit of a journey of why we started this platform. The challenge we saw was, the experience of a lot of emerging farmers, right? Where a lot of emerging or small-scale farmers, I don't know what word is politically correct to use these days. You go to one side, they say you can't use emerging, you can't use small-scale. But a large part of the experience that a lot of farmers have had limited access, to certified inputs, and quite often they pay higher prices because they buy from the guy who bought from the guy who bought from the guy and then came and sold it in their local town, right? Or they've also got minimal access to technical support because the big suppliers don't want to send a seasoned technical expert to go service one emerging farmer who's only going to buy one liter bottle, right? The business case hasn't made sense for them. And also, this segment of the market actually gets hit harder by stock shortages. And we've seen this a lot with crop advisors, where they'll say there's no Roundup in the country, right? The country's out of Roundup, but actually it's still Roundup. They're just not going to sell it to you. They're going to keep it for the much bigger farmer. So it's almost like this segment of the market gets hit by stock shortages much quicker, even before they actually happen, right? Because some of the CAs would actually start hoarding the stock before the shortage actually even happens, right? And then from a supplier perspective, the problem for the suppliers is that they want to assist and they want to get into this market, but the cost to serve is too high, right? And as Kula, this is where we've come up with our inputs app. This is the one product that's live. It's available on all the app store. Pretty much we allow farmers to get access to inputs. We'll tell you how much stock is available for that product. We'll give you the live price of that product, minimum order quantities. You can compare quotations between suppliers. We've got about 180 suppliers at the moment. Anyone from Bayer, Syngenta, all the big names you can imagine. You can compare quotations between those suppliers and kind of make an informed decision from a price perspective. And you're buying directly. So you're not buying from the guy who bought from the guy who bought from the guy who is then coming to sell it to you, right? And we also are able to deliver directly to where you are nationwide. Move quick. And since we've launched this platform, it's been about a year now. We've got over 5,000 products. We're operating nationwide. We've got 291 technical experts. Because it was too expensive for the supplier to send the guy to your farm, if you're going to buy one liter or one bag, now you can engage with these technical experts online. So you can actually take a picture of whatever issue you have, and you can talk to a technical experts either from ACI, Sakata, or Kaino, or any of the suppliers, depending on the issue that you're having, and they can actually be able to assist you, right? Another issue we came across was, once we're operating, here we are, we have this marketplace, we're reaching these farmers, but a lot of our much smaller farmers, we're still traveling to town to access our products. So they were still taking a taxi to go pick up, a product that they ordered on the Kula app. And we felt that this was not a good enough e-commerce experience. So we took a bold step and we started up setting up these Kula kiosks nationwide. Because we can see where the high concentration of the farmers is, we actually set up this as a distribution point, meaning that a farmer in Hammanskraal, a farmer in Greytown, a farmer in, where else do we have? A farmer in East London or any local town can literally order on their phone, and then tomorrow or the next day, they can actually walk and go pick up their product at this particular point. Not only that, we're starting to do technical support at these stops, where the farmers know that on a Monday, it's Crop Monday, or it's Animal Health Tuesdays. Then we make sure that there's an expert there that's ready to address the queries or the questions that the farmers may have, right? This is our footprint so far. This is actually outdated. We've got about 11,500 farmers on the platform. We launched the platform last year, August, I think. And I think of this 11,000 that we had, we got about 7,000 within a 2-month period. But we had to stop marketing because we got way more animal health farmers than we anticipated, and we didn't have animal health products. So the farmers were complaining, and we had to add those products. So we've spread out quite well nationwide. Again, the other question to ask is, in 10 years' time, will farmers be selling their produce in the same way? That's another question that we asked ourselves at Kula, right? And this brings the second segment. I'm going to pace through quickly, which is our Kula Fresh Produce Trader platform that's run by Alistair Smith. Alistair Smith is a former head of procurement for the Spark Group. And here, essentially, we looked at all the challenges that farmers face when they're selling their products. And I don't want to get in trouble, but we all know them, all the things that happen at the physical markets. Farmers are selling consignment, they pay on consignment, they're paying high fees, and there's minimal transparency in the entire chain. And essentially, we've built a platform that's independent, where farmers can negotiate trade terms. So on this platform, you don't need to have a contact at said supplier. You don't need to have a contact at Food Lovers or whatever. We go get the buyers, get them on the platform. You get on the platform and you just list your products. And then the buyers bid for your products. We don't negotiate on your behalf. You negotiate your own price. You talk to the buyer. If you don't have a truck, we plugged into Imperial's 4,500 cold fleet. If you don't have a truck, you can access a truck there. If you need, certification or stuff to be checked, we've got GoCheck as well. And we've added various third-party services to make the trade process easier. But unfortunately, on this platform, we don't allow every single farmer. Just let me know if I'm outside time. Cool. yeah, we don't allow every single farmer to access the platform because of food safety requirements, right? I think we all know what happened with listeriosis, so we have to follow our buyers' guidelines from a food safety perspective. But the tools you need to be able to access this platform are actually on our input marketplace. And once you are approved and you get onto this platform, the buyers are there, the third-party suppliers are there, and we launched this publicly last month in Cape Town at a big fresh produce event. Go. Again, the other question, in 10 years' time, will farmers be accessing finance in the same way? So the last piece of Kula was a consequential platform that we actually didn't plan for, right? The issue we picked up because of we saw a mismatch sort of in the industry, and particularly came from a lot of sort of funding institutions and developmental institutions coming to us and saying, hey, we're looking for farmers to support. And the issue you kind of face there is that, this is run by Ayanda, by the way, just move. You pretty much have a mismatch where you've got a lot of farmers that are looking for support, that are looking for funding, that are looking for financing. On the other side, you've got a lot of funders that are looking for farmers, but either the farmers don't fit their mandate or they're not ready for large-scale support. It's almost like a Tinder situation, where the funder's looking for the right match, and then the farmer's also looking for the right match. And based on the data that we have on the platform, we've been able to sort of make these linkages. We've been testing this out with the likes of the IDC, the Land Bank, SAB Foundation, AFCRI, and various other parties, where we assist them to basically be matched with the right kind of farmer, and then we assist move the farmer from where they are until a point where they can actually gain access to our fresh produce marketplace and then trade over the long term. I saw someone yawning. Taola? Wait. I saw you. But yeah, pretty much that's the Kula story. And I think the role we see ourselves playing in the industry is that we are not farmers. So you never hear anybody at Kula saying that they're a farmer. We are a tech player. And our job is to basically move the industry forward, make it easier to access products, make it easier to access markets, and basically build a business case for agriculture. Almost put a superpower in your phone that a farmer sitting in Kwakwa, in Musina, or wherever, they can just pull out their phone, they can talk to an expert, they can get the product that they need, and once they're ready, they can also sell it, allowing the farmer to focus on the farming. That's what we do at Kula. So thank you so much for your time. If you have any questions, Wandilo will be downstairs. We've got a stand there. You can also check out our website. But in the interim, you can actually download our Inputs app, have a look at it, the products and everything like that. Thank you so much. Yeta hola.
For those of you, of course, who are aware of Kula app, he's literally doing the Lord's work with this app. If you see the testimonials that come through of farmers using this app, it's truly inspirational. We now make a shift to a panel discussion with my colleague Dawn Numdu, who's of course the host of Farmers Inside Track, and she's leading a panel discussion on how successful businesses, why that is so important in terms of no, I got that wrong. She's leading a panel discussion on successful businesses built on purpose. Here to tell us more about that is Dawn Numdu, the host of Farmers Inside Track.
I grew up at Ramadiba. From my boyhood, actually my entire life, I grew up here. But in terms of doing farming, 2020, that's when I started doing farming. Up until I met Dr. Mr. Kobos's friend, Dr. Mavela, and then we played soccer together. That's when he came, and he was not aware that I'm doing the part of farming. That's when he said, okay, look, you're doing a great job. I've got a friend of mine, he's Kobos. I think I will try to speak to him so that he could come over. And then he introduced me to Mr. Kobos. He's from Life Health Agrochem. And then Mr. Kobos introduced me to the seed pack for doing agriculture. And then in terms of the issue of the seed pack, it has changed me in a way of, in terms of like when you are planting, Back then, I would just plant. But right now, after I've met Mr. Kobos, I've noticed that everything, it should be done accurately in terms of the measurement. How the spacing it should be, and then how must you look after them. That's when I have learned a lot of things. Most of the workers in town, I have supplies to them, and also even not to mention SPAR, because the SPAR is the one that has already boosted my income based on that one. There are a few things that I've achieved. In terms of the incomes that I have generated out of the business, I managed to buy that motorbike, though it was not new from the box. But at least I have something that I could refer, that with what I have achieved, I've managed to buy a motorbike. And there are a lot of things, like looking after for my family. It also assisted me in terms of looking after for my family. What I would like to advise someone who would wish to start. Number one, like I said, I've discovered that starting this type of work is not an easy thing. It requires your time, your effort. You must know what you will be doing. The fourth one, you must know your soil. But above all these things, it must also start within you. Seeds, or should I say plants, they are like people. They need to be loved. But when you love them, when your place is clean, they'll eventually grow, and you will be able to generate more. Anybody can do it. My son, 10. We spend too much time together in here. If my son at his age can be able to do that, what more about me?
I think that was absolutely beautiful. Thank you so much. Now, I think as Duncan mentioned, the discussion today is around, successful business built on purpose. We want to focus on how businesses can not just, work around earning a profit, but there's a lot more to it. So I'd like to welcome my panelists here today. I have Corneille Liebenberg, who's the marketing director at Lauveld Agrochem. And then I have Angus Hove, who is the director of the African Women in Agriculture. And Paul Kim, who is the co-founder of People Flow. Welcome. Thank you so much for being here. Now, thank you. Now, starting a business, you guys all know this, begins with an idea. However, a crucial and often underestimated factor is understanding your why. Why you do what you do. How critical is this, as a first question, to succeed as a business owner, having a clear purpose? Angus, I think I'm going to start with you. Agnes.
Should I start? Morning, everyone, and it's great to be here. So all of us, I hope, in this room are farmers or have something to do with farming, and we know that farming is not an easy endeavor. We are farming in Eikenhof, and we have had, I would call it a comedy of errors in terms of the things that have happened. Plants that have overgrown. We had a field that was overrun by weeds. And it's very easy to give up. So if you don't know why you started and what it is that you're trying to achieve, it's very easy to get discouraged. We're in an area where there's lots of frost. So you wake up one day and everything has gone brown. You look at your field and you're thinking, because you'd already planned, you buy your seedlings, you plant, you water, you plan your revenue after that, and then the frost comes, and that's it. Your whole field is gone. So if you don't have a reason why are we doing this, you will not succeed. You will get very discouraged. And as I said, farming is a labor of love. It's a partnership with nature. Because you can't tell when the rain is coming, you can't tell when frost is coming, you can't tell when drought is coming. So it's all about passion and knowing why am I doing this, rather than, it's not just about making money.
Yeah, no, definitely. Paul, do you agree that this is definitely the case when it comes to starting a new business? And also, how does that incorporate into, pushing yourself to be able to maintain, like Agnes is saying?
Yeah, so I mean, definitely purpose helps with perseverance. I think farming, depending on which type of farming you're involved in, is a very long-term endeavor. And I know that weather volatility and market volatility, all of those things are really difficult challenges that a farmer needs to overcome. And so if you don't have something that's really pushing you beyond that, you're going to want to cash out quite quickly or leave the industry quite quickly. Another reason why purpose is so critical for any business is that underneath the hood, you know that in farming, production is important, management of your finance is important, and all of those things. But one of the hidden things that's absolutely critical for a good business is good decision making. And good decision making needs a clear North Star. There's so many different issues to consider when doing business. And if you don't have a North Star to compare against, you're not going to be able to make those decisions wisely. And a good purpose also helps you to know what to say no to, right? We have a lot of different options, a lot of exciting things. I mean, amongst all the speakers and presenters today, your brains must be filled with a lot of different options, right? So what do you say no to? What do you say yes to? And a clear purpose helps you with that.
Thanks, Paul. I mean, it's a bit different for you, Corne, in terms of, at a bigger company, how does that work and how do you incorporate that? And what advice do you have in terms of the work that you do at Agrochem?
Thanks a lot. Not different. I think very much the same. I don't know when is big, by the way, but we also started with 0 or less than 0 because we started with debt. So it's someone that's got nothing today, got more than we had when we started. But no, purpose is everything. I don't think it's only important. For me, it's everything. That determines why you do what you do, your interaction with people, like people here today. I must say, to be honest, when you be between people in the agricultural sector, there's a positive vibe. We have a lot to complain about, as you know, with the weather and politics and everything. But it's different than corporate people. It's always a positive vibe. I think people in the agriculture sector do see the cup half full mostly, and so but knowing why you do what you do, that really what's make you jump out of bed. There will always be hardship and challenges, and really there's I can mention the endless reasons why you can stress if you're in the agricultural sector. But you heard what the minister said when she said she's on floor 5. We all gonna, if you're very, very lucky, maybe go to floor 10 one day, and then you're not here and you can't take anything with you. So to know why you're on earth, I mean, Rick Warren wrote a book, A Purpose-Driven Life. You are here for a purpose. Doesn't matter what you think and believe, you are here for a reason. And at the moment you know that, I think that determines your success, that determines your drive, your passion, where you're going to spend your energy and time. And that gives you the energy to tackle hardships, but always keep on looking at the positive side, and people energize one another, and that's why we're very honored to work with humans. I don't have to sit in front of a computer screen. I can share time with this lovely people. Yeah, so it's really important.
Thank you so much, Corne, and I totally feel that. Yeah. So thanks so much. So I think we've established that for an increasing number of businesses and the employees, the pursuit of profit isn't really something that we think about anymore. I don't know if you farmers agree. You can just nod or say something, I guess. Okay, so I think it also mobilizes employees to kind of go beyond what they would if they're part of this bigger purpose and bigger drive. How does it work in terms of you sort of even sourcing financing? If we can maybe couple that also in terms of bringing it into the conversation, how do business owners, especially in the agricultural sector, build on this to optimize growth and success?
So I used to be in finance. So up until the end of August, I was at a company called Redemptive Capital, and so investor hat on. But I've recently moved to a company that focuses on helping employers of blue-collar workers manage and look after their employees or the blue-collar workforce. So maybe a little bit of both there. I think just to follow on with what Corne was saying, those of you who have a car, right? If you could just raise your hands if the purpose of your car is to get more fuel. No, right? It's to get to a destination. And so profit is fuel for going further in a direction. It's absolutely critical, but you don't wake up every day thinking about how do I put petrol in my car, unless obviously you do need petrol in your car, right? And so it's the same thing. And it's the same thing with your employees. Yes, they want to make ends meet, but they want to look after their family at the end of the day. And if your business isn't giving them a direction that they also want to pull into, and also knows that the business is looking after their family, ultimately then what happens is if you pursue profit only, you put yourself between the family and your business. And that's a horrific place to be in, because ultimately your employees are people. They have families, they have friends, they have lives that need to be looked after. And so you're going to lose your employees over time, especially in the day and age that we are in, if you can't give them a higher sense of purpose to pursue their work through.
Agnes, do you agree with this?
Absolutely. So we have an empowerment focus at African Women in Agriculture. So we talk about developing women. So that's the core of what we want to do. So everything that we're doing is about developing, teaching, empowering. So that's the core of our purpose. So we have to ensure that they get what they need. Otherwise, we're not meeting our vision. So that's critical, that's foundational, and that's the reason why we're in business, is to empower women. And once we're not doing that, that includes our employees. So everybody who walks onto our farm, it's about empowerment. It's about changing lives. It's about making their lives better.
And I'd maybe like to just stay on that point. I know that you just mentioned that you're very passionate about the empowerment of women, agripreneurs and entrepreneurs. Why do you think that highlighting the role that women specifically play in agriculture is vital, and also more specifically focusing on the gender gaps in the sector? Because, I mean, this is a conversation that we have all the time. How can we kind of accelerate bridging this gap and throughout the value chain? And what is our responsibility as the entire sector to do that?
So we've just come out of Women's Month, and I think a lot of the men are feeling like, oh, good heavens, women again. We've talked about it.
I'll just say no to that. Keep it quiet.
But the reality is, so all of you have got daughters. You bring them up and hope they're going to get married and are going to obviously live at another family home, right? So hopefully they will inherit or live with their husband's family. So a lot of girl children are not given access to land, access to resources. And that's a core, and it's not everybody, right? This is not a sweeping generalization, but this is what we found, is that a lot of women do not have access to land. They do not have access to the resources that they require to farm. And for a lot of them, it's actually not the first line of interest that they think, I would like to be a farmer. It's something that sort of comes through later on in life. Maybe you have a back garden. For me, it started as a back garden. And then I decided, oh, I actually like this. I like watching things grow. And then it developed into something bigger. So some people have those opportunities, some don't. So women need to be empowered, but they also need to be told where to find, like the cooler apps, what they're showing us, access to funding. Where do you find access to equipment? How do you learn how to farm, right? Seasonality. Where do I sell my produce? When do I harvest? When is it in the ground for too long? How do I make my farming business profitable? So there's a lot of components that come in with farming that we need to empower women to know. We need to teach them. So we found people who are interested in farming, but they've got a backyard that they eat as a family. And remember, women are nurturers. So we feed our families. So apart from feeding our families, I want to feed my family with healthy food. So if we're looking at food security, if we're looking at health for all, if you impact the woman, you're actually impacting the next generation.
I think Paul wants to say amen to that, right? But more so, I mean, how can we sort of think about what Agnes is saying and also incorporate it into this bigger purpose within the agricultural space? How does one think about that? How does everyone sitting here start shifting their thinking around that?
Specifically on women or in general?
Well, I don't want to only ask the only female person on my panel to comment on the question. I think we can all speak on the topic.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm expecting our first in November, so 9th of November. And I grew up in a specific home circumstance, and my mother was more of a housewife than going out there and working. Thankfully, when she was in her 50s, she decided to do a PhD in mathematics mathematical literacy, which was phenomenal because she really struggles with English. I don't know how the moderator did her assessment. But it's so important to see the household first as a partnership between man and wife. Because I think what's stemming out into society is an incorrect view of the household works, right? And if in the household, man and wife are equal partners in pursuing the family vision and the dream, that will overflow into society and how we see women in business, in any other organization. And women are incredibly important. They are very different from us, but in a good way, right? They bring additional skills, additional desires and perspectives. They know how to calm down the situation where two guys going at it become incredibly aggressive and then everything's in flames, right? And so it's very important to bring additional stakeholders, of which women are clearly one, into the boardrooms, into the management team, so that we can actually truly care for the people that we're leading.
Thanks, Paul. I think we just heard from Karida's Kula app. My next question is now specifically around how can purpose be used to generate sustained profitable growth in today's technology-driven, rapidly evolving economy. Kunai, maybe you can take this one, just to give us some take on your experience also at the work at Lafal Agrochem and how you see it changing and how you can use purpose to sort of drive that as well.
Just point me if I go the wrong direction. I think as an introductory, just to say again, because I know Maud said in the previous presentation about the guy that could get the 5 million and he said, no, it's too risky. I think there are risks in agriculture, but it's less risk for the future because we all still have to eat, we'll always need to eat. A lot of industries that thought they were made after COVID, I mean, they were wiped. So I think we are definitely in the best industry to be at the moment. So all the people here are at the right place. And just one thought on profitability specifically. In my eyes, or maybe 1 out of 10, you can measure success in profitability. I know a lot of people and businesses that make huge sums of money and they're not happy. So then I don't think you're profitable, but you're not successful. And but also a lot of businesses that are profitable, they don't have cash flows. They still close their doors just because of bad management planning. Again, there's things outside your control. So you definitely have to look wider. Your reasons, your why you do something must be strong. You have to. Nothing in the world will ever work without teamwork. So, and that's where we spend a heck of a lot of time. We heard it earlier today with the Kula was brilliant at that expectation. IDC talked. I see Omri's here. He's got a big. I don't say it out loud. He's got a big pocket, big purse. But no, you need partners because a lot of great plans of Africa stumble with awesome plans, but no access to money or funds. And that's the unfortunate thing. And unfortunately, financiers usually don't want to finance great plans or great business plans or ideas. They want to see proofs in the pudding. They want you to be successful. That's the unfortunate thing. Usually when you're already successful, you don't in that highest need of more funds. They're willing to help. It's a bit late. So we are building structures and plans, trying to accomplish everyone that's here. It's literally connecting all the dots from the off-takers that you heard earlier with checkers. You need off-takers to create money. We know in South Africa, land ownership are a bit of an issue, so you don't have that as access to offer a security. So you have to think out of the box. Usually your only asset are your crop, your off-taker, and then that's where you have to have good relationship with the checkers and Woolies, whoever's going to be the off-taker. And then the team and the support in the systems. We heard from IT today. Luckily in the era we're now living, with a click of a button, you have access to a heck of a lot of things, market conditions, and just be aware of what's going on. You can't have, as in Afrikaans we say, oogklappe. It's unfortunate, you can be a small farmer in South Africa, but what happened in the Ukraine is still going to influence you. You're going to pay more for your fertilizers, all that. So yeah, from a Lafal point of view, all I can say is do it for the right reasons, because we had the worst drought in South Africa we're now 32 years going, so we've seen everything, or I hope everything after COVID, but there's always challenges. But in any business, you can be a teacher, you can be a housewife, there's always challenges, but keeping your eye on your purpose and the reasons, knowing who's your support, the people around you, supporting yourself and surrounding yourself with good quality people. Again, as I just have to look through the crowd. As I can definitely build great business with the people that's sitting here. But that's that. So there's always challenges, but I think to know where to ask. No one ever will know everything, and that's a big risk. Thinking you know everything. The day you think that you're on dangerous grounds, but rather swallow your pride and go and ask people. The people that's here, the people that's doing exhibitions now. Chat to them. Today I'm building a lot of networks and contacts, and that's the way forward for us. I'm not sure if that answered your question.
Thank you so much. And I think if everyone decides to talk to him, I definitely come to you first. Great, great, great. Now, I think just to press on that again, I mean, we live in an age where there's TikTok farmers everywhere. And like really, like you can go onto Twitter, and my Twitter at least filled with farmers. How does one kind of, from generation to generation, Agnes, at your agricultural institute as well, how does that work for you?
So, okay, I wanted to take us back. The Kula presentation made me think about something. He talked about Airbnb, he talked about Uber. And I thought, we need an app for farmers, right? So a lot of our equipment is hectically expensive. So tractors for small farmers, you look at the price and you sort of close the quotation and put it back out again. Cost of land as well. The cost of a center pivot irrigation as well, hectically expensive. So if we look at access versus ownership, we look at how do we access it like an Airbnb, where you're using a room or using I don't know, center pivot, because they normally have, you can transport them from place to place. However, is there no way we can use technology to empower us and allow us access to the tools of production that we cannot afford? So I saw, I think East Africa have got what they call Hello Tractor, where they're using an app for tractors. And I think here we've started in a small way, but it's not as widespread as we'd love it to be, because we'd all love to have access to a tractor where you go onto an app and get a tractor and use the technology to lower the cost of actual farmers, because these are the things that hold us back. So if I look and I think I'd like to expand into the next 2 hectares, how much is it going to cost me to plow it? So I look and I think, okay, I don't have a tractor. My neighbor is busy using his. I need to use manual labor. It takes ages. The labor costs are high. So you sort of think, okay, maybe I won't open up 1 hectare. I'll only do 2 hectares. I'll only do 1. So those are the various things that one has to think about. But in farming, I think we're using a lot of technology in terms of WhatsApp groups, sharing knowledge, putting our products on, our produce on, to say, does anybody know where I can sell this? There's some WhatsApp groups or Facebook groups where they post current prices, which keep you, updated on what's going on in the market. So we are using technology, but I think we actually could go further and use it to actually empower smaller farmers, small-scale farmers, or newer farmers who are only just accessing the agricultural ecosystem, and don't really know the end-to-end solutions.
Yeah, thanks so much. I think my favorite platform at the moment is Twitter Spaces. I love it so much. Paul, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, I think I'm not sure if John, you're partnering with them, but I'm no longer affiliated with them. But I've restarted Axel that is supposed to do that, so I don't know how that's going. But yeah, so technology, I think you can think about it in 2 ways. The one is it's a cost reducer, or it simplifies things that are mundane. So in the space that I work in, labor-intensive farming, a lot of fruit production. In the olden days, they used to hand out cash in envelopes. And you can imagine how painful of an exercise that is, and the security issues that come with that. And by being able to just use bank payments, and we all take that for granted, it's reduced the cost and the complexity in paying your staff. So on the one hand, technology can reduce costs and make things simpler to do. On the other hand, it enables new things that you could never do. And to give you an example, everyone here probably knows Microsoft Excel. Do you know what the precursor to Microsoft Excel was, or the precursor to the precursor? It was a spreadsheet is what, rows and columns, right? And you get cells. It was a floor of a building where each person at a table was a cell. Right? So as you do the computation in the 60s or whenever it would work through rows and cells of people to get to a result. And so what we've got now, and you guys have all access to that. You don't have to buy a floor, a people, tables, typewriters. You can just open up Microsoft Excel and you can do all the forecasting that you want, right? So it enables new things that could never have been done before. And so that's the way I look at technology. Which parts of the technology reduce friction and low cost, and which now enable you to do things that you could never do before. And it's a combination of the both.
Thank you so much to my panelists. I think this was a very engaging discussion. Hopefully we get to chat a little bit further. We will be having additional interviews on our Farmers Inside Track podcast. And for those of you who'd like to join me also, I'll be around the corner. There's a little podcast hub. Thank you so much. And I hope that you guys enjoyed this panel. Thanks.
He hangs upside down in the early morning.
Dawn and your panel, of course, Corneille, Paul Kim, as well as Agnes Huff. Thank you so much for that. We now get ready to move on to our next panel discussion. And this one is focused on women in agriculture as agents for local food systems. Now, here to moderate this specific one is none other than Corteva's AgriScience brand and communications lead, Barbara Muzata. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to call my fellow panelists onto the stage. I'll introduce them once they are here. We're supposed to be four, right? I'm just seeing three of us here. Duncan, do we go ahead and is it just the three of us? Hi everyone, my name is Barbara Muzata. I represent Corteva AgriScience in Africa, Middle East. I look after the brand. I also look after communications. That's my official title. I think I do many other things. Omri sitting here will probably testify. Lofet Agrochem would testify. I love what we do. We're in agriculture. And I especially love working with women and young people. So today is a very special day for all of us in South Africa with this first event. Looking forward to many, many more that will come up. So today I've got Sibongile Cele. She's a hydroponic farmer, and I can't wait to hear her story. I've got Ikaheng, who is an economist by training, but now she's decided she wants to be on the ground working and finding out more. And we are more effective when we work with farmers on the ground, right? And we are going to talk about how women can make a difference in farming, in food systems. Having worked with farmers for the past 10 years, wherever we are in Africa, Middle East, we find that women make up the majority of the people working in agriculture, in food systems. And in South Africa as well, we found that it's the same, right? However, the challenges that face women, and I always say it doesn't matter which industry, agriculture, you know, manufacturing, you name it, the challenges are the same. The stories are the same. What we overcome is the same. And I would like to start with Usbongile for her to share with us her story, how she began her business, and where she is at right now. Over to you, Usbongile. Please introduce yourself first before you start. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. And Pambili to the farmers. I'm really excited. You know, I'm surrounded with great people who feed people daily. So I'm excited because, you know, when she mentions the fact that it's a journey, My journey started as an accountant at Deloitte. Then there was this passion that I had growing up in Soweto, where my dad had a school. He had back gardens that he was encouraging people to say, please grow your own food. And we were taken to the school to actually learn about this. And to us, it was like some playtime. We never thought that a seed is being planted. And thanks to my late father, because when I left Deloitte, I said, I'm looking at the situation where there's challenges with food security. And I took up a challenge to say, I will be the people that will come in and do farming. And I went for a course in hydroponics. And when I got an opportunity to present to SA breweries, they sponsored my rooftop garden in Hillbrow. And people were like, why Hillbrow? I said, Hillbrow has got all sorts of countries in Hillbrow. So I learned a lot from Hillbrow because I came in to grow just vegetables, but I was shocked that I was learning about crop farming as well from different countries, because as they come to visit the rooftop, they'll say to me, do you have this vegetable? Then I'll say, where does it come from? Then I'll say, can I test it and see? And I'm also a seed activist because I also collect seeds. I've started a seed bank where I'm collecting all our indigenous seeds. And with the move from that, because with growing in hydroponics, we actually looked at training young women as well. And I'm happy that my sister is here from African Women in Agriculture. We met through We Connect, which is an international organization where we meet as women to connect and network. And when we met, I said to them, guys, I want to expand this to a school. So we expanded to a children's home in the TLC in Eikenhof, where we are now teaching young ladies to be farmers. And we have taught them on hydroponics, and also we're looking at fish farming. And we have moved on to say they must also do organic farming. And we're also encouraging them to start in their communities, to start their own farming systems, which they can use in their communities. So we're looking at Orange Farm at the moment, where we've got young women that we're teaching on organic farming and also hydroponics farming. And there's been a drive as women to say, can we encourage women? I'm seeing a lot of women here. If you've got land in your rural homes, we are encouraging them to start planting, because, you know, with the challenge with Ukraine, we took it light as farmers, but it has affected us big time. To say, can we grow our own maize again? Because I know, like Northwest, it was our breadbasket. Can we restore that? To say, grow the maize, grow the wheat, so that we have access to a lot of food with this current food shortage that we're experiencing. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Bongile. And I'm sure we come across many of these inspiring stories. I was talking to young women, young farmers before we started the session, and it was amazing. Unandi, sitting there, she actually farms snails, believe it or not. Yes, there are so many things happening in our backyard in South Africa. One of our women farmers, yes, I've forgotten how to pronounce your name. And please stand up for the teams to see you. I always say that when we have the conversation, the chicken farmer, the unlikely chicken farmer, that when we have a panel session, for me, it's about having everybody participate in this conversation. She's producing chicken, and it's currently being sold in the various townships that are close to her farm. And you know, amazing things happening because of young people who've decided to take that step and produce food for the local communities. And with that, Ikaheng, I would like to move to you and ask you to share with us what the challenges women face are as they produce food in the local communities in South Africa.
Thank you, Barbara. As it has been stated on this platform, women go through a lot, you know. And I think for me, it's more about people's worldview or people's perspective or people's perceptions at that, to say, how do you view women, you know? And your view of women will tell you what you think they're capable of. You go to the rural homesteads of KwaZulu-Natal, where women are the ones working the land, but they do not own the land. you know? And if you don't have ownership, I mean, how are you going to get access to finance? You know, how are you going to get access to markets? So this is just some of the barriers that we see women go through on a daily basis, in terms of them being able to be participants or the human link from agriculture to the table. There's a lot of young people in the rural homestead, that is, who are unemployed, right? But if you don't have access, how are you expected to actually use those resources? You know, so for me, it's more along the lines of how do we get them capacitated? You know, how do we give them the resources that they need to be able to be participants in this ecosystem? You know, and for them to participate, they just need, for instance, training. They need the resources, they need the access, you know? So those are some of the issues that I've come across in the little time that I've spent on the field. And I'm sure I'll come across a lot more. But just to elaborate on some of the experiences, and they're quite beautiful. There's a lady who lost her job, went back to her rural homestead, and now she still needs to feed her family, you know? She decides, okay, let me just have a backyard garden and let me just do a few vegetables, and I mean, that'll sustain them. Unfortunately, it happened that chickens ate the veggies, you know? And this is just the story of innovation as well as resilience, because now she had to think outside of the box to say, how do I get these plants growing without these chickens accessing them? You know, she went to the nearest landfill sites, got plastics, you know, the plastics that we discard off. She decided to plant within those, and in the process she learned how to get nutrients for the soil for these plants to grow, and they high rise so the animals can't access them, you know. In the process, what happened is that she was able to not only feed her family, but capacitate the rest of her community. Now, this particular project is basically feeding 50 households, you know. That's amazing. And this is all from one person's idea to say, I would like to do something, you know, and this basically helped her whole community. So this is some of the stuff that women are able to do when they're given the opportunity, and sometimes they do take those opportunities because nobody gave her, you know. She decided to be innovative, and that's how she managed. Thank you, Barbara.
Thank you, Kaheng. There are many more of these inspiring stories that we come across every day. And Omri, a question was asked. I know I'm putting you on the spot. I think by now you know we don't do things according to script. Omri, you've worked very, very long in agriculture, helping farmers to actually run their businesses, helping farmers and equipping them and building capacity. How do you think we can, as South Africa, help women to get to a level where they are big agents of, you know, change in the food system?
Thanks, Barbara. I didn't see that one coming. Hello, everybody. Okay, so my grandmother was a farmer. So I've got a particularly soft space for women. I also worked at Deloitte. For women in agriculture. And my grandmother actually taught me the ways of farming. And the thing is, if you look at Africa, not just South Africa, Africa, the majority of farmers are women in Africa. And to be honest with you, I think they're better farmers than men. I knew you'd like it if I said that. And I think the first thing is, you know, if you think about how women mobilize themselves in the insurance industry, for example, the first for women insurance, you know, if you look at women initiatives in various other industries, something like that's needed for agriculture. Suli, where's Suli? Is he not here? So we also run a Women in Agriculture project for our clients. And one of the biggest things that would empower women more is access to finance. So my breakaway session is about access to finance, and generally there's no good news there because you work with public money. But I think thinking about technology, thinking about, you know, empowering women in different ways, much more creative than there was before. so that you form a basis where people can fund into, you know, that I think would empower a lot of more women. And I also think that women needs to get a strong voice in agriculture. I think traditionally in South Africa, it was a male-dominated space. And I'm so glad there's so many of you here, because this is the start. Make no mistake, this is a start. So yeah, Barbara, I think that's in short my 5 cents.
Thanks for that, Omri. It is about empowering, it is about building capacity. Many of the studies that have been done show that women actually lack a lot of support from an information perspective, training perspective. I always laugh about how, you know, as a woman, sometimes you're sitting there and you're thinking, I'm bored, what do I do? Maybe I should start a business selling water, you know, and the next minute you're sitting there and thinking, oh my gosh, I don't know how to do finances. I don't know how to invoice. How do I get more information on A, B, C, and D? And that's why as Koteva AgriScience, we started a project with Gibbs where the whole purpose was to help women run their agriculture entities as a business. And you will get to see more of this partnering with Food For Mzansi, where we share stories of some of the women who've actually been a part or are a part of this program. I see some of them sitting in this auditorium today. And again, walking away from script, I am going to ask one of them to share how this has helped, programs like these have helped you to actually become better at what you do. And my sister, you're sharing because it's for the benefit of the other women in this room. We want them to walk away at least with some hope that it can be done.
Sanbonani, my name is Piwo Buhle Shabangu. I am with the Koteva Women in Agriculture program at Gibbs. And well, it's quite an informative and educational program. Obviously, when I say Gibbs, I'm sure you can imagine how, you know, informative and great it can be. So basically, you know, obviously we have modules like risk management, operations, marketing and sales, contracting, leading people, people development, and all those things are quite competencies that you need in your business to run profitable businesses, to be able to manage people, work with people, and just, you know, also know when you're going into a meeting or a supplier or someone that you want to supply your farming products for, you know, what do you need? You've got the competencies, you've got, you know, you can't be just going in there and you don't know much about contracting, but at least with the program, you're able to be like, okay, fine, I know I learned this about contracting, I learned this about marketing and sales, and it helps you to be market ready, to be finance ready as well.
Thank you. Sibongile, you've shared with us the best version of your business. For purposes of everyone, especially some of us who are still standing out there trying to figure out if we should come into this or not, what are the potential failures of running a business in agriculture, and how do you overcome those?
Thank you so much, Barbara. You know, I'm excited. Thank you, Pure Gutle. We went to the same course online during COVID. So with women, we multitask, and that's the advantage that we have. So I'm really excited that, you know, some women think when you're doing farming, it's all ribbons. We are cutting ribbons. There's also shortfalls. With load shedding, we also had challenges. Because with hydroponics, if you don't have water supply, your crops suffer. So we've gone through that whole challenge where when there's load shedding, we lose crops. But I always say to people, there's an element of resilience with women, that even if you lose something, you still go back and do it. And also for women who want to enter the space, I will always encourage you to say, also look at your personal development as well. Learn, because you are a new book, you are written, it's a page. Someone teaches you something new every day. I'm networking with other women in energy, and they've actually come on board to say, let's partner and move you from reliance of electricity. Can we plug you into solar space? So as farmers, there's no way that you cannot be networking with other women. And for you to succeed, that network is very key, because you have to network with other women and be encouraged to do more, go an extra mile, learn from them as well. Because most of the time we think we want to operate in silos, and you cannot this time that we're in, because we're looking at collaboration. Have your stakeholders list as a woman. If you need funding, who at IDC do I speak to? If I need solar solutions, who do I speak to? So that as women, we are not left out to say, where do I go? And I'm happy my brother Eric is here. These are some of the networks that I've built over time as farmers, that we know we lose our green peppers, but we still grow green peppers. So the network is very key, because it keeps you going, and it also helps you to learn from other farmers to say, if I go through such a challenge, how do I get out of it? And they're there to say, this is what you do, this is how we managed to get out of the whole challenge that we face as farmers. Thank you.
Thank you, Sibongile. Ikaheng, now coming to you, what is it that you shared a great case study with us earlier? You are on the ground now. You've moved away from Grain SA, and you're working directly with farmers. What advice would you give? How can you, I, and the next woman who's in farming get the respect that we deserve out there? I think Omri said it, that we are better than the men, but many a times it's the men who gets, heard. So how do we get ourselves out there and get people to listen to us and take us seriously?
Barbara, I don't have a direct answer for that, right? And that's because in the different spaces where we are, as I've mentioned before, perception is everything, you get to a boardroom and you have a female CEO and things are okay. And then you get on the ground and you find that women don't have a voice. Although they're the ones farming the land, they don't have a voice, If there's anything I've learned in the past few months is that on the ground, you basically need to work twice as hard just to get half the recognition. I'm actually reminded of a story of one of our interns. So we have a development program where we put interns in on different farms so that they can get on-farm experience. And there's this young lady by the name Mbali. Mbali gets to a farm, and obviously she's a graduate. She gets there and she's put as part of the management team. So as part of the management team, Mbali gets there, she's supposed to give directions, right, to the people that will report to her. Mbali is a young lady. In the Zulu culture, for instance, you're supposed to be respectful towards your elders, How do you go and give your elders directions? So it was, the past 6 months for her have been, I don't know how to express it, but it's been a lot, She had to literally work so hard for them just to recognize her as a professional, and for them to recognize her as a woman who can lead them. It's only now, 6 months later, where they're able to say, maybe she knows something, Maybe we can actually ask her something. But what I noted is that we need to persevere. In the little spaces where we are, in the little corners where we are, don't despair as a woman. The fact that you're not being listened to doesn't mean the next time you speak, nobody will listen, I think also just capacitating yourself. When you speak with authority with people, when you speak with knowledge with people, people start to trust you, People start to trust what you have to say. And in that way, that's how you win their trust, and that's how you basically get them to listen. So I think that's just my 2 cents worth.
Thank you, Ikaheng. Now we would like to, as women, hear from a man. Corne, I'm going to put you on the spot. What is it that you look for when we come through with our proposals as women? What are you looking for? And to my sisters, let's keep our ears open. And this is not for us to change who we are, but what do you, because we are special, we are different, we accept that, right?
You're trying to lead me to to an answer. I can see. You are putting me on the spot. Already I used all my English words I know in the previous session. So I've got nothing left. No, just I think for a kick-off, and that's a fact, it's not a joke, because when I was young, I wanted to fly, and the doctor certified me as colorblind, so that already rules out half of the politics of South Africa. So the other half that's remain is a men or women, and we really don't really look at it. Omri is exactly right. In Africa, it is mostly the women that are farming, and men did other things as well, also farming. But it's very hard for us. We look at the quality of the person, the inner part usually, because a person with guts and determination are people that will make it. It doesn't matter if you're going to farm or remember, farming is way more than only being there on the land. I mean, it's a vital part, but there's a lot of other things that needs to happen before and after. So it's really always determination, willpower, and modesty. Because again, you can have one. I think agriculture is the most unforgiving business there is. You can have a good crop, it can go great, and right at the end something happens, like now that happened with the harbour mess or abroad, or a hailstorm comes through. So you must always keep modest on your knees. It doesn't matter what you believe. A farmer learns to pray, because there's so many things outside happening that's outside your control. But no, from us, we really don't look at gender that much more than the person itself, the qualities, the will to succeed. And again, and I think you look great on the niche farming, by the way. But but there you saw how many success stories there were, and I already said the one part and the women men part, but it was mentioned a lot of times today before when they talk about big farmers and small farmers. I think that's a rumor, because like the saffron, it's a quarter of a hectare, you're a big successful farmer. So even size doesn't matter. I think that's I don't know, thought about that saying. But back to the woman question. not in saffron, but I heard it, oh yeah, my back, I didn't hear that. But bottom line, now it's really about the inner being, and it is already proven, so I don't have to put myself on the spot. It's proven they are very, very successful, the women.
Thank you, Corne.
You won't put me on the spot again after this.
So Corne ran out of English data bungles. So to the communications team, next time, please give him more so that he can present on the spot. But thank you so much for that. Omri, we've got 2 minutes, I've been told. Is there any, nugget of wisdom you can share with women in farming? 30 seconds, and then we'll move on to Ikaheng.
In the end, it's about competence. There's nothing, doesn't matter what color you are, whether you're a man or a woman, whether you're from America or England, it's irrelevant. It's about competence. So working on yourself harder than even you work on your business will make you succeed in the end.
From me, I would say consistency is key. The other thing would be, as women, support each other, build these networks where you're able to communicate and learn from each other. It's very important in terms of helping you grow.
And Spongile?
Well, thank you. With me on the ground, because my drive is always building communities one day at a time. And in your building, you use your networks to build and have your stakeholders list, because we cannot be building alone as women. Even the male farmers that we have, I've actually tapped into that network and say, how do I go about, how do I connect to this province? Who do you know in that province? So in our building, let us build together and change communities, because it all goes back to how do we impact communities in our farming as well. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And as we close, what I take away from this conversation is that it takes a special personality, right, to be a farmer, and especially for a woman who goes into agriculture. And competence cannot be replaced by anything. You either learn and do things properly, or there's no shortcut. I think we came up with the title the other time, which was Humble Hustlers, because we wanted to make sure people knew that agriculture is not for sissies and that you have to work hard. So before you even go do your nails, ladies, you have to really dig deep and work hard for you to be successful. And from you, Sbongile, collaborations from you, Ikaheng, as well. We need to build together for us to be agents of that change as women. And then the networks always come through for you, which is why as part of the GIBS program, Koteva has also collaborated with an entity called She Builds Her Future, where we now are saying, you've done all this training, you've networked, what's next? Can we have the likes of Agri-SA, Lohveld Agrochem, Food For Mzansi coming on board and giving other skill set that you do not learn in class? As the minister said earlier, indlela ibuzwa kwabaphambili, ne? You can never know it all or enough, but learn from the others that have gone ahead of you. And with that, we come to the end of our panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Barbara, and to your panelists that joined you on that very important discussion on women in agriculture, the challenges, the opportunities, and also how men in the sector, can move closer in making sure that, we share the opportunities equally within the sector. Without wasting any further time, we quickly look at a video by Lohveld Agrochem, and then we make our way to Stock Airs. If we think about premium quality vegetable seeds, the name that immediately pops up is Stock Airs. Now, at Stock Airs, the goal is to help end hunger, and it all starts with the highest quality seed, which is why the company invests in significant resources into researching and developing superior quality varieties that obviously maximize yields for farmers. But here to tell us more about that is Kurt Jacobs, who's the product manager at Stock Airs.
Dumelang. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, I'm Kurt from Stock Airs. We are one of the leading companies in South Africa, seed company supplying. We are 145 years in the industry, so it's coming a long way back. So the good thing about Stock Airs is that we do have a breeding program in 10 different vegetable crops. So it's basically a breeding program in Africa or in South Africa, for the continent. We are working in 60 countries across the globe. We are doing great work also in countries like Mexico, the US. So we are making progress. So we are very proud of the company that we are, because sometimes people think that a small or a company down south or in a country like South Africa, it's not possible, but it is possible if you not think small, but if you are small, you can still think big and be great. So yeah, across South Africa, we have 3 regional managers, one for the north, one for the eastern part of the country, and then for the southern part, which is the Western Cape up to the Northern Cape. And then we are also have 16 sales representatives in those regions, so we are well represented. And then again, we have 9 product managers, so it's very specific. So we do share our knowledge, and I want to invite you all to contact and make contact with us. We are there to help and support. That's why we do sell seeds of success. We like the success stories. With our stall down, you will also receive, or you can see and find a copy of our in-house magazine, the Seed News. So come around, feel free to take a copy, and please make contact with us. We are here for the 2 days. I'm looking forward to meeting all of you. It's really a great pleasure to work in the industry and to be part of the agricultural industry. It's really a pleasure, and we enjoy what we are doing. It's really there to empower people and to see the success that we all want to see. I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much, Quit, for that presentation. Okay, so we are quickly going on a lunch break from 12:30 to 2 o'clock. But just a couple of things. So we have an exciting exhibition station on the first floor, and a couple of exhibitors are there, eager, waiting for you to show you guys what they are offering. So please make sure that you guys are headed there. And also, someone left their book. I'm not sure whose this is. If it's yours, you can collect it at the station over there, and we'll definitely give it to you. But 2:30 break until 2 o'clock. Please make your way to the first floor where the exhibitors are waiting for you. And then, of course, you can also have lunch at the restaurant. Enjoy. See you later.
Africa's farmers deserve a voice. They deserve a place to find information and share their story with the world. Food for Africa gives you the information you need to thrive on the continent, tells the stories you need to hear, and gives you the chance to make your voice heard. Whether you grow the food or you eat it, you should know what's going on in Africa's agri-sector, because it's where your food comes from. We are uniting Africa's farmers, and we want to be your voice.
There used to be a time when I thought it's impossible.
Exclusion hurts, right? To not have the option to be part of something you really, really love.
And so I said to myself, change is coming.
Can I be it? I wondered. Do I even look the part?
Do I fit the mold?
Can I be a farmer?
And the answer is yes.
A farmer I am. We all have it in our blood.
But not just any kind of farmer.
A niche farmer.
After all, farming today is about so much more than what it used to be.
And the time is ripe to introduce yourself.
Got a small patch of soil, a bit of spare space, and big dream? Then Niche Farmers is for you.
I'm Roseanne McKenzie.
And I'm Wilson Binkosi.
And we're passionate about niche farmers.
Le yindlela yam, olu luhambo lwam. Xa sibambisene singenza ngcono. Sibambisane ngesebe lothando. Isandla sihlambe esinye ndiyakholwa.
We want to give rural communities the word, the opportunity to tell their stories in a way that only they can.
How's the market going?
It's going well.
Food For Mzansi, at its core, is an agricultural news publication. Our mission is to tell the untold stories of South African agriculture.
And that mission has made Food For Mzansi become a bit of a movement in the South African context.
Agriculture in South Africa is a very easy stereotype to use to divide people. But we spotted in agriculture the potential for something to unite South Africans.
Most people consume news, and their idea of news is it's only news when it's dead or when it's bleeding. Food For Mzansi has become a bit of a revolution, proving that often good news or news with a smile can sell. We knew that we wanted to have a national project, but we did not foresee the cross-section of participants.
The aim of the Citizen Journalism Project was to, number one, empower and also develop. It puts people at the heart of the community to tell their stories. Pateka! Hey! Pateka was one of the first that applied. She had a passion for storytelling, for talking about issues that plague her community. Khayelitsha is the largest township in Cape Town. It has a very high entrepreneurial spirit.
When you are a content producer, the main aim is for you to understand the people's needs. I've been wanting my stories to be heard. So I grabbed the opportunity because I know that I can tell stories, but I needed basics. Understanding that there are different types of storytelling, different media platforms to tell your stories to, that you can even maybe create your own platform.
The Google News Initiative Fund helped us with this project by backing us financially. And really, without their support, we wouldn't have been able to reach all these people within these rural communities.
It's very important that we are able to tell our stories in a way that anyone can understand and in a way that is truthful. It has empowered me to empower others.
It is not the easiest thing selling hope. It's not the easiest thing selling a primary black audience to advertisers.
I don't think our work is done, but I definitely feel like we've made a dent in it.
We break barriers for black women in agriculture, for people who look like me.
The unknown heroes now are known through this platform and website.
Citizen journalists are literally at the center of the community. They make sure that these stories in these rural areas are really told on a national platform. That is why this program is so important in South Africa.
uPatricia Nokuthula Mpele. Ngizalelwe la eMalangeni esigodini sasoSwanini. Induna uEnoch Gumede.
Muzonywa ngubo esigodini saseMalangeni uSwanini Ward 7 umlimi ulima kokuncane.
My name is Sipho. I run my father's farm. It's a family business. Our farm is called Idwala Farm. That day of looting, it hit us badly because we didn't expect something like that would happen.
Ngelanga kwakutelekiwe abantu bashisa umobo wami. Washa umobo inhliziyo yami yabuhlungu ngalahlekelwa.
Ngesikhathi beshisa umoba wami kwakumhla ka11 12 kanje waseshona umntanami umhla ka13 ebusuku. Ngaba nenhliziyo ebuhlungu lapho ngadideka.
With the funding from IDC, it really helped us. If it wasn't for IDC, we would be out of business right now. This funding has really helped us with the legacy of the family.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu IDC ngokusikhasa kwabo.
Ngiyayibonga ingadini IDC.
The wine industry has been here for a very long time. The biggest risk to that industry is the fact that the temperature is increasing.
No, I think what scares me a lot is the rapid changes that we see from weather conditions.
People don't understand the damage it could cause.
We can see that it's getting hotter, the rainfall is getting less over the long term. Water is a very scarce resource in the African continent.
The one thing that scares me most is going into the vineyards and seeing the impact of the drought.
It forces wine farmers to be much more environmental conscious. The things that we are trying, nobody has done before.
We will be focusing a lot more on specific areas.
People planting a lot of cover crops.
We try and cover our soils completely.
We will definitely have to gear up for climate change to be profitable and sustainable over the long term.
And making sure that the type of wine that we are making will still be there in 10 to 15 years.
Then we can win climate change, definitely.
With its breathtaking views of the surrounding mountains, the Cape Winelands is home to a 55 billion rand industry that employs nearly 270,000 South Africans. Wine is big business and closely linked to South Africa's tourism industry. The reality, however, is that the Winelands has not been spared from the severe consequences of climate change.
The wine industry has been here for a very long time and is pretty much used to the conditions that we have here, which are very dry summers and wet winters. And the growing season for the grapes is generally from about September till March, April. And they depend on irrigation. They also depend on heat units. So they like the hot, dry summers. The biggest risk to that industry or to that summer is the fact that the
temperature is increasing and the number of very hot days is increasing.
As a viticulturist, Christian Lewitz believes wine production is particularly vulnerable to the effects of climate change, from the tangible health of vines to the taste and quality of the finished bottling he co-creates.
We used to get between 500 and 600 millimeters of rain, and the last 10 years the rainfall has been significantly less. I think in the last 6 years we've just reached over 400 millimeters per year. We find that some of the subsoils are still dry in winter, and it takes much longer to get to a saturation point. The grape cultivars that we planted here, everything facing north, we had to change the type of cultivars, move more towards red. The whites we keep on southern facing slopes. And the rootstock, we had to go to more drought-resistant rootstock, so Paulson or Richter 99, that type of thing.
Grapes are sensitive crops, and vineyards need a delicate balance of the right climatic conditions to produce quality wine. Even the smallest of changes in temperature, moisture and soils can affect a whole year's harvest.
The end of 2013, we had a lot of rain. So Waterkloof was situated quite high up, and it was almost like a river coming down the road. So with that, the 2014 harvest, we had quite high yields. And then as the years progressed, in 2017, of course everyone will remember, we had a drought. So when you have a drought, you have very low yield. So in the winery, we had to make sure, especially on the reds, that we work extremely gently to not have too harsh tannins, because the lower the yield, the thicker the skins of the grapes, and you can easily make a wine that's quite tannic. With the contrary, in 2014, where we had higher yields and we made very elegant wines that we could release quite quickly, and that was just very accessible. So that, I would say, has the biggest impact, the yields on the quality.
Waterkloof Wines isn't the only wine estate that is forced to adapt to climate change. From overly ripe grapes to destroyed harvests, vineyards all over South Africa are experiencing disruption, and the consequences are truly frightening.
If we compare the two dry years or the two drought years in 2018 and 19 to the 10-year average, then we will see in 2018 we were 14% down, the average. In 2019, 11% down. In 2020, 4% down. And luckily in 2021, we were 4% above the 10-year average. The areas that were most affected by the drought was up in the Northern Cape, the Swartland, which is a dryland area, so the guys don't have irrigation in the vineyards up there, and also in the Olifants River. It's also in those areas that people started removing a lot of the older vineyards. So in 2020, total for the industry, they removed about 1,000 hectares of vineyards. And that could be that they are using that agricultural land for other crops, or they just decided to diversify into other business models.
All indications are that the western half of South Africa will become increasingly dry. Climate change therefore poses serious risks to the country's world-renowned wine industry, which will need to move into higher altitude regions and ultimately move away from cold climate wines.
What we're seeing is changing conditions in the places where grapes have been farmed and wine has been made for a very long time. We are seeing the wine regions shift. We're seeing them move into cooler areas. We're seeing the input costs in the traditional areas increase, where farmers are really not making that much of a profit on cheap wines. They have to make very expensive wines or get very high prices for their wines in order to be profitable. I doubt, though, that the whole wine industry will be shifted from the existing areas, because it's got a lot of ancillary industries associated with it, like wedding venues and restaurants and guest houses and things. So it's the whole package, if you like, that has to be considered. But the impact of climate change on the nature of the grapes being grown and the kinds of wine will be very important. Some wines do very well under hot conditions, some don't. So we're going to see a movement towards the richer, bolder reds, for example, and the whites that can withstand the impacts of climate change. And increased temperature generally means increased sugar. Increased sugar means increased alcohol. A lot of fine tuning that has to be done in the wine industry.
Viticulturally, there are a lot of new clones coming out, or varietals, that can combat drought conditions. In the winery, we just work a lot gently with the grapes. If we have got very low yields, we leave it on the skins for longer for the tannins to soften out, or we leave it in barrel for longer. So that's what we can do directly in the winery.
Climate change doesn't mean the end of wine. It will require some changes, but there are a number of different options for increasing the resilience of the wine industry. Options that wine body Vinpro have already begun exploring.
So the first thing that I'm seeing producers doing at this stage is paying really a big amount of focus and attention to site selection. We do have a decision support system that you can log on to, and it will indicate which is the cooler slopes on that specific property. Or if you have more than one property, we should be able to go and have a look which of the two properties would be the best to plant that specific variety. So then we are also looking into rootstocks. So we're specifically looking at rootstocks that's more drought tolerant or drought resistant. So the two rootstocks that we are using a lot is Richter 99 and Richter 110. Then if we go into varietals, we are really spoiled. We have more than 200 different varieties in the country that we can choose from. Then if we have a look at different clones, we have more than 370 clones that we can choose from. So in terms of making a selection on site, rootstock, clone and cultivar, we do have a lot of options available for the growers.
Besides creating new varieties, wine farmers have an increased focus on plant coverage and soil management in the vineyard. Cultivating plants to cover the soil around the vines removes carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, therefore counteracting the greenhouse effect. It also enhances soil quality by bettering the retention of water in the soil.
We've been organic for a couple of years, close to 16 years. We've been biodynamic for about 8 years. In the beginning, it really helped us with building carbon in our soils, which then again holds more water. But the last couple of years of the drought, the problem that we found was with organics and biodynamics is you really have to do a lot of cultivation in your soils. You have to plow underneath your vines, you have to disturb the soil quite a bit to keep the competition down. And now we're starting to move more to regenerative type of agriculture, where we try and cover our soils completely, even underneath the vine. We do a lot of compost teas and composting, building the carbon that way also. Then if you cover your soils a lot and you build up the metabolism of the soil through compost teas and microbial solutions, then you start getting a bigger metabolism, which solubilizes the nutrients a little bit better, because now you've got less rain, so a lot of your nutrients are locked up in rock and clay. But if you've got a high metabolism from microbes, then those nutrients become more available that way to the vines.
People are looking at ways of increasing their soil moisture, looking after their soils, and this is the core function of Smart Agri, is to show farmers or encourage farmers to do that. And there's a whole branch of agriculture called regenerative agriculture, where farmers are looking at working with the soil and trying to build up the soil, reducing the chemical dependency on the soil. And I think that's a very good move, because it just makes them more vulnerable to the kinds of changes and the variability that climate offers in any case.
Something that I think makes South African really unique as well is soil preparation. So we do soil preparation up to 1.2 meters deep, and the reason for that is that we really want to build up a big buffer zone in the subsoil to capture that winter rainfall, and then if we go into the drier period through the growing season, the plant can actually extract the water from that deeper soil layers.
Apart from its Smart Agri plan, the South African wine industry has also invested in other mechanisms to manage climate change. This includes Smart Agri tools like the TerraClim platform, giving winemakers access to detailed climate and terrain information that helps them navigate the increased seasonal changes.
I think there's a solid base of new knowledge that comes out of this project. All of that knowledge feeds into a system and into a database where a lot of these layers, climate layers, terrain layers, soil types, all of those data points, and you must know that there's so many data points across the wine. If you look at a specific wine vineyard or a specific production area, two farmers could be next to each other, but there could be so much differences because of their specific soil, because of the history, the slope, the elevation, all of those things feed into your decision making at the end of the day. And I think what Terraclim is doing is putting that into one place. It's providing you with a one-stop shop where you can connect all of the dots and make informed decisions of where to plant what.
It is important for the wine industry to understand and read data because we would like to find improved solutions to combat climate change. Future skills that we would need to address is data reading and analysis. I also think that we need to incorporate some automated and AI type of curriculum content at university and tertiary level, especially in our agricultural programs.
All of these intricacies and other factors work in conjunction with temperature to dictate what vines can successfully grow where and for how long. And all are increasingly unpredictable or totally appended in the face of climate change.
It forces wine farmers to be much more environmental conscious. I think you're going to see really good wines coming out. The guys that really focus on their soils and their winemaking techniques are going to be creating superior products. And wine is one of those things which you don't just go out and buy a bottle of wine. You buy the wine that really you like. I think the market has been flooded with cheap wines, and with climate change and the impact of that has, and the amount of focus and attention to detail that has to come into farm vineyards, you're going to sit with better wines in the market. The smaller guys maybe will fall out, or the guys that are making inferior products.
We want to make sure that consumers still enjoy a bottle and a glass of wine at the same quality, but with less inputs, so that we also look after the environment. I think consumers are now sensitive about their purchasing choices, and they want to see that you are also looking at the environment when you produce a quality product.
More than ever before, the people who grow, make and sell wine are tuned into the many nuances of the climate change debate. And, as wine commentator Tim James once remarked, the devil is in the detail, and the devil already allows the industry glimpses of the flick of his forked tail.
I think the Western Cape will definitely be focusing more on specific areas where they get better rainfall, to plant varietals that are adapted to that area, and we're already seeing it. The Himmel and Ardor, for example, they have a lot of Chardonnay, Pinot Noir, because they've got cooler conditions in the winter. And in our area, we will definitely have to look at planting varietals that are a little bit more heat resistant as well, because it is getting quite hot, and then also drought resistance. So we will be focusing a lot more on specific areas. I think that would be the future.
People are always going to want to go to Stellenbosch or Paarl because they're really, really traditional wine areas. And even though those places might not be making wine at a profit, the whole atmosphere, the whole area there with all the old buildings and the picnic spots and the added value makes, I think, will make them sustainable, and we'll see them for a long time to come.
I think winemakers who still believe this is a hoax, they should really think deep and hard about how they see their business being viable within the next 20, 30 years. We've seen the impact of the drought. We've seen the impact of specific disasters that happened in other areas. If you just think about other industries or the wine industry in international industries, how quickly one storm could take away your whole vineyard. Now, I'm not saying you have control over these things. I'm saying you need to understand how you diversify, and how do you make sure that you diversify your business so that you can mitigate your risks.
Looking into the future, I do believe that we will see a use of more varietals in the Cape Winelands. So there are really interesting varieties like Grenache Noir, Grenache Blanc, Verdelho, Viognier, and we can probably start using that within our winemaking toolkit as well. So I know if we speak about to the marketers, they will always say, well, the consumer like buying the normal big five varieties, so it's a more difficult sell selling these strange names. But maybe we should then explain the consumer what is Verdella all about, or what is Grenache Noir all about. Or on the other side, we can also use that as a blending component in the wine to make that wine more efficient and effective at a price point level as well. So I definitely think that we will see a use of more varietals in the future in the Cape Winelands.
Farmers is proudly brought to you by Lafeld Agrochem.
Earlier on, Roseanne and I promised our viewers that we'll show them how easy it is to put together your own vegetable garden.
Absolutely, and I, for one, couldn't wait to show you guys this. If you look behind you, that is the amount of vegetables, and it's a lot of vegetables, right?
Well, I would like to see what we have there, Roseanne.
Let's take a look.
It's a lot. And let me tell you, if you were to go to a shop and buy all this, you'll pay close to 2,000 Rand, I kid you not.
And yet, all of these vegetables come from that simple Lafeld Agrochem Farmer Starter Pack, which costs 260 Rand.
And that includes all the instructions, your fertilizer and everything. Alles.
Niche Farmers is proudly brought to you by Lafeld Agrochem.
Africa's farmers deserve a voice. They deserve a place to find information and share their story with the world. Food for Africa gives you the information you need to thrive on the continent, tells the stories you need to hear, and gives you the chance to make your voice heard. Whether you grow the food or you eat it, you should know what's going on in Africa's agri-sector, because it's where your food comes from. We are uniting Africa's farmers and we want to be your voice.
There used to be a time when I thought it's impossible.
Exclusion hurts, right? To not have the option to be part of something you really, really love.
And so I said to myself, change is coming.
Can I be it? I wondered. Do I even look the part?
Do I fit the mold?
Can I be a farmer?
And the answer is yes.
a farmer I am. We all have it in our blood.
But not just any kind of farmer.
A niche farmer.
After all, farming today is about so much more than what it used to be.
And the time is ripe to introduce yourself.
Got a small patch of soil, a bit of spare space, and big dream? Then Niche Farmers is for you.
I'm Roseanne McKenzie.
And I'm Wilson Binkosi.
And we're passionate about niche farmers.
Le yindlela yam, olu luhambo lwam. Xa sibambisene singenza ngcono. Sibambisane ngesebe lothando. Isandla sihlambe esinye ndiyakholwa.
We want to give rural communities the word, the opportunity to tell their stories in a way that only they can.
How's the market going?
It's going well.
Food For Mzansi at its core is an agricultural news publication. Our mission is to tell the untold stories of South African agriculture.
And that mission has made Food For Mzansi become a bit of a movement in the South African context.
Agriculture in South Africa is a very easy stereotype to use to divide people. But we spotted in agriculture the potential for something to unite South Africans.
Most people consume news, and their idea of news is it's only news when it's dead or when it's bleeding. Food For Mzansi has become a bit of a revolution, proving that often good news or news with a smile can sell. We knew that we wanted to have a national project, but we did not foresee the cross-section of participants.
The aim of the Citizen Journalism Project was to, number one, empower and also develop. It puts people at the heart of the community to tell their stories. Mateka! Hey! Pateka was one of the first that applied. She had a passion for storytelling, for talking about issues that plague her community. Khayelitsha is the largest township in Cape Town. It has a very high entrepreneurial spirit.
When you are a content producer, the main aim is for you to understand the people's needs. I've been wanting my stories to be heard. So I grabbed the opportunity because I know that I can tell stories, but I needed basics. Understanding that there are different types of storytelling, different media platforms to tell your stories to, that you can even maybe create your own platform.
The Google News Initiative Fund helped us with this project by backing us financially. And really, without their support, we wouldn't have been able to reach all these people within these rural communities.
It's very important that we are able to tell our stories in a way that anyone can understand and in a way that is truthful. It has empowered me to empower others.
It is not the easiest thing selling hope. It's not the easiest thing selling a primary black audience to advertisers.
I don't think our work is done, but I definitely feel like we've made a dent in it.
We break barriers for black women in agriculture, for people who look like me.
The unknown heroes now are known through this platform and website.
Citizen journalists are literally at the center of the community. They make sure that these stories in these rural areas are really told on a national platform. That is why this program is so important in South Africa.
Patricia Nokuthula Mpele. Ngizalelwe la emalangeni esigodini saso Swanini. Induna uEnoch Gumede.
Muzonywa ngubo esigodini sase emalangeni uSwanini Ward 7 umlimi ulima kokuncane.
My name is Sipho. I run my father's farm. It's a family business. Our farm is called inaugural farm. That day of looting, it hit us badly because we didn't expect something like that would happen.
Ngela ngwakutelekiwe abantu bashisa umobo wami washo umobo inhliziyo yami yabuhlungu ngalahlekelwa.
Ngesikhathi beshisa umoba wami kwakumhla ka 11 12 kanje waseshona umntanami umhla ka 13 ebusuku. Ngaba nenhliziyo ebuhlungu lapho ngadideka.
With the funding from IDC, it really helped us. If it wasn't for IDC, we would be out of business right now. This funding has really helped us with the legacy of the family.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu IDC ngokusikhasa kwabo.
Ngiyayibonga ingadini IDC.
The wine industry has been here for a very long time. The biggest risk to that industry is the fact that the temperature is increasing.
No, I think what scares me a lot is the rapid changes that we see from weather conditions.
People don't understand the damage it could cause.
We can see that it's getting hotter, the rainfall is getting less over the long term. Water is a very scarce resource in the African continent.
The one thing that scares me most is going into the vineyards and seeing the impact of the drought.
It forces wine farmers to be much more environmental conscious. The things that we are trying, nobody has done before.
We will be focusing a lot more on specific areas.
People planting a lot of cover crops.
We try and cover our soils completely.
We will definitely have to gear up for climate change to be profitable and sustainable over the long term.
And making sure that the type of wine that we are making will still be there in 10 to 15 years.
Then we can win climate change, definitely.
With its breathtaking views of the surrounding mountains, the Cape Winelands is home to a 55 billion rand industry that employs nearly 270,000 South Africans. Wine is big business and closely linked to South Africa's tourism industry. The reality, however, is that the Winelands has not been spared from the severe consequences of climate change.
The wine industry has been here for a very long time and is pretty much used to the conditions that we have here, which are very dry summers and wet winters. And the growing season for the grapes is generally from about September till March, April. And they depend on irrigation. They also depend on heat units. So they like the hot, dry summers. The biggest risk to that industry or to that summer is the fact that the temperature is increasing and the number of very hot days is increasing.
As a viticulturist, Christian Lewitz believes wine production is particularly vulnerable to the effects of climate change, from the tangible health of vines to the taste and quality of the finished bottling he co-creates.
We used to get between 500 and 600 millimeters of rain, and the last 10 years the rainfall has been significantly less. I think in the last 6 years we've just reached over 400 millimeters per year. We find that some of the subsoils are still dry in winter, and it takes much longer to get to a saturation point. The grape cultivars that we planted here, everything facing north, we had to change the type of cultivars, move more towards red. The whites we keep on southern facing slopes. And the rootstock, we had to go to more drought-resistant rootstock, so Paulson or Richter 99, that type of thing.
Grapes are sensitive crops and vineyards need a delicate balance of the right climatic conditions to produce quality wine. Even the smallest of changes in temperature, moisture and soils can affect a whole year's harvest.
The end of 2013, we had a lot of rain. So Waterkloof was situated quite high up and it was almost like a river coming down the road. So with that, the 2014 harvest, we had quite high yields. And then as the years progressed, in 2017, of course, everyone will remember, we had a drought. So when you have a drought, you have very low yield. So in the winery, we had to make sure, especially on the reds, that we work extremely gently to not have too harsh tannins, because the lower the yield, the thicker the skins of the grapes, and you can easily make a wine that's quite tannic. With the contrary, in 2014, where we had higher yields and we made very elegant wines that we could release quite quickly, and that was just very accessible. So that, I would say, has the biggest impact, the yields on the quality.
Waterkloof Wines isn't the only wine estate that is forced to adapt to climate change. From overly ripe grapes to destroyed harvests, vineyards all over South Africa are experiencing disruption, and the consequences are truly frightening.
If we compare the two dry years, or the two drought years in 2018 and 19, to the 10-year average, then we will see in 2018 we were 14% down, the average. In 2019, 11% down. In 2020, 4% down. And luckily in 2021, we were 4% above the 10-year average. The areas that were most affected by the drought was up in the Northern Cape, the Swartland, which is a dryland area, so the guys don't have irrigation in the vineyards up there, and also in the Olifants River. It's also in those areas that people started removing a lot of the older vineyards. So in 2020, total for the industry, they removed about 1,000 hectares of vineyards. And that could be that they are using that agricultural land for other crops, or they just decided to diversify into other business models.
All indications are that the western half of South Africa will become increasingly dry. Climate change therefore poses serious risks to the country's world-renowned wine industry, which will need to move into higher altitude regions and ultimately move away from cold climate wines.
What we're seeing is changing conditions in the places where grapes have been farmed and wine has been made for a very long time. We are seeing the wine regions shift. We're seeing them move into cooler areas. We're seeing the input costs in the traditional areas increase, where farmers are really not making that much of a profit on cheap wines. They have to make very expensive wines or get very high prices for their wines in order to be profitable. I doubt, though, that the whole wine industry will be shifted from the existing areas, because it's got a lot of ancillary industries associated with it, like wedding venues and restaurants and guest houses and things. So it's the whole package, if you like, that has to be considered. But the impact of climate change on the nature of the grapes being grown and the kinds of wine will be very important. Some wines do very well under hot conditions, some don't. So we're going to see a movement towards the richer, bolder reds, for example, and the whites that can withstand the impacts of climate change. An increased temperature generally means increased sugar. Increased sugar means increased alcohol. A lot of fine-tuning that has to be done in the wine industry.
Viticulturally, there are a lot of new clones coming out, or varietals, that can combat drought conditions. In the winery, we just work a lot gently with the grapes. If we have got very low yields, we leave it on the skins for longer for the tannins to soften out, or we leave it in barrel for longer. So that's what we can do directly in the winery.
Climate change doesn't mean the end of wine. It will require some changes, but there are a number of different options for increasing the resilience of the wine industry. Options that wine body Vinpro have already begun exploring.
So the first thing that I'm seeing producers doing at this stage is paying really a big amount of focus and attention to site selection. We do have a decision support system that you can log on to, and it will indicate which is the cooler slopes on that specific property, or if you have more than one property, we should be able to go and have a look which of the two properties would be the best to plant that specific variety. So then we are also looking into rootstocks. So we're specifically looking at rootstocks that's more drought tolerant or drought resistant. So the two rootstocks that we are using a lot is Richter 99 and Richter 110. Then if we go into varietals, we are really spoiled. We have more than 200 different varieties in the country that we can choose from. Then if we have a look at different clones, we have more than 370 clones that we can choose from. So in terms of making a selection on site, rootstock, clone and cultivar, we do have a lot of options available for the growers.
Besides creating new varieties, wine farmers have an increased focus on plant coverage and soil management in the vineyard. Cultivating plants to cover the soil around the vines removes carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, therefore counteracting the greenhouse effect. It also enhances soil quality by bettering the retention of water in the soil.
We've been organic for a couple of years, close to 16 years. We've been biodynamic for about 8 years. In the beginning, it really helped us with building carbon in our soils, which then again holds more water. But the last couple of years of the drought, the problem that we found was with organics and biodynamics is you really have to do a lot of cultivation in your soils. You have to plow underneath your vines, you have to disturb the soil quite a bit to keep the competition down. And now we're starting to move more to regenerative type of agriculture, where we try and cover our soils completely, even underneath the vine. We do a lot of compost teas and composting, building the carbon that way also. Then if you cover your soils a lot and you build up the metabolism of the soil through compost teas and microbial solutions, then you start getting a bigger metabolism, which solubilizes the nutrients a little bit better, because now you've got less rain, so a lot of your nutrients are locked up in rock and clay. But if you've got a high metabolism from microbes, then those nutrients become more available that way to the vines.
People are looking at ways of increasing their soil moisture, looking after their soils, and this is the core function of Smart Agri, is to show farmers or encourage farmers to do that. And there's a whole branch of agriculture called regenerative agriculture, where farmers are looking at working with the soil and trying to build up the soil, reducing the chemical dependency on the soil. And I think that's a very good move, because it just makes them more vulnerable to the kinds of changes and the variability that climate offers in any case.
Something that I think makes South African really unique as well is soil preparation. So we do soil preparation up to 1.2 meters deep, and the reason for that is that we really want to build up a big buffer zone in the subsoil to capture that winter rainfall, and then if we go into the drier period through the growing season, the plant can actually extract the water from that deeper soil layers.
Apart from its Smart Agri plan, the South African wine industry has also invested in other mechanisms to manage climate change. This includes Smart Agri tools like the TerraClim platform, giving winemakers access to detailed climate and terrain information that helps them navigate the increased seasonal changes.
I think there's a solid base of new knowledge that comes out of this project. All of that knowledge feeds into a system and into a database where a lot of these layers, climate layers, terrain layers, soil types, all of those data points, and you must know that there's so many data points across the wine. If you look at a specific wine vineyard or a specific production area, two farmers could be next to each other, but there could be so much differences because of their specific soil, because of the history, the slope, the elevation. All of those things feed into your decision making at the end of the day. And I think what TerraClim is doing is putting that into one place. It's providing you with a one-stop shop where you can connect all of the dots and make informed decisions of where to plant what.
It is important for the wine industry to understand and read data, because we would like to find improved solutions to combat climate change. Future skills that we would need to address is data reading and analysis. I also think that we need to incorporate some automated and AI type of curriculum content at university and tertiary level, especially in our agricultural programs.
All of these intricacies and other factors work in conjunction with temperature to dictate what vines can successfully grow where and for how long. and all are increasingly unpredictable or totally upended in the face of climate change.
It forces wine farmers to be much more environmental conscious. I think you're going to see really good wines coming out. The guys that really focus on their soils and their winemaking techniques are going to be creating superior products. And wine is one of those things which you don't just go out and buy a bottle of wine. You buy the wine that really you like. I think the market has been flooded with cheap wines, and with climate change and the impact of that has, and the amount of focus and attention to detail that has to come into farm vineyards, you're going to sit with better wines in the market. The smaller guys maybe will fall out, or the guys that are making inferior products.
We want to make sure that consumers still enjoy a bottle and a glass of wine at the same quality, but with less inputs, so that we also look after the environment. I think consumers are now sensitive about their purchasing choices, and they want to see that you are also looking at the environment when you produce a quality product.
More than ever before, the people who grow, make and sell wine are tuned into the many nuances of the climate change debate. And, as wine commentator Tim James once remarked, the devil is in the detail, and the devil already allows the industry glimpses of the flick of his forked tail.
I think the Western Cape will definitely be focusing more on specific areas where they get better rainfall, to plant varietals that are adapted to that area, and we're already seeing it. The Himmel and Aarde, for example, they have a lot of Chardonnay, Pinot Noir, because they've got cooler conditions in the winter. And in our area, we will definitely have to look at planting varietals that are a little bit more heat resistant as well, because it is getting quite hot, and then also drought resistance. So we will be focusing a lot more on specific areas. I think that would be the future.
People are always going to want to go to Stellenbosch or Paarl because they're really, really traditional wine areas. And even though those places might not be making wine at a profit, the whole atmosphere, the whole area there with all the old buildings and the picnic spots and the added value makes, I think, will make them sustainable, and we'll see them for a long time to come.
I think winemakers who still believe this is a hoax, they should really think deep and hard about how they see their business being viable within the next 20, 30 years. We've seen the impact of the drought. We've seen the impact of specific disasters that happened in other areas. If you just think about other industries or the wine industry in international industries, how quickly one storm could take away your whole vineyard. Now, I'm not saying you have control over these things. I'm saying you need to understand how you diversify, and how do you make sure that you diversify your business so that you can mitigate your risks.
Looking into the future, I do believe that we will see a use of more varietals in the Cape Winelands. So there are really interesting varieties like Grenache Noir, Grenache Blanc, Verdelho, Viognier, and we can probably start using that within our winemaking toolkit as well. So I know if we speak about to the marketers, they will always say, well, the consumer like buying the normal big five varieties, so it's a more difficult sell selling these strange names. But maybe we should then explain the consumer what is Verdelho all about, or what is Grenache Noir all about. Or on the other side, we can also use that as a blending component in the wine to make that wine more efficient and effective at a price point level as well. So I definitely think that we will see a use of more varietals in the future in the Cape Winelands.
Farmers is proudly brought to you by Laufeld Agrochem.
Earlier on, Roseanne and I promised our viewers that we'll show them how easy it is to put together your own vegetable garden.
Absolutely. And I, for one, couldn't wait to show you guys this. If you look behind you, that is the amount of vegetables. And it's a lot of vegetables, right?
Well, I would like to see what we have there, Roseanne.
Let's take a look.
It's a lot. And let me tell you, if you were to go to a shop and buy all this, you'll pay close to 2,000 Rand. I kid you not.
And yet, all of these vegetables come from that simple Laufeld Agrochem Farmer Starter Pack, which costs 260 Rand.
And that includes all the instructions, your fertilizer and everything. Alles.
Niche Farmers is proudly brought to you by Laufeld Agrochem.
Africa's farmers deserve a voice. They deserve a place to find information and share their story with the world. Food for Africa gives you the information you need to thrive on the continent, tells the stories you need to hear, and gives you the chance to make your voice heard. Whether you grow the food or you eat it, you should know what's going on in Africa's agri-sector, because it's where your food comes from. We are uniting Africa's farmers and we want to be your voice.
There used to be a time when I thought it's impossible.
Exclusion hurts, right? To not have the option to be part of something you really, really love.
And so I said to myself, change is coming.
Can I be it? I wondered. Do I even look the part?
Do I fit the mold?
Can I be a farmer?
And the answer is yes.
A farmer I am. We all have it in our blood.
But not just any kind of farmer.
A niche farmer.
After all, farming today is about so much more than what it used to be.
And the time is ripe to introduce yourself.
Got a small patch of soil, a bit of spare space, and big dream? Then Niche Farmers is for you.
I'm Roseanne McKenzie.
And I'm Wilson Binkosi.
And we're passionate about niche farmers.
Le indlela yam, olu luhambo lwam. Xa sibambisene singenza ngcono. Sibambisane ngesebe lothando. Isandla sihlambe sinye ndiyakholwa.
We want to give rural communities the word, the opportunity to tell their stories in a way that only they can.
How's the marketing going?
It's going well.
Food For Mzansi, at its core, is an agricultural news publication. Our mission is to tell the untold stories of South African agriculture.
And that mission has made Food For Mzansi become a bit of a movement in the South African context.
Agriculture in South Africa is a very easy stereotype to use to divide people. But we spotted in agriculture the potential for something to unite South Africans.
Most people consume news, and their idea of news is it's only news when it's dead or when it's bleeding. Food For Mzansi has become a bit of a revolution, proving that often good news or news with a smile can sell. We knew that we wanted to have a national project, but we did not foresee the cross-section of participants.
The aim of the Citizen Journalism Project was to, number one, empower and also develop. It puts people at the heart of the community to tell their stories. Pateka! Hey! Pateka was one of the first that applied. She had a passion for storytelling, for talking about issues that plague her community. Khayelitsha is the largest township in Cape Town. It has a very high entrepreneurial spirit.
When you are a content producer, the main aim is for you to understand the people's needs. I've been wanting my stories to be heard. So I grabbed the opportunity because I know that I can tell stories, but I needed basics. Understanding that there are different types of storytelling, different media platforms to tell your stories to, that you can even maybe create your own platform.
The Google News Initiative Fund helped us with this project by backing us financially. And really, without their support, we wouldn't have been able to reach all these people within these rural communities.
It's very important that we are able to tell our stories in a way that anyone can understand and in a way that is truthful. It has empowered me to empower others.
It is not the easiest thing selling hope. It's not the easiest thing selling a primary black audience to advertisers.
I don't think our work is done, but I definitely feel like we've made a dent in it.
We break barriers for black women in agriculture, for people who look like me.
The unknown heroes now are known through this platform and website.
Citizen journalists are literally at the center of the community. They make sure that these stories in these rural areas are really told on a national platform. That is why this program is so important in South Africa.
Patricia Nokuthula Mpele. Ngizalelwe la emalangeni esigodini saso Swanini. Induna uEnoch Gumede.
Umuzonywa ngubo esigodini sase Malangeni uSwanini Ward 7 umlimo ulima kokuncane.
My name is Sipo. I run my father's farm. It's a family business. Our farm is called inaugural farm. That day of looting, it hit us badly because we didn't expect something like that would happen.
Ngela ngwakutelekiwe abantu bashisa umobo wami washo umobo inhliziyo yami yakuhlungu ngalahlekelwa.
Ngesikhathi beshisa umoba wami kwakumhla ka11 12 kanje waseshona umntanami umhla ka13 ebusuku. Ngaba nenhliziyo ebuhlungu lapho ngadideka.
With the funding from IDC, it really helped us. If it wasn't for IDC, we would be out of business right now. This funding has really helped us with the legacy of the family.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu IDC ngokusikhasa kwabo.
Ngiyayibonga ingadini IDC.
The wine industry has been here for a very long time. The biggest risk to that industry is the fact that the temperature is increasing.
No, I think what scares me a lot is the rapid changes that we see from weather conditions.
People don't understand the damage it could cause.
We can see that it's getting hotter, the rainfall is getting less over the long term. Water is a very scarce resource in the African continent.
The one thing that scares me most is going into the vineyards and seeing the impact of the drought.
It forces wine farmers to be much more environmental conscious. The things that we are trying, nobody has done before.
We will be focusing a lot more on specific areas.
People planting a lot of cover crops.
We try and cover our soils completely.
We will definitely have to gear up for climate change to be profitable and sustainable over the long term.
And making sure that the type of wine that we are making will still be there in 10 to 15 years.
Then we can win climate change, definitely.
With its breathtaking views of the surrounding mountains, the Cape Winelands is home to a 55 billion rand industry that employs nearly 270,000 South Africans. Wine is big business and closely linked to South Africa's tourism industry. The reality, however, is that the Winelands has not been spared from the severe consequences of climate change.
The wine industry has been here for a very long time and is pretty much used to the conditions that we have here, which are very dry summers and wet winters. And the growing season for the grapes is generally from about September till March, April. And they depend on irrigation. They also depend on heat units. So they like the hot, dry summers. The biggest risk to that industry or to that summer is the fact that the temperature is increasing and the number of very hot days is increasing.
As a viticulturist, Christian Lewitz believes wine production is particularly vulnerable to the effects of climate change, from the tangible health of vines to the taste and quality of the finished bottling he co-creates.
We used to get between 500 and 600 millimeters of rain, and the last 10 years the rainfall has been significantly less. I think in the last 6 years we've just reached over 400 millimeters per year. We find that some of the subsoils are still dry in winter, and it takes much longer to get to a saturation point. The grape cultivars that we planted here, everything facing north, we had to change the type of cultivars, move more towards red. The whites we keep on southern facing slopes. And the rootstock, we had to go to more drought-resistant rootstock, so Paulson or Richter 99, that type of thing.
Grapes are sensitive crops and vineyards need a delicate balance of the right climatic conditions to produce quality wine. Even the smallest of changes in temperature, moisture and soils can affect a whole year's harvest.
The end of 2013, we had a lot of rain. So Waterkloof was situated quite high up, and it was almost like a river coming down the road. So with that, the 2014 harvest, we had quite high yields. And then as the years progressed, in 2017, of course, everyone will remember, we had a drought. So when you have a drought, you have very low yield. So in the winery, we had to make sure, especially on the reds, that we work extremely gently to not have too harsh tannins, because the lower the yield, the thicker the skins of the grapes, and you can easily make a wine that's quite tannic. With the contrary, in 2014, where we had higher yields and we made very elegant wines that we could release quite quickly, and that was just very accessible. So that, I would say, has the biggest impact, the yields on the quality.
Waterkloof Wines isn't the only wine estate that is forced to adapt to climate change. From overly ripe grapes to destroyed harvests, vineyards all over South Africa are experiencing disruption, and the consequences are truly frightening.
If we compare the two dry years, or the two drought years in 2018 and 19 to the 10-year average, then we will see in 2018 we were 14% down, the average. In 2019, 11% down. In 2020, 4% down. And luckily in 2021, we were 4% above the 10-year average. The areas that were most affected by the drought was up in the Northern Cape, the Swartland, which is a dryland area, so the guys don't have irrigation in the vineyards up there, and also in the Olifant River. It's also in those areas that people started removing a lot of the older vineyards. So in 2020, total for the industry, they removed about 1,000 hectares of vineyards. And that could be that they are using that agricultural land for other crops, or they just decided to diversify into other business models.
All indications are that the western half of South Africa will become increasingly dry. Climate change therefore poses serious risks to the country's world-renowned wine industry, which will need to move into higher altitude regions and ultimately move away from cold climate wines.
What we're seeing is changing conditions in the places where grapes have been farmed and wine has been made for a very long time. We are seeing the wine regions shift. We're seeing them move into cooler areas. We're seeing the input costs in the traditional areas increase, where farmers are really not making that much of a profit on cheap wines. They have to make very expensive wines or get very high prices for their wines in order to be profitable. I doubt, though, that the whole wine industry will be shifted from the existing areas, because it's got a lot of ancillary industries associated with it, like wedding venues and restaurants and guest houses and things. So it's the whole package, if you like, that has to be considered. But the impact of climate change on the nature of the grapes being grown and the kinds of wine will be very important. Some wines do very well under hot conditions, some don't. So we're going to see a movement towards the richer, bolder reds, for example, and the whites that can withstand the impacts of climate change. An increased temperature generally means increased sugar. Increased sugar means increased alcohol. A lot of fine-tuning that has to be done in the wine industry.
Viticulturally, there are a lot of new clones coming out, or varietals, that can combat drought conditions. In the winery, we just work a lot gently with the grapes. If we have got very low yields, we leave it on the skins for longer for the tannins to soften out, or we leave it in barrel for longer. So that's what we can do directly in the winery.
Climate change doesn't mean the end of wine. It will require some changes, but there are a number of different options for increasing the resilience of the wine industry. Options that wine body Vinpro have already begun exploring.
So the first thing that I'm seeing producers doing at this stage is paying really a big amount of focus and attention to site selection. We do have a decision support system that you can log on to, and it will indicate which is the cooler slopes on that specific property. Or if you have more than one property, we should be able to go and have a look which of the two properties would be the best to plant that specific variety. So then we are also looking into rootstocks. So we're specifically looking at rootstocks that's more drought tolerant or drought resistant. So the two rootstocks that we are using a lot is Richter 99 and Richter 110. Then if we go into varietals, we are really spoiled. We have more than 200 different varieties in the country that we can choose from. Then if we have a look at different clones, we have more than 370 clones that we can choose from. So in terms of making a selection on site, rootstock, clone and cultivar, we do have a lot of options available for the growers.
Besides creating new varieties, wine farmers have an increased focus on plant coverage and soil management in the vineyard. Cultivating plants to cover the soil around the vines removes carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, therefore counteracting the greenhouse effect. It also enhances soil quality by bettering the retention of water in the soil.
We've been organic for a couple of years, close to 16 years. We've been biodynamic for about 8 years. In the beginning, it really helped us with building carbon in our soils, which then again holds more water. But the last couple of years of the drought, the problem that we found was with organics and biodynamics is you really have to do a lot of cultivation in your soils. You have to plow underneath your vines, you have to disturb the soil quite a bit to keep the competition down. And now we're starting to move more to regenerative type of agriculture, where we try and cover our soils completely, even underneath the vine. We do a lot of compost teas and composting, building the carbon that way also. Then if you cover your soils a lot and you build up the metabolism of the soil through compost teas and microbial solutions, then you start getting a bigger metabolism, which solubilizes the nutrients a little bit better, because now you've got less rain, so a lot of your nutrients are locked up in rock and clay. But if you've got a high metabolism from microbes, then those nutrients become more available that way to the vines.
People are looking at ways of increasing their soil moisture, looking after their soils, and this is the core function of Smart Agri, is to show farmers or encourage farmers to do that. And there's a whole branch of agriculture called regenerative agriculture, where farmers are looking at working with the soil and trying to build up the soil, reducing the chemical dependency on the soil. And I think that's a very good move, because it just makes them more vulnerable to the kinds of changes and the variability that climate offers in any case.
Something that I think makes South Africa really unique as well is soil preparation. So we do soil preparation up to 1.2 meters deep, and the reason for that is that we really want to build up a big buffer zone in the subsoil to capture that winter rainfall, and then if we go into the drier period through the growing season, the plant can actually extract the water from that deeper soil layers.
Apart from its Smart Agri plan, the South African wine industry has also invested in other mechanisms to manage climate change. This includes Smart Agri tools like the TerraClim platform, giving winemakers access to detailed climate and terrain information that helps them navigate the increased seasonal changes.
I think there's a solid base of new knowledge that comes out of this project. All of that knowledge feeds into a system and into a database where a lot of these layers, climate layers, terrain layers, soil types, all of those data points, and you must know that there's so many data points across the wine. If you look at a specific wine vineyard or a specific production area, two farmers could be next to each other, but there could be so much differences because of their specific soil, because of the history, the slope, the elevation. All of those things feed into your decision making at the end of the day. And I think what TerraClim is doing is putting that into one place. It's providing you with a one-stop shop where you can connect all of the dots and make informed decisions of where to plant what.
It is important for the wine industry to understand and read data, because we would like to find improved solutions to combat climate change. Future skills that we would need to address is data reading and analysis. I also think that we need to incorporate some automated and AI type of curriculum content at university and tertiary level, especially in our agricultural programs.
All of these intricacies and other factors work in conjunction with temperature to dictate what vines can successfully grow where and for how long. And all are increasingly unpredictable or totally appended in the face of climate change.
It forces wine farmers to be much more environmental conscious. I think you're going to see really good wines coming out. The guys that really focus on their soils and their winemaking techniques are going to be creating superior products. And wine is one of those things which you don't just go out and buy a bottle of wine. You buy the wine that really you like. I think the market has been flooded with cheap wines, and with climate change and the impact of that has, and the amount of focus and attention to detail that has to come into farm vineyards, you're going to sit with better wines in the market. The smaller guys maybe will fall out, or the guys that are making inferior products.
We want to make sure that consumers still enjoy a bottle and a glass of wine at the same quality, but with less inputs, so that we also look after the environment. I think consumers are now sensitive about their purchasing choices, and they want to see that you are also looking at the environment when you produce a quality product.
More than ever before, the people who grow, make and sell wine are tuned into the many nuances of the climate change debate. And, as wine commentator Tim James once remarked, the devil is in the detail, and the devil already allows the industry glimpses of the flick of his forked tail.
I think the Western Cape will definitely be focusing more on specific areas where they get better rainfall to plant varietals that are adapted to that area, and we're already seeing it. The Yimmel and Arder, for example, they have a lot of Chardonnay, Pinot Noir because they've got cooler conditions in the winter. And in our area, we will definitely have to look at planting varietals that are a little bit more heat resistant as well, because it is getting quite hot, and then also drought resistance. So we will be focusing a lot more on specific areas. I think that would be the future.
People are always going to want to go to Stellenbosch or Paarl because they're really, really traditional wine areas. And even though those places might not be making wine at a profit, the whole atmosphere, the whole area there with all the old buildings and the picnic spots and the added value makes, I think, will make them sustainable, and we'll see them for a long time to come.
I think winemakers who still believe this is a hoax, they should really think deep and hard about how they see their business being viable within the next 20, 30 years. We've seen the impact of the drought. We've seen the impact of specific disasters that happened in other areas. If you just think about other industries or the wine industry in international industries, how quickly one storm could take away your whole vineyard. Now, I'm not saying you have control over these things. I'm saying you need to understand how you diversify and how do you make sure that you diversify your business so that you can mitigate your risks.
Looking into the future, I do believe that we will see a use of more varietals in the Cape Winelands. So there are really interesting varieties like Grenache Noir, Grenache Blanc, Verdelho, Viognier, and we can probably start using that within our winemaking toolkit as well. So I know if we speak about to the marketers, they will always say, well, the consumer like buying the normal big five varieties, so it's a more difficult sell selling these strange names. But maybe we should then explain the consumer what is Verdelho all about, or what is Grenache Noir all about. Or on the other side, we can also use that as a blending component in the wine to make that wine more efficient and effective at a price point level as well. So I definitely think that we will see a use of more varietals in the future in the Cape Winelands.
Farmers is proudly brought to you by Lafeld Agrochem.
Earlier on, Roseanne and I promised our viewers that we'll show them how easy it is to put together your own vegetable garden.
Absolutely. And I, for one, couldn't wait to show you guys this. If you look behind you, that is the amount of vegetables. And it's a lot of vegetables, right?
Well, I would like to see what we have there, Roseanne.
Let's take a look.
It's a lot. And let me tell you, if you were to go to a shop and buy all this, you'll pay close to 2,000 rand. I kid you not.
And yet, All of these vegetables come from that simple Laufeld Agrochem Farmer Starter Pack, which costs 260 Rand.
And that includes all the instructions, your fertilizer and everything. Alles.
Niche Farmers is proudly brought to you by Laufeld Agrochem.
Africa's farmers deserve a voice. They deserve a place to find information and share their story with the world. Food for Africa gives you the information you need to thrive on the continent, tells the stories you need to hear, and gives you the chance to make your voice heard. Whether you grow the food or you eat it, you should know what's going on in Africa's agri-sector, because it's where your food comes from. We are uniting Africa's farmers and we want to be your voice.
There used to be a time when I thought it's impossible.
Exclusion hurts, right? To not have the option to be part of something you really, really love.
And so I said to myself, change is coming.
Can I be it? I wondered. Do I even look the part?
Do I fit the mold?
Can I be a farmer?
And the answer is yes.
A farmer I am. We all have it in our blood.
But not just any kind of farmer.
A niche farmer.
After all, farming today is about so much more than what it used to be.
And the time is ripe to introduce yourself.
Got a small patch of soil, a bit of spare space, and big dream? Then Niche Farmers is for you.
I'm Roseanne McKenzie.
And I'm Wilson Binkosi.
And we're passionate about niche farmers.
Le yindlela yam, olu luhambo lwam. Xa sibambisene singenza ngcono. Sibambisane ngesebe lothando. Isandla sihlambe sinye ndiyakholwa.
We want to give rural communities the word, the opportunity to tell their stories in a way that only they can.
How's the market going?
It's going well.
Food For Mzansi, at its core, is an agricultural news publication. Our mission is to tell the untold stories of South African agriculture.
And that mission has made Food For Mzansi become a bit of a movement in the South African context.
Agriculture in South Africa is a very easy stereotype to use to divide people. But we spotted in agriculture the potential for something to unite South Africans.
Most people consume news, and their idea of news is it's only news when it's dead or when it's bleeding. Food for Mzansi has become a bit of a revolution, proving that often good news or news with a smile can sell. We knew that we wanted to have a national project, but we did not foresee the cross-section of participants.
The aim of the Citizen Journalism Project was to, number one, empower and also develop. It puts people at the heart of the community to tell their stories. Pateka! Hey! Pateka was one of the first that applied. She had a passion for storytelling, for talking about issues that plague her community. Khayelitsha is the largest township in Cape Town. It has a very high entrepreneurial spirit.
When you are a content producer, the main aim is for you to understand the people's needs. I've been wanting my stories to be heard. So I grabbed the opportunity because I know that I can tell stories, but I needed basics. Understanding that there are different types of storytelling, different media platforms to tell your stories to, that you can even maybe create your own platform.
The Google News Initiative Fund helped us with this project by backing us financially. And really, without their support, we wouldn't have been able to reach all these people within these rural communities.
It's very important that we are able to tell our stories in a way that anyone can understand and in a way that is truthful. It has empowered me to empower others.
It is not the easiest thing selling hope. It's not the easiest thing selling a primary black audience to advertisers.
I don't think our work is done, but I definitely feel like we've made a dent in it.
We break barriers for black women in agriculture, for people who look like me.
The unknown heroes now are known through this platform and website.
Citizen journalists are literally at the center of the community. They make sure that these stories in these rural areas are really told on a national platform. That is why this program is so important in South Africa.
Right, we're back, everyone. I hope you guys had a enjoyable lunch and that you were able to enjoy the exhibitors downstairs and see what they had to offer, as well as make your way down to the tractor, the impressive John Deere tractor that we have downstairs, and take a selfie and, of course, stand a chance of winning one of the goodie bags that they are offering. So if you haven't done that, we'll be going into another breakaway session. If it's possible, go down to the foyer, to the reception area, and just outside the tractor is there. Simply take a selfie, post it on social media using the hashtags John Deere in the city and also the hashtag Food For Mzansi, and you stand a chance of course winning one of the goodie bags that they are offering. But we're ready to start with our next part of today's program, which I hope you guys have found insightful. some of the farmers that I've been speaking to and some of the other attendees and delegates say it really is what they were hoping for. And as Food for Mzansi, of course, that was the aim from the get-go. But to not waste any more further time, we now get ready to talk to Daniel Stevens, who is the head of agriculture at Sandton. Now, Sandton understands the challenges and risks that go along with protecting your crops and assets. And of course, they know that heavy rain, hail, and drought can have a catastrophic impact on your bottom line as a farmer, which is why they want to help farmers create a sustainable business. Yeah, for more on that, Daniel Stevens.
Good afternoon. I realize that you've just had lunch and now you've got to listen to something around insurance. So I'm very wary of that. As announced, my name is Daniel Stevens. I'm head of the agriculture at Sandton. And as you can also see, I'm definitely from the 5th floor. And I know they were looking for what that second tape was. I don't think the guy from Kula is here, but that was an 8-track tape that he missed. So I know the 8-track tape. Anyway, let's get into it. I've just got a few minutes. So who is Sandton? Sandton is a subsidiary of the Sanlam Group. Sanlam, I'm sure many of you would have come across both those companies. Sanlam operates in about 33 of the 54 countries in Africa. Sandton Agriculture, the division that I'm representing, is the largest agricultural insurer in South Africa, with a market share of 55%. And that's predominantly in your crop area that I'm referring to. We also insure obviously machinery and vehicles, etc. as well. We insure in our area. We do wheat, maize, soybeans, and about 40 other different crops, primarily against hail damage. I'm glad I'm also not the first one to mention insurance. I think it was mentioned in one of the other speakers as well. But there are some other covers that we do provide, for example, frost. But I'll touch on that in a couple of minutes. We've also got a research farm based in Bloemfontein. That's important for us, and we're the only insurer that has a research farm where we do trials on damages, for example, hail damages to different types of crops in different types of growth stages. So yeah, that is, we also invite our brokers as well as clients to that farm just to represent and really show what hail damage specifically can cause to crops. Just on the insurance premium, in South Africa, the insurance premium is about just over 2 billion rands worth of premium. And the last season, you know, it starts beginning of July to the end of June. The season, as many of you will know, was a devastating season from a hail damage perspective. We paid out as an industry just over 2 billion rands worth of claims, which is obviously very significant. So you can see, yeah, that was really put into perspective. For every 100 rand premium we receive, we paid out 100 rand as well as an industry. Naturally, because of the erratic nature, and some of you will know the erratic nature of our climate, especially the last 8 years, we rate, for example, the last 20 years, but because of the climate change, our rating has changed in some of the elements that we cover. From 2014, we see that there's been significant changes in well, let me say the frequency of hail, as well as the level of damage, if I can state it that way. Just from a commercial perspective, in South Africa, there's about 38,000 commercial farmers. 40% of these take out insurance, and the estimates that I've got is that there's about 250,000 smaller scale farmer. And I won't say emerging, I'm also, you know, I'll say small scale farmer, and only 1% of those, according to the information we have, take out insurance. So obviously that's why we are here as well, just to be part of the discussion. From a product point of view, I've mentioned that we cover hail, frost, locust damage, We also have a multi-peril product that covers drought, as well as excess rain and flood, just to name a few. Interesting also, Sandton was chosen to pilot an index product. I'm sure some of you may have heard an index insurance product. It's very popular outside of South Africa. In South Africa, it's not allowed. It's not allowed in terms of insurance regulation. But we actually currently speaking to the regulator and giving them feedback on the pilot that's taken place, and it ended at the end of March. So we do see that index cover will be available. I don't think this season, but most likely in next season. So we are working closely with government on that. Yeah, I've mentioned in Kenya, index insurance is big, and I think fortunately, between government and the private sector, there's also work being done on the call it public-private partnerships. And subsidies is from an insurance perspective is also something which government has put on the table as well, which is also part of the discussion. Just quickly, and to conclude, a couple of sentences just from a training perspective. Sandton also partners with agricultural organizations, and there's many of them, to train smallholder farmers on risk and financial management. We train on average just over 200 small-scale farmers a year. And I think financial management was something that that came out in one of the previous discussions as well. We just this week launched the Sandton Farmer Development Program in partnership with the FASA Youth, as well as the Bushle Farmers Academy. And yeah, we're looking forward to to just the difference that's going to make as well. The purpose of that program is really to empower young African farmers for a CETA accredited training on financial management. Yeah, that's all from my side. I think, again, thanks to the organizers for inviting us, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Daniel. And of course, for those of you who still want to connect with Daniel face to face, I'm sure he's open to that. Throughout the day, you can definitely make contact with him. That was, of course, Daniel Stevens, the head of agriculture at Sandton Limited. Now, for those of you who are still tuned in online, you're, of course, still watching the Mzansi Young Farmers Indaba, powered by Food For Mzansi. If you've been engaging with us, please continue doing so. Tell us what you think about the event. If you have questions, make sure that you pose that on our platform. Of course, we also have people tuning in via the venue too. So yeah. Next up is a Nokuthula Kumalo, who is the program facilitator at Alibuye Agri-Invest, and she's here to tell us everything about what it is that they get up to within the agricultural sector. Nokuthula, over to you.
Greetings, farmers. My name is Nokuthula Kumalo. I am originally from Newcastle in KZN. I'm not sure how I'm feeling, but I am very honored and humbled to be part of this great event. So I just want to thank the organizers and the Food For Mzansi for putting together such an amazing event for farmers. I am a young farmer myself, and I can say that farming is hard. I am coming from, well, I'm from a company or an academy called it's an exchange both emotional intelligence and social entrepreneurship. And we started as a small network of young people. We called ourselves My Life, My Choice back then, but because of the different ages, so we decided to group ourselves or to create clusters, and we have a smaller group, which is 9 years to 12, and then we've got others from 14 years to 20, and we are the Mind the Gap. We call ourselves the Mind the Gap, and it's 20 years upwards. And we came together because we identified, or we agreed that we need to do something about our future, and we agreed that no one is doing anywhere out there to cater for us. So we decided that we're going to come together and try and change the plight, not only for ourselves as individuals, but for our families and also for our communities at large. And we've got a few initiatives within the program, and I'm one of the senior facilitators. We launched the exchange boat last year in February, so we're still new and we are young, we are trying to find ourselves. But we decided that one of the initiatives that we are going to engage in is agri-soil. Agri-soil is farming. And yeah, for now, I'd say from last year to up to now, we've been really struggling to execute or to farm because of different challenges. We planted, well, last year in October, it was my first time stepping into a farm. And from then, with the team, we decided that we're gonna plant a hectare of peppers, and the storm showed us flames. We were hit by the hail twice, and just when we were about to give up, God was graceful enough because we managed to at least harvest from that hectare. We harvested at least 2,500 bags of green bell peppers. And when we decided, when the peppers was ready now, because we're still new in the business, we realized that we don't have the market, and we have now these bags of peppers. There's no market, and then now we started to run around and look for people to sell the peppers to. So basically, that's our story. And I know that for those of you who've been to our stand, you saw that there's quite a lot happening there, and there are quite a few brands. But basically, we are the Exchange Boat Academy, and we are funded by the Alibuye Agri Investments. And the mission for Alibuye Agri Investment is to support all the exchange boats activities, which are farming, which is agri-soil. We call it agri-soil. And then we have fashion, we have legacy arts, we've got a program in trade and services, and the other one, well, I've forgotten the other one. And recently we've gotten into a few partnerships, maybe those who've got the flyer. We've gotten into a partnership around here in Gauteng for cannabis cultivation, and we also got into a partnership in Free State for livestock and apple cultivation, and also agroecology hub in Krugersdorp. So we've managed to, because it's quite a few of us, but now because we are new in the business, we've been knocking on doors of people that we think can mentor us into the journey. Umamu Togo ushilo earlier that indlela ibuzwa kwabaphambili. So nathi we have the energy, and we believe we've got the passion. We just need people that can take us through and hold us by hand and show us how it's done. And yeah, the mission for Alibuye is to identify the reason why we are here. We are looking to identify keen and independent thinking young and black agripreneurs ready to join our exchange boats and place themselves in line to become Alibuye Agri Investment partners. We're also looking to identify entrepreneurs ready to participate in our seed bank network. We've also started an initiative called a seed bank, because last year we were lucky because we got a farm in Escort, and we were lucky to acquire a contract with McCain, and he supplied us with the seed, and we planted for McCain, and they came back and harvested, but some of the potatoes were left behind, and we have got a lot of seed. So we decided that let's start a seed bank. So now we are also looking for people that we can partner with to start and maybe grow the seed bank initiative. My time is up. I'm sorry. Thank you.
What I love about the Indaba, that it is literally connecting new farmers with seasoned farmers, and also connecting them with partners and investors that are looking to partner with the new faces of agriculture. Thank you so much for your presentation, Nokatula. Appreciate it. So we're going to our breakaway sessions now. So there's 2 breakaway sessions that we have. And the one session is for small-scale farmers and agripreneurs. And that, of course, is presented by the SAB Foundation. Now, agriculture is among the sectors supported by the SAB Foundation's Entrepreneurship Development Mission. And every year, more than 60 entrepreneurs, including small-scale farmers and agripreneurs, are recruited to unlock business development support and investment that helps them to build viable, growing, and sustainable businesses that can create jobs. If you're interested in finding out more, please visit. For those of you who are small-scale farmers and agripreneurs, that session will be happening in this auditorium right here. So if you're interested about that, and that of course will be presented by Claudiswa Maraka, who is the Entrepreneurship Development Manager at the SAB Foundation. She and her team will be here. And the other session is for newly commercializing and commercial scale farmers. Now, in a major boost for the commercialization of black farmers, the Motepe Foundation and AgriSA, through its subsidiary Agri Enterprises, have recently launched pioneering projects in both Limpopo and Mpumalanga. By providing access to capital, these agricultural projects are creating thousands of jobs. And if you want to know more about how you, as a new commercializing farmer, can also benefit from those partnerships, you definitely want to make your way to the venue 2, which is at Solstice, and that is of course situated for the first floor. That will be presented by Omri van Sale. He was here early on, also on our panel discussion. He is, of course, the CEO of Agri Enterprises, along with him, Suleiman Patel, who is the head of rural development and social investment at Agri Enterprises. And, of course, they will be joined by their team. So, yeah, small-scale farmers, agripreneurs, stay here. For those that are commercializing or already commercial farmers, venue 2, first floor. Enjoy.
So I was making a joke there and I said, this side, Mosa Kala, Mosa Ifuna, you are here. When you are making a lot of money, first floor. So when you still want to make money, we are here, right? Cool. So are we all sorted? We are all just in the beginning stages. La. All right, great stuff. We're gonna have our presentation. So igama uxoliswa Moraka, and I'm just gonna ask that I mix somehow my language because English after 2 o'clock gets depleted. So please, it flies away, ne? So when I speak a bit of Zulu, please excuse me. Yo, no, I can't. So yeah, so igama uxoliswa Moraka. I'm an entrepreneur, and I also head up the entrepreneurship development portfolio for SAB Foundation. And I'm going to quickly share through our presentation and what the foundation is about so that I allow for us to engage, because I really don't like talking to myself. Make sense? Cool stuff. Now, briefly, the SAB Foundation is an independent trust that was set up by the big company, SAB Corporate or ABN BEV, and we operate as an independent trust. We were set up primarily to facilitate socio-economic transformation, particularly to facilitate inclusion, prosperity, and participation of people that have been previously disadvantaged from economic opportunities. Who are these people? Black people, women, youth, people living in rural communities, and people with disabilities. So we prioritize that, and we use entrepreneurship as a vehicle to facilitate the socio-economic transformation. Now, let's talk about where we are as a country, right? We talk about the triple threat challenges: poverty, unemployment, and inequality. That's our reality as South Africa. And if we are starting businesses, part of the solutions and part of our drive should be, how are we addressing, how are our businesses speaking to addressing these challenges that currently plague our country, right? And as a foundation for us, understanding this becomes then our drive and our intention to help and build entrepreneurs that can help us solve these challenges. We can go to the next slide. Now, I just want to give you a context, and I'm sure I don't want to bore you with statistics, but we all know this. We're a country that has over 60 million people. And in the room, it shows that 80% of the people in South Africa are black. And if we talk about the stats that we just, the statement that we just passed, poverty, unemployment, and inequality, who is mostly affected by that? It's us, right? Which means us have to also be part of the co-creators of solutions. It means we also have to be deliberate about building businesses that can help us solve our own problems. Make sense? You are building businesses in the agriculture space purely because, one, you are solving your own issues, but you're also solving your market issues, and you are solving the country's issues. Make sense? I mean, I'm not going to go through here, but we are have been declared as one of the most unequal countries in the world. Telling of the type of people that we are and the type of environment that we are in. But going out and doing on the street is not going to solve. This is how we solve it. This is how we solve it, by building assets. Let's look at our businesses as assets. We can go to the next stage. Next slide, sorry. So now, solving these issues that we have identified, we have said entrepreneurship can be that catalytic driver. It can be that vehicle. And I agree, it can be. But there's a reality behind this entrepreneurship. Next slide. Stats. I'm sure you guys know the stats, right? 80% of new businesses will fail within the first 5 to 7 years. And this is a research that was done by the Western Cape. So if 10 of us are starting businesses this year in 2022, in 5 years' time, 8 of us will fail. Only 2 businesses will survive in 5 years' time. Does it make sense? 10 people are starting businesses in 2022. 5 years from now, 8 of those businesses will have failed. Only 2 businesses will have succeeded. Are you the 2% or the whatever, the 2 that survives? 8 out of 10. Are you? Okay, so let's look at some of the reasons why businesses fail. We've looked at this and we've said there are 2 reasons why businesses fail. There are internal issues that affect businesses, and these are within your control. These are things that you can solve as an entrepreneur. They don't need money from somebody else. They don't need access to market from somebody else. They need you to solve. One of it, and I'll start with this one, is a whole lot of us are driven by the desire to make money, or we're seeing somebody succeed in their business and we say, akasimpali. So there's no higher purpose besides money of why you're starting your business. And when you don't have a higher purpose, when you're not just driven by money, but driven by something bigger than money, you're likely to fail. And this is something that you can control as an entrepreneur. Clarify your own purpose for building this business that has to go beyond making money. 2, there's no validated problem. Yes, you've started a business, and a whole lot of us, when you start businesses, we build a solution before we identify what problem are we trying to solve. So if you think about the space that you're in the agriculture space, what problems are you solving? Don't tell me about the solution. Tell me about what is the problem that you are trying to solve with your own business. A whole lot of us don't have that clarity. And we haven't validated whether or not there's a market willing to buy the services that we are selling. And we'll make excuses and say, it's because I don't have money. It's because I don't. But you haven't done a bit of research to say, am I in the right space? Am I in the right sector? Am I in the right product market for what I have in the spaces that I'm in, that people will buy what I am selling? Again, issues that we can solve internally, not externally. Because when you start solving these issues, you become very attractive to people that are willing to back you. But if you're not clear about your business, nobody's going to back you. I always say, as entrepreneurs, we need to put ourselves in the shoes of the people that we go to ask money from. If you were on the other side and you had the millions and the billions, and somebody had come to you with a half-baked idea that has not been validated, they have not done enough work to demonstrate that there's an opportunity worth investing in, would you put in your hard-earned money, not somebody else's? Let's say your company right now grows exponentially and it becomes the biggest company in South Africa, and you want to support other agriculture businesses, but people come in with half-baked ideas, would you invest in them? It's your money. So think of other people's money as your money and say, would I invest in myself with this current business idea and this current level of my business? Make sense? So I'll give you a chance to kulume, because I'm not lashing out. I just want us to really be honest about where we are, but also to take accountability about how we start building better businesses, businesses that can grow and businesses that can survive beyond us. Because as Black people, we build businesses for the stomach, for today. When we die, sifanama businesses, bese bathi mufu dia mulatela ntho tsa hae ka Sesotho. Or umuntu oshonile uhamba nezinto zakhe beyangasafuni ngazo. Angithi, there's nothing like that. We have not set up systems and processes to ensure that our businesses can be legacy businesses. And as black people, we need to start learning how to. And these are platforms that we can start using to do so. Make sense? Again, you see these things. I'm not gonna go into detail. Then the external issues at that side. These are not within your control. It's everything that's happening in the environment and affects your business. Political instability. 2024, we're going into elections. We don't know who's going to win. And already people are talking about vote this one out and vote this one in and all of those things. And whatever happens politically can affect businesses. But you as a business owner at this moment, the only thing you do is vote. There's nothing else that you can do to control what happens politically, right? You can control these parts, but it does have an impact on your business. What happens politically? So you also can't be divorced from politics as an entrepreneur and as a business owner. Not to say follow all the politics and the issues that are happening, but just be mindful and aware of what's happening politically in your environment that may and may not affect your business and how it grows. Access to market, capital, resources, networks for SMMEs. Yes, those things are important, but also remember they become external, because once you have figured out your business and you've set up your business quite well, you then start saying, who outside of my business can I start engaging and attracting and finding support, whether it's market support, whether it's finance support. But if you've got this other stuff sorted out internally, you stand a better chance of attracting those opportunities. Does it make sense? Natural causes, and I used COVID as an example. Who knew what 2020 would bring us? No one had planned. Even the billionaires of the billionaires did not know that COVID would hit and hit like that. There are big businesses, bigger than the businesses that we have in the room today, that had to close down because of COVID and could not even recover. So there are various natural causes. Flooding in KZN, for many of you guys who are in the agri space, were greatly affected, but there was no way you could have prepared for that flooding and say, says, you understand? It's natural causes, and these things are outside of your control. You can plan, you can take insurance, you can do whatever, but you really can't plan for the extent of the damage of some of these things that happen naturally. Market prejudice. And I talk about this because it happens in particularly for black businesses, right? And we also do it to ourselves. How many of us buy from our own? Hi, but professional. That's prejudice. Hi, no, about deliver. If you have not bought and have not had that experience, you can't speak of it as if it's gospel. Does it make sense? So a whole lot of us, so I've worked in the corporate space and I've worked in various ESD portfolios. And one of the things that happens is that as a black business in particular, when you come in, you carry the load of other black businesses, because if you mess up for all of us. When you mess up for all of us. The environment and the space is not friendly for mess up, especially because we are starting, we don't know what we don't know. So it is important that when you access opportunities, don't just think about now. Think about the opportunities that you're opening up for other people, because that's unfortunately the load that you carry. So you're not just making yourself successful, you're making it possible for the next person to come in. Because when we can see you from a corporate and procurement perspective, black people succeeding, we can say, actually, we can take a chance on these people. Make sense? We have to back ourselves, guys. And unfortunately, women, again, so we can talk about the prejudice. When you're a woman, can she do the job in the agriculture? So there's so many prejudices in the market that exist that can affect your ability to do business. But we can't let that stop us. We carry on and we move with the flow. So you being black and you knowing that people will kind of discredit you because they think you don't know, shouldn't be the reason that you stop doing what you need to do. But also, let's also talk the truth. There is a level of truth in some of the things that people say about us. Namang. So let's check on ourselves and let's be accountable. When you say you will do something, do it. When you promise something, do it. Because when you don't do it, then you discredit all of us that are professional. And we never get the chance to then show our professionalism. Makes sense? I mean, unfavorable competitive landscape. We are coming in, you guys are emerging farmers or small farmers that are just starting out. You are already in a back foot because you are competing in an industry where there are big market players who can easily sweep you off. Right? Who can easily steal your ideas, who can easily do what they want to do because you are just a small fry. You are David in a Goliath story. But that again can't stop you. It exists. It's important to be aware of it, but it can't be the reason you stop doing what you want to do. And it can't be the reason that you stop building a business that is not just for you. It is for your family, it's for your community, it's for a legacy that you're building. Be mindful of it and put together strategies and plans that helps you navigate this environment. Monopoly, timing, sometimes timing, guys. Like 20 years ago, when somebody would have come out the Wi-Fi, like we're literally dependent on Wi-Fi right now. We are literally dependent on social media. But if you came 20 years ago and pitched a social media idea, no one would have backed you because no one understood. But now, social media and apps and all of those things are the in thing. Like literally every pitch deck that I see is an app of something. It makes sense now because that's what the market is looking for, right? So sometimes it's not that you're a failure in business, it's just because timing of your idea or your solution is not, it's just not right. Maybe it's right in another country. And another thing is we see something happening in another country and we want to be the first in the market to bring it to South Africa, and then South Africa is not ready for you. Then you spend years and years doing something that the market never buys. And if you're not in a business that's operating and generating revenue, you might be 5 years in that business, it's still an idea. 5 years in, if you're not generating revenue, still an idea. Until you have exchanged your value for money. And you've got repeatable customers that are buying what you're selling and you can kind of see the pattern. Not making money, idea. Make sense? Okay, move on. So what do we do? Understanding this market and understanding the challenges that entrepreneurs are facing, what does SAB Foundation then do to kind of support entrepreneurs in the space is we provide comprehensive business development support and funding. So we've got, and I'll take you to the next slide, but we provide business development support because it's important and it's necessary. A whole lot of us are starting businesses, but we are first generation entrepreneurs. There is no line of trend or history of people starting businesses that are geared for growth, geared for scale, geared for success in our businesses. My mom was an entrepreneur, but she was a survivalist entrepreneur. She baked for a living to put us through school, and that's it. The money that she made in her business was just to put food on the table. When you talk to her about how do we scale this business, how do we build, like it's foreign language. And the people that we're exposed to, most of us, are people that are actually building businesses like that, right? So how do we start looking, if you are now saying, I want a bigger picture, I have a bigger picture for my business, what's that trail? Where do we go to look at businesses that have built, black people that have built businesses for growth, businesses that are scalable? So we want to create that opportunity where we start learning the mindset, we start learning the tools and the methodologies of building a businesses that's geared for growth. We again provide funding, and I'll tell you more about it because that's all entrepreneurs want. They want money. So as SABF, we positioned ourselves as entrepreneurship development thought leaders because we have been doing this work for since 2010. And we've got stories and we've got case studies of businesses that have participated in our program. So it's not a ticket box exercise. So what's nice about us is because we've got the mother company, SAB, they've got their enterprise and supply development programs that are geared obviously to supporting businesses that are in our sector. But as SAB Foundation, we are sector agnostic. We support across businesses. We also work in partnership with various government agencies, corporate, because again, entrepreneurship can't be a one-man show. We can't be the only ones doing it. And also, there is this thing right now that as entrepreneurs, we program hop. You are on SAB Foundation, you are on Tiger Brands program, you are on another program, 10 programs at the same time. But what if we then decided as the investors in your businesses, we are interested in your business. How do we all talk together and then bring together our investment and support you? Now that investment is intentional. And that's what we do as SAB Foundation is we build partnerships with other corporates and government agencies to provide intentional investment in businesses to drive growth. Next slide. So we do it in 3. So we are quite programmatic in how we deliver our offerings. We've got 3 areas that we focus on. It's the social innovation area, which we work from ideation to growth phase. We've got programs that we run in the university space. So you would have seen EDHE in a few weeks ago, where students, entrepreneurs were innovating and pitching their ideas. We support that program. We've got the SAB Foundation Social Innovation Awards, which we take on entrepreneurs annually. And in that program, we have investment of up to 1.3 million in grant investment for entrepreneurs. So top 1 wins 1.3 million, but everyone else, I think we take about 20 businesses, they've got investment that they get in, whether it's 100,000 rand, 300,000 rand, but there's an investment element that comes in to help you build your business. And post this, once you've received this investment, you can also access further investment, because once you've received the initial investment to build your innovation, you go out to market and then you prove traction, you build your business, you still need further funding, you can come in and accelerate and access the social innovation fund as an alumni. So this is a fund for alumni in the social innovation program. I actually spoke to some guy earlier on who was our winner for 2020. They won the 1.3 million rand, and he was part of this session today. So they exist. They're not, aliens. They exist. There are people who have benefited. Then the second part is what I do. So I look after the entrepreneurship development portfolio. And again, we operate from ideation to growth. At seed stage, we work with people that are just starting out. So I just have an idea, I'm excited. What do I do? So we help you to ideate, validate, and launch a business with our partners SocioNext and Mode, who help us build this program, and with the intention to build pipeline for the Tulwana Enterprise Program, which is really what I'm here to encourage you to do today, is apply. It's currently open until the 20th of September. And what that program entails, like I said, it's an 18-month program. We take on 60 businesses annually. And in each of the business, so you are not competing for 250,000 rand. All the businesses that come into the Tulwana program, post probation, 3 months probation, because guess who post probation, you have access to 250,000 rand that you can use in your business, whether it's to buy equipment, whether it's to bring in resources, whatever it is, you can engage with, and you have a one-on-one mentor that you work with for the duration of the program. And again, it's not a mentor to tick a box. So you literally design a strategy with your mentor and you agree on certain milestones that you want to achieve, and then for the duration of the program you execute. So you're literally working on your business when you're in that program. Businesses that we have supported have grown 200-300% post our programs, and that's really what we measure, because you can't measure how many training people have gone to. When it does not change the bottom line, it means the training was not valuable. Make sense? So that's what I do. And then we've got the alumni network. So like I said, we walk the journey and we never kind of let go of people. So when you've exited the Tulwana Enterprise Program in 18 months, you join our alumni network where you again have access to further support, whether it's market, whether it's funding, whether it's just opportunities to interact and engage with other entrepreneurs or partners that we work with. So the alumni network is set up for that. And we've got 3 strategic projects that we do in the agri space in particular, where we support big scale commercialization farming for Black entrepreneurs. So that's really us in a nutshell. From a foundation perspective, I'm sure you can go to the next slide. I think it's the last slide. So yeah. So our mission really is to invest and support the development of businesses so that you guys can become viable, growing and sustainable, so that you can partner with us and help us create jobs. And that's how we solve the triple threat challenges. So if you're keen and if you feel like you are the business, we want to partner with you. Last slide. Yeah, so this I'm not going to go through, but it just shows you the impact of what we have done so far. Since we started, we've invested over 425 million rand. In grant funding, we've given out 295 million in grant funding, so money that you don't have to pay back. You just need to build a business that works. Right? So that's really us. And again, you can see our national footprint in terms of where we are and what we've done, the number of jobs we've created, and help sustain through partnerships, because internally we don't create the jobs. You guys create the jobs. So when you see this number 9,000, it's not us, it's you guys, entrepreneurs, that are helping us build these businesses and create these jobs. Yes, we are. I'm sure they can share the presentation with you if you're interested in the numbers, but you can also find it in our website. It's there. The Tulwana program, 60 entrepreneurs. I'm here to encourage you. Apply. And you'll be dealing with me. You'll be working with me. So apply. We take on 60 businesses. We get so currently we are open and we have over 5,000 applications to date of people that have applied, and we need to choose 60. Kunzima, guys. Kunzima. But it's important once you are in, and don't be discouraged by the number that, but Bazo choose a 60 and they see 5,000. Make sure that you are the 60. Put an application that makes sure that you are the 60 that gets chosen. We've invested in the Tulwana program alone, we've invested 168 million in businesses. We have supported 502 entrepreneurs currently. And this is just as a 2020. This is not 21. And we are still in 2022. So these numbers have already changed. Collectively, our entrepreneurs in the Tulwana program employ 2,442 people. And they generate an annual revenue estimate between 210 to 326 million collectively. Imagine if we can get one to make 200 million. That will be a success story. But already the fact that they are making money, are in the millions, it's a success on its own. The next slide is just the qualifying criteria. You can find this on the website. We are open until the 20th of September. Please do apply. I'm going to stop right here and take on questions if you have questions. And yeah, so I think I still have a few minutes. 2 questions. Okay, so I have 2 questions. 1, 2. No one has a question.
Hi. Well, my question is, what if SAB is already a supplier and now I have a distribution warehouse? What would you provide? I know there's the marketing that you would obviously do, but this is in the alcohol industry. And then the second one is, as a farmer as well, supplying you with sorghum or maize. How does one go about that? No, literally, it's true. Yeah, I can give you my STP number.
So like I said, we are independent. So there is SAB Foundation, independent, and that's me, and that's what we do, the three things that I shared with you. And then you've got SAB Company, and they have their own programs as well. So the first thing is we have to understand what it is that you're looking for, right? So you'd have to be very specific and saying, I'm currently your supplier. This is what I'm looking for. This is my growth challenge and all of those things. And in certain cases, we do collaborate with corporate to say, can we look at this as the foundation as well to partner with the big company to support you? But it has to be a specific ask so that we can deliberate internally to say who can support. Sometimes big corporate can do it on their own. Sometimes they would bring us on board. One last question. You really don't have questions? When I put Nyazo as Alex, and put me Alex, guys. Hola.
Okay, I have a question. Yes. My question is, I'm a small-scale farmer, so I want to know that if I want funding from your institution, from SAB Foundation, where must I go? Because first of all, I don't have a registered business plan that I have because I'm a small-scale farmer, and a business plan is something that is complicated for me so far. You understand? Because you can find that you have a business plan with all the details, but you find that the place that I'm farming. So you understand? So I have to balance everything. So I want to understand that. Can you still give someone funding in terms of not being registered?
Okay. Registration doesn't mean you're in business. Big difference. The fact that you're not registered doesn't mean you're not in business. Are you trading? Are you making money? Sure, you're in business. Now the next step is to help you, because going forward, if you want to access opportunities, obviously you need to think about formalization of your business. But it doesn't mean you're not a business. And there's a myth around business plans and do I want one, do I need one, whatever. You don't need a 100-page business plan. That's very complex. But you still need a plan. You need a 1-page plan. You need a few-page plan that tells you, number one, what is it that I'm doing? How am I doing this? Why do I exist? What is it that I do? All these things you need to answer, and a plan can help you answer those things. There are simple plans that you can use, pick up anywhere. So I'm a facilitator and I run training programs specifically for that. 1 page, you tell your story, and that you need. You can't shy away from it. And if you can't explain and understand your business, no one will. But you not having a registered businesses will not disqualify you. Apply for the Tulwana program if you are operating. So I don't want an idea for Tulwana. If you have an idea, you're on the seed program. For Tulwana, you must be generating money, and it's cheap, man, guys. If you're at least generating 5,000 a month, how you can get in? And you guys are generating more than that. And it's Akir. Okay, guys, my time is up. So yeah, so apply for the Tulwana program, www.sabfoundation.co.za. Yo, you guys are quiet. And food mali kamampela yazi. Can I just take one last question? One last question. Okay, cool.
All right, morning, guys. My name is Lusapo Kobizembe. I want to ask when I'm Uguti. From us, those guys from Transkei, do you give us a mentors, because those things they are from us, they are happening on this side of a Joburg or KZN. They on the rural areas do not get any mentors and trainings. How do you assist us with the trainings and the stuff?
Jonga, see everywhere. Napo upuma khona sikhona. And our mentors too have been strategically positioned to be in the areas that you are in. So we've got entrepreneurs in the Eastern Cape, in the rurals of Eastern Cape, deep bakhona. Because this program has been designed to go there. The intention has always been to go there. Like I said, we have designed a program intentionally to target the marginalized. And Hambo apply. Sayibona indaba yakho. Sharp.
Thank you so much, Oliswa Maraka. She's, of course, the Entrepreneurship Development Manager at the SAB Foundation. Thank you so much. Quick 2 announcements. We picked up a phone. Nobunto Mjan, I hope I say the surname right, Mbanjwa. If you are here, if not, if you are on the first floor, please make your way to the auditorium so that we can give you your phone back. Then for those who are still on the first floor, you can make your way to the 6th floor. There's some space here if you want to join us here in the auditorium. Thank you so much. Of course, on the first floor, we had the session with the Agri Enterprises in Venue 2, where newly commercializing and commercial scale farmers were learning about the opportunities that they were offering. And of course, here we had the SAB Foundation, where opportunities for small scale farmers and agripreneurs were being discussed. Now, joining a program that offers farmers extension and business development support, plus an offtake agreement for producing a specific commodity, sounds like any farmer's dream. Now, in our next segment, Konsei Morabe, who's an agricultural economist and YouTube host, talks about opportunities in beer agriculture. And she, of course, will be joined by panelists. Thank you so much. Konsei, over to you.
Thank you, Duncan. Thanks. So Patricia Pillay couldn't join us today, but she did share a special message. So just look onto the screen and we'll share her video.
Everyone, it's lovely to be with everyone, albeit virtually. I'm Patricia Pillay, the CEO of the Beer Association of South Africa. We represent Heineken South Africa, SAB, as well as under 200 craft breweries in South Africa. We're really proud as the Beer Association as our contribution to the GDP of the country equates 71 billion Rand total GVA contribution. We employ over 249,000 people in the country, direct as well as indirect jobs, as well as contribute 43 billion Rand in tax payments to the government. Our contribution in terms of agriculture is something that we are most proud of in terms of our hops and barley. Our beer tours, as well as our hops and barley tours at the end of March, are something that we really look forward to. And it is when we really see our beer journey come to life. It is this which I would love to talk about today and touch on in terms of our entrepreneurship journey that we have and our investments that we make into the space. Our partners, SAB, have made huge contributions and investments in terms of this arena, especially with our young farmers, as well as especially our females and our entrepreneurs, some of who you will meet today at our exhibition areas, as well as on our speakers panels. I think for us, it is very important that we continue with our legacies as farming in our country. It is going as far back as the 1960s, where we had our first hop farms that developed. Currently, we have our biggest farm being in Rob Roy, and it is here that you see over 1,500 people that are employed. And this is also now not even considering the seasonal work that is created at the end of March. For us, the only way that we can build this country and build this economy once again is by creating employment. When you look at the social ills that are caused by the abuse of alcohol, it is because people are unemployed, people are bored, and people are depressed and stressed because of the high unemployment rate, as well as the inability to earn a livelihood. The way that we can achieve and overcome this is by creating employment and allowing our people to feed themselves and to grow and cultivate our land. This is a key message that we would like to promote, is to say there are careers, in hops and barley farming, there is a career that we can offer in this arena of the beer industry. And it is something that we are really saying that you should, and we encourage you to be a part of. We do have a stand that is here today, and we'd love you to come and visit. We have our key partner with us today in terms of FarmSol. They are on the panel, and you'll hear Aaron today talk about the great work that they are doing. We have our key program that SAB is embarking on, which you will also hear about, and we'd love you to be a partner with us and invest in the future of our young farmers' lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Patricia. A study was recently done by Oxford Economics on the impact of the beer industry on the economy of South Africa, as well as just the value add in terms of GDP. And it actually says that the beer industry adds a value to GDP of around 71 billion rand. That's about 1.3% of the GDP. And when we are talking about jobs, that means 1 in every 66 jobs that is created in South Africa is somehow stemming from the beer industry. And with that, we know how much supplier development programs play a huge role. That can be the differentiator from someone getting on a supplier development program and taking them to the big leagues. So without further ado, I would like to introduce my panel. From FarmSol, the Managing Director, Mr. Aaron Kole. Please, can you join me on stage? Thank you, sir. So Aaron is an agronomist, a business leader, and with more than 15 years of versatile agricultural knowledge, he brings a wealth of experience in designing bespoke agricultural solutions as well as farmer support programs with producers as well as with corporates. And ensuring that he's adding, a shared value and making sure that there's alignment. I know that you've majored in an agricultural degree, especially in crop sciences. Thereafter, you did a postgraduate diploma in project management with Wits Business School. Also have an MBA with Potch Business School, the Northwest University. And he has strategic leadership certificate at Gibbs. So, Aaron, welcome. To join Aaron, we have a multi-award-winning grain and oilseed farmer, livestock farmer, Mr. on his phone, Clifford Mtimkulu. Please, can you join us on stage? Clifford comes from a farming background with the love that was honed into him from a young age when he saw his father working the grounds. His father started as a shepherd and then started farming. And Clifford, even though obtained paramedic qualification, after some time the land kept calling and you went back. And after that, it's just been strides and strides. His awards are so long, guys, I couldn't write them down. We're going to take forever. But I know one of the latest is you being the new era farmer of the year for 2020 and 2021. And he's doing amazing work in the grains and the livestock sector. So, and also part of FarmSol. And he'll also be talking to us about the supplier development program. And then the third person on our panel is Minki Khopa. Welcome, Minki. I virtually met Minki yesterday. And she was telling me about, how she grew up in Bossies in the Northwest with her dad. And she's also from a farming family background. But she went and studied a BCom degree at Takis. And thereafter, she joined management consulting. Girl, she was there at Accenture, killing it with Sun International. And thereafter, she decided that was not challenging enough. So she wanted to also go back and work at the farm. And today she's also here as one of the people who are with FarmSol in a supply development program. So guys, just to break it down, I'm going to start with Aaron. What does FarmSol exactly do? How do you get onto a supplier program? And what is the purpose of the company?
I need a mic. I don't think I need a mic, but it's fine. I think it's good afternoon, everyone. I think we're in the grave. Training as well to say, geez, man, how are we going to start this? But Now you can hear, right? That's much better. I think actually also I like it on the mic. Yeah, so yeah, look, before actually I talk about and answer your question, Cons, look, really sincere thanks for putting up a session like this, and also for Food For Mzansi, Ivo Kubas, and the whole team at Food For Mzansi. You know, sometimes in South Africa, it's like, I don't know, it's an in thing. It's like when there's, when you want to talk about issues of the youth, it's June 16, and we talk about it and it ends there, right? And we talk about issues of women, and it ends in August, and that's it, and we move on. And so it's really exciting that we sit here today, and I'm hoping that this is not going to be a once-off thing. We really need to talk about the issues that are affecting our youth. I mean, to be frank, without our youth, there's no future, right? Really. But also, I'm actually excited by the diversity in our audience, you know, and I've been listening quite attentively since in the morning, and the various speakers that came, and they talk about a whole lot of things, but yet in agriculture. Somebody came and was talking about technology, and he says, no, I'm not a farmer, I'm in ag tech. And he was proud and bold about it, right? To say, I'm in ag tech, but he's still talking about agriculture. And we had somebody here from ShopRite, you know, talking about vegetables and procurement, right? And many other speakers, you know, and I said, well, you know, in agriculture, sometimes there's a lot of challenges, and we talk about those challenges, but clearly there's a lot of opportunities, you know. And also, when you look at what we do, and again, it's in agriculture, and it again speaks to the diversity and the opportunities in agriculture and farming. Beer. Normally, when you hear about beer, the first thing that comes to mind is drinking it, the consumption side of things. We often don't think about, right? We often don't think about where does the beer come from, right? So I'm glad that we're here, and we can talk about, you know, the broad role that the industry, and also, you know, our role in the whole value chain. By the way, FarmSol is part of the SAB Thrive Fund, right? Clearly, I mean, you guys are hearing a lot of SAB today. But so yes, FarmSol is part of the SAB Thrive Fund. The SAB Thrive Fund is the enterprise and supply development that SAB put together back in 2016, basically to transform its supplier base. So what are we focused at as FarmSol? Basically to enable new entrant farmers, commercial farmers, because we were actually debating again, like the guy at Kula was saying, what do we call these farmers? And I mean, it's new entrant farmers for us, but they are really farming commercially to be able to supply big multinational companies such as SAB with raw materials that they use for their beer. So that's basically what we do. And our intervention is basically on three things. It's based on three things. The first one, which is really very important, and my colleague was also talking about it, and he says, everybody wants it, and there's finance and there's money. For us, look, yes, it is important, but it's the least important thing for us, right? But I mean, I can tell you that SAB so far has funded our program with close to about R1 billion of production loan funding, and that's 0% interest rate to fund, you know, farmers like Minky and Clifford here, who've been producing raw materials that go into SAB supply chain, right? Of course, you cannot only look at beer and the beer industry and what you plant and that goes into beer. You need to look at also the farmer holistically, and that's why we've went out. We've also kind of grown as a company with the support of SAB, and we are actually doing many other crops as well, like your soyas, like your canola, you know, that goes into your everyday household brands like your Casalite. Casalite is your everyday household brand that you see. So there are also other household brands that our farmers supply into those markets, like your Rama. So our farmers actually plant high oil content sunflower that goes into your Rama that you use every day. And that's what we want to see, right? Because we say our mission is to ensure that we print 1 million smallholder or new entrant farmers' names in those household brands. They need to see themselves in those final products, right? And the other thing which I think is important is creating a mutually, what I call really is a mutually trading platform. And the simple term for it is an offtake agreement. Because we deal with scale when we talk about grain. And I'm excited that for the first time, I think since in the morning now, we can really now talk about grain, right? Yes. Yes, and that's where our focus is. So we create a mutually beneficial platform where there is a secured market. So when a farmer goes and plant a crop, because that is already a big risk. I mean, guys, come on, you are taking like 3 million rand and putting into the soil and say, well, I'll see what happens after 6 months, right? So you need to have a secured offtake a market, and that is also, the market that we've been able to secure for the farmers with SAB. So the farmers are supplying that secured offtake market. And lastly, which I think is really very important, is the mentorship and the on-farm support, basically holding the farmer's hand and supporting the farmer so that they can grow in yields, they can farm commercially, and they can actually also develop a track record that they are participating in commercial supply chain. So in a nutshell, that's what we do. We implement this project in 4 ways. So we have a program called SAB Go Farming. That is the original program of SAB that SAB has appointed as a partner on, where now there's this support of production loans that comes from SAB and the farmer supply into SAB supply chain. There's another program that we run called Women in Agriculture as well. I heard Omri also talking about more or less a similar program. That program really is just focusing on women farmers and supporting them with infrastructure. So infrastructure such as your sheds, such as your fencing, and those type of infrastructure. And then we also have another program called Farm Soil Asset Co, which is really around mechanization. A big issue in farming, because I see, your cars parked outside there, and I saw there's also a green machine parked out there. Often, sometimes we think tractors are cheaper, but tractors are the most expensive than some of the BMWs and the Mercedes-Benz that I see there. So, if one day I rock up with a tractor, please respect me.
Thank you, Aaron.
Yeah.
Minky, you started farming about 4 years ago. And how did you find Farm Soil, and what was the criteria for you to be part of the program?
So how I found the program really, literally I was looking for a market, because I really wanted to start, but I knew that I have to sell to somebody, right? And that's when I found Farm Soil and I applied to join the program, and I'm grateful that I made it, right? That's how I started. Yeah. Look, I honestly think that if it's time, it's time. If it's your calling, it's your calling. Like, just do it, and yeah, yeah.
Guys, Minky is not forthcoming. Clifford, I'm going to throw it to you. I know you're already now at a commercial level, but what are the requirements to form part of Farm Soil, and how does a farmer now apply? If I want to start farming and I have nowhere to go and I want to be part of Farm Soil so I can get all these benefits, what do I need?
Good day, my name is Clifford Mtimkulu from Senegal. How you get on the program of Farm Soil is there is a website. You log on to the website, and then there are different categories, whether you want post, if you need a job, or if you want to apply, or you want to be assisted or funded. And then you click on that link, and then later you'll get an email again from Farm Soil saying, okay, we'll send one of our mentor to visit your farm. And then the mentor will come, like to me came Dateberry. He's in a week, but he came to Senegal, and then he looked at the field. He looked at the equipment that I have. That, I think, is one of the things that placed me in a good role of getting 0% interest loan free from Farm Soil.
All right. And Aaron, with COVID-19 and everything, what pitfalls have you guys had managing everybody that is on your platform and assisting them during that tough period?
Cons, I mean, look, thank you so much for the question. But I mean, look, I think COVID was a trying time for most of us, right? And we are still probably dusting ourselves off because of the negative impact of it, you know. And we were not spared. Our farmers were not spared. And can you imagine also relying on the market, the secured market such as that of SAB? So our connectedness with the market also get impacted in a sense that because our supply or our farmer supply goes into a final product that has to hit the shelf and eventually be consumed somewhere, right? So if now that flow cannot happen, you also get stuck, right? But I mean, I was amazed by the support of also our partners at Ogun Breweries, that even in that terrible time, they continue. I was holding my breath to say at any time here, I'm going to be caught and say, Aaron, you know what, close the door. But that did not happen. And here we stand again. And I mean, look, one is grateful for such support, and that, you know, farmers such as this are still existing today. So yes, our farmers were also affected by the fact that when everything stops, guys, normally, you'd find that because our farms are isolated in rural areas, farmers also start to experience moth grain theft and those type of things because people are hungry, you know, so they become easy targets of some sort, you know. So, but overall, I think we are much more optimistic about the future now, and in terms of what can happen, there's still a big demand. I mean, if I can just give you an example of how much SAB consumes barley. They consume about 475,000 tons of barley annually every year. So that's quite a lot. And I mean, it shows the opportunity that exists and the market that exists, you know, in South Africa. And of course, we can talk about the barriers and talk about how can we overcome and, you know, ensure that we are able to supply, you know, such markets. But there are various opportunities, and also Patricia spoke about, you know, broad opportunities in the industry. I mean, I'm sitting here. There is a number of our farmers here, and I mean, I don't know, maybe some of them must stand. There are a number of our farmers here that we support, who are planting various crops. I ensure that I bring my young team. So there's also my young team members here that I brought, and I think there's only one of them, and she's smiling. There she is. I mean, she's an agricultural specialist in our team. She's an intern, and she's female, as you see. She's young. Next to her, and then next to her, there's another one, and did not study in agriculture. She studied an information management system or something, and now she finds herself into agriculture. And there's an accountant next to her. Can you believe it? You know, that shows really the various and the broad opportunities that do exist, and also from us really comes from, and I really agree with the figures that Patricia was talking about the overall impact that, you know, the beer industry plays, and we are testament to it as well, to say yes, as an organization we've grown, but, you know, that impact goes to the farmers. They are also able to employ more people, and, you know, it becomes that type of growth.
Thank you, Aaron. Minky, just in closing statement, because Duncan is signaling. Your last sharing words with anyone who wants to join the industry, whether it is in the beer sector or just, you know, farming in general.
I think often we deliberate a lot, unnecessarily so. So I honestly think that if you really want to start something, just do it. And the minute you try doing, the minute you action something, that's when you see that there's vast opportunities out there. And you can come across challenges and things like that, but it's only when you start that you'll know what to do to overcome all the challenges that you have. I mean, I look at my life and I'm like, I never thought that one day I will find an opportunity in the beer industry, right? But here I am in an interesting equilibrium where on the other side you find someone drinking for leisure, and on the other side I'm working the fields. I have people that actually work with me to feed their household, but that perfect homeostasis exists, you know. So you just have to start, and opportunities will present themselves, and they'll be there.
Clifford would just like to also say something in closing. Thanks, Duncan.
Okay, now what I would like to say is for you to make it in farming, you have to be passionate and you have to like love what you do. If ever you get waked by an alarm, you won't make it in farming. Actually, I wake up before it. So you must be hands-on. You must know the whole process in your farm, not farm with a phone. And then I started I started with farm soil on a 50 hectares. I'm planting over 1,000 hectares with farm soil. Since I'm growing. Because we are faced with many challenges that we don't own farms. There are rural development funds. We don't have any collateral. And farm soil assist us with zero interest loans. And their surety is only based on the crop and us and our performance. So this requires a lot of trust among each other, but we are growing. Yes, when I started, it was just a piece of land. Now it's big, it's commercial. Thanks. And all the awards most are from this me and Farm Soul journey, and we know each other within that around more than 10 years. So we are growing steadily. Thanks.
Thank you, everyone.
One, two. Thank you so much, Conse, and your panel for breaking down, of course, the opportunities in beer agriculture. Now, it's no secret that mentorship remains a key success factor in sustainable land reform projects in South Africa. And our next panel discusses the power of mentorship. Here to lead this specific session is Guguletu. Guguletu, thanks.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Is everyone actually excited to be here? Just by a show of hands. Let me see. Awesome, awesome. Thank you so much. I'm having such a great time. And I'm glad that this topic is up next because the previous speakers did touch on the power of mentorship. So I'm going to introduce on stage our panelists, Eric Mawane, Thabo Ditagwe, and Jose Gonzalez. Could you guys please just join me on stage? All right, so it is no secret that mentorship remains a key success factor in sustainable land reform projects in South Africa. In fact, some experts believe that mentorship between experienced and up-and-coming farmers could be a key strategy for keeping the country a world-class place to farm. But what's in it for you? Thabo, I'm so glad that you're here with us today because this one is specifically targeted for you as a young farmer with so much that you have achieved thus far. Could you say that mentorship played a role in you becoming the farmer that you are? Thabo is the youngest farmer, guys, by the way.
Good afternoon, audience. Thank you, Gugu, and thank you to Avo for the invitation. It's Thabo Ditagwe from Freiburg. I'm doing livestock production on 2 farms, on a CPA farm and on a state farm. I remember when I started around 13. My first mentor was my father. because he's the one who exposed me to agriculture. But I was born in Limpopo, Mokopane. Yeah, that's where my mother comes from. So, yeah, my grandfather was known to to be the biggest sweet potato grower in Mokopane, and my grandfather from my father's side was doing livestock. So that exposure sparked, that interest for farming. Like I said, my father was my first mentor, and we were farming on communal land in Makgetlwa in a village called Morokweng, just 144 kilos from Vryburg town. So farming on communal land, obviously I knew how to drive by then, but I was schooling in Vryburg. It was a town also because my parents felt that I should get a better education in town than in the villages. But I'm always made sure that every weekend I'm on the farm. I started driving when I was 12, and my father gave me that big responsibility to take medication, your fees and everything to that communal farm. I remember when I was still farming on communal during my school holidays, because I was still in school. I'm quite young. I used to live in a shack. I used to stay in a shack. So every holiday, every weekend, I made sure that I'm on the farm. Weekdays are my time to be in school, but holidays and weekends my time to be on the farm. So I was not taught what a holiday is. I can actually I'm on holiday right now. But yes. So in 2015, I met a commercial farmer by the name of Heinrich Bruver. He started farming as well at 15 years. He was still in school as well. And I told my father, no man, if Heinrich can do that, I'm also going to take that route now of farming while still in school. And that is how I actually started. And Heinrich Bruver was my second mentor. Like I said, mentorship is very important because now they have been there, they have walked the path. So Heinrich has actually taught me a lot of stuff and a lot of stuff to avoid. And that is why I started doing more research on how to access land, doing farming the professional way. Like I said, we were farming communal. So all the money that you got from the cows was just to pay your installments, your home loans and whatever. But I took it as a business. And when I took over, I met Christopher Melamo, Duncan Serapelwani. They are doing Bonsmara Start Kettle. They were my other mentors that I met along the way. And then after school, I dropped off. I was supposed to be doing LLB at Poch, but I told my parents that I'm going to do something I love and I have passion for. And that's when I went to do National Diploma in Agriculture at Potchefstroom College of Agriculture. And yes, and after doing that, when I was still in college, I was fortunate enough to get a state farm during 2019. So like I said, I was farming while still in college. I was farming while still in school and while still in college, but I was fortunate enough to get mentors. And yes, after doing the diploma, I went to work at Mr. Milaum at Langus Bonsmaras, where I did my practicals there. I worked for free. And yeah, I turned over a lot of job opportunities. And like I said, and that is why now I mentor other students, taking learners during their holidays to my farm to spend a week with me. There's 2 students that are studying at Potchefstroom College of Agriculture who I'm also mentoring. I remember when they were still in school, they used to come with their parents to my farm at that time when I was still small. And a lot of people, when they get to my farm, they'll be like, hey man, where's the owner? And a lot of people, when they call my father, like, talk to the owner there. There's the owner. So like I said, yeah, mentorship is very, very important. They will navigate, the path for you and take you very far. Yeah, thank you, Google.
Wow, thank you so much, Sabo, for that. So over to you, Eric. Eric is also, a pepper farmer, chilies farmer, and he also exports. So Eric is, doing so well in the industry. Eric, I just want your take on the importance of mentorship, and I think a lot of us would like to know, where do you get mentors? I mean, Thabo was fortunate enough to be, born into a family of farmers. But if somebody is trying to get into the industry, where do you get mentors? Are they on Facebook? Could we Google them? Like, just the path of mentorship. How easy is it to actually access these mentors?
Good afternoon, everyone. Mawani Eric, that's my name. I am a commercial farmer. I am a commercial pepper and chili farmer. Based in Tarleton, just outside of Krugersdorp. I think one of the key things we need to take note of, there's a difference between a mentorship and teaching people how to farm. So most of the time you get calls, people say, hey, I've got a piece of land, can you mentor me? There's basics to farming, what I used to say to people, and people would think that we're rude. We're actually not rude, and I know one of the speakers said it earlier on, we only take on people to mentor them once they've got something, a piece of land, whether it's 100 square meter, you've done something. It gives us the courage to say, if this person has had the initiative to do this, can we take them from where they are to get to where they want to be? There's a saying I always say, if I knew then what I know now, I would be quite far. I started farming in 2016, bought my first farm in Didier from Ausi Anaposa. Most of you would know her. She is a commercial pig farmer. But the first farm where she started farming, I bought that farm. She then moved into Vereeniging. But initially, I wanted to be a pig farmer. I am a system engineering by profession, who ended up into farming. But I had Osana as a mentor, and Tato Bohadzu is quite big in the pig farming industry in Tarleton. I ended up in vegetable by default because I couldn't afford the feed for pigs. I had to plant vegetable to sustain the piggery, and that's why I ended up being in vegetable. But I can tell you, I started with those cabbages and the spinach, filling up the whole 2 hectare with about 5, 6, 7, 8 crops. Until 2018, I moved into Tarleton in 2017. 2018, I'm actually opposite the Rugani guys. Those of you who don't know Rugani, the biggest carrots producers in the world. Yes, they are actually my neighbors. 2018 in December. Yeah. So I struggled a lot in 2017. Then in 2018, I knocked on Vincent. Vincent is the owner of Rugani. I knocked on his door, and he actually said to me, on the 25th of December, Christmas Day, remember, at 12:30, I must be in his office. And I thought he's joking. 12:30, I was in his office. All I wanted was mentorship. And Google's question was, how do we get this mentorship? We knock on doors. And if you are serious, that mentor is going to open doors. I knew nothing. I had a little bit of information about farming. I was on a 10-hectare farm. 2017, baptized by a tornado, cleaned out the whole farm. So not knowing that these Afrikaners were actually observing what we're actually doing. After tornado, we went back into the field. Only to find out these guys are taking note. When I knock on his door, he said, 25th, I was there. And he said, can I see your planting program for the next 4 years? And I looked at him, he says, you need to be in a position to know what you will do in the next 4 years. And that's what is key in mentorship. We're not interested in what is going to happen for one season. What are you going to do after that one season? I then got my mentor to teach me how to draft a planting program for 4 years. What I'm now doing is, when I get new mentees, they need to put in a planting program for 6 years. I have my 6-year planting program. And I'll tell you why. When you go and look for funding, what the funders want to do, what they're interested in, are you a once-off farmer, or are you actually going to progress? That's basically what we're doing. I am currently mentored by Vincent Secura. He is the owner of Greenway Farms, which is Rugani. I am mentored by Vito Rugani, who is the owner of Rugani. It's not easy. Every time when I have sessions with these guys, I come back home stressed. Because they're not going to be soft with me because I'm running a business. And they always remind me to say, this is a business you're running. Currently, what we're doing as owner of farms is we can only take 10 mentees a year. And the main reason is we want to get these farmers not to pay the school fees that we paid. That's the key thing. That's the reason why we're bringing in the mentees. In this room, I've got Oma and Chris down there. They are farming in Messina. They are also our mentees. We've got Bonolo and Pago somewhere in here. They're also part of our mentees. We've got mentees in the Free State. But what we're currently doing is, she got me via LinkedIn, by the way. And then she was persistent. And then she said, you are going to mentor me. And that answers the question that Gugu asked is, how do we get these mentees? How do these mentees also get us? Knock on doors and we'll open up.
Wow, beautiful. Thank you so much for that. And I think it's an inspiration for everyone here that you actually go for what you want. There's no excuses. We are all on our phones. How about we go on LinkedIn for a change, you know, and let's like DM the people there that we would like to shadow or we would like to get information from. So now my question to you, Thabo, is that, you know, sometimes young people enter the farming space and think they are so qualified and we're so wise. You know, we have our BSc degrees, we've studied, we know everything. But what is the importance of getting the older generation and the younger generation to come together and work together? What do you think is needed to just bridge that gap? Because, you know, sometimes we feel like, you know, there's technological advancements in farming. And, you know, when you look at our third generational farmers, you know, they've been farming a certain way because there's a motto in farming, guys: if it's not broken, don't fix it. So it's quite difficult for some younger generations to, you know, interact and actually learn from the older generation. What do you think is missing in that gap?
Thank you very much for the question, Google. Like I said, you need to engage, you know, with all the people. Yeah, I mean, more especially people that are doing, you know, farming on a commercial stage. Remember, I told you I was farming on communal, and my father, let me say, my whole family, you know, they were farming the traditional way. But you know, like Eric said, I knocked on doors of commercial farmers, and they went as far as donated bulls to me, donated cattle. You know, I'm doing loans as well by them. And that is why it's very important now to really be opportunistic. You know, must be a fighter. Go to these people. I mean, my mentor is an undercover billionaire. He's running a billionaire business, you know. But if you see him, I mean, he looks very poor. His life is so simple, you know. I only found out later on, no, but this guy is a billionaire. He's talking billions out here, you know. And so it's very important for, more especially young people. Don't think you know it all, you know. I know young farmers are very prideful, you know. They think, oh, farming is, you know, like now recently farmers are training or monarchy farmer. It's not really that, guys. You know, it's very tough out there. I mean, at my very young age, I've been through a lot, through drought, through stock theft, through farm invasions. You know, I've been through it all at a very young age. And I encourage, you know, young people, you know, to engage with older people, you know, to learn from them, to learn from their mistakes, you know, and not to do the same mistakes. So, like I said, talk to farmers that are doing big, and as well, follow your passion, man. Do your research. I always say that farming is like getting your license. You know, you first need to get your learner's driver license, then do your license. You know, because you need to be farm worthy. So you cannot be driving in the N1 without the license. These JMPDs will catch you. So do your research, you know, get proper mentors, you know, and don't DM. You know, a lot of people DM me, send me messages, but they're not really persistent like that lady. You know, you need to come to my farm if you really want to be mentored by a young kid. Yeah, I'm very young, but I'm more than willing to assist you guys. I'm running 2 farms there, a CPA farm and a state farm. It's over 2,800 that I'm managing on both farms. So, like I said, you know, I want to really mentor, more especially young girls, because I've seen now on my DMs, there's a lot of female students who need farms to do the trainings. I'm not saying let's not go there, but yes, guys, yeah, let's be more open to, yeah, people are in the field now. I mean, there's a lot of farmers here. Let's be more open to young people that want to venture into the space of agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that, Tabo. And Eric, just to end off the session of mentorship, my next question to you is maybe we should just be practical about this mentorship thing. I know I asked you, is there a database, you know, where can we get these farmers? But in terms of just the landscape of South Africa, when it comes to education of farming, I know there's Potchefstroom College of Agriculture, there are certain institutions, but are we really exposed to them? And if not, could you just maybe highlight where one can go personally to learn more about agriculture and get the skills training and network? Because I mean, I could be at home with my phone and want to start a farming business, but I actually don't know where to go. So maybe you can just highlight and expose places or institutions where one can go. I know you're also doing it at your farm, so how can people get a hold of you?
Yeah, okay, Google, I'll tell you something. I always say to people the best agriculture school is on the farm, for me. And that's why normally when people don't have the basics of farming, I always refer them and say, go and get the basics from bush and come back to the farm. I was told one thing 3 years ago, and I still maintain today to say, be present on your farm, be present on your field on a daily basis. You get a whole lot of people that are sitting in Sandton, they think they could be farming in Free State and stuff, and they think they can be successful. We are going to be honest with everyone else. Farming is not pap and flays. Farming is just not easy. You know, it is tough. We have sleepless nights. So we've got our farms open, and a lot of you guys have got the opportunities now. We never had these opportunities 5 years ago where people will open the farms and say, come and learn. We are opening our farms, but by opening our farms, we're not saying come and waste our time. We also running a production. We're also running businesses. Best agriculture school is on the farm.
Thank you so much, Gugu. Thank you so much, Tabo. And of course, Eric. These guys, they are amazing farmers. If you guys follow them, he's quite a big deal. Eric himself as well. So thank you guys so much for participating and joining in the discussion. Who knows Totele Agricultural College? Ever heard of it? Totele Agricultural College. No one? You've seen it? Okay. So this college is a women and black-owned company established in Gauteng in 2015 in response to the growing scarce and critical skills development needs in various economic sectors. Here to tell us more about what it is that they do and what they offer, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Gosina, also known as Gabby Malope, who is the founder and principal of Totele Agricultural College, South Africa.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Gostina Gabaza Malopi, but over the years I have lost my identity on the Gabaza name because of agriculture space. When I'm in KZN, I'm Gabisile. When I'm in Cape Town, I'm Gabrielle. When I'm in my hometown in Bushbuckridge, Mpumalanga, I am Gabi with an I. And when I am with the people with money, I am Gabby. So this afternoon, I'm the one who's more excited because like when I look at this room, I'm seeing all my partners, SAB, the seed companies, you know, John Deere, you have no idea, like I don't sleep because of you. So having you here today, IDC, like everyone is my partner. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm actually privileged to be sharing this, but before I get to who Total is, I want to remind all South African living bees that when it is your calling, it will take you from the most comfortable space you've ever thought it is, where you're supposed to be, and kick the hell out of you. I post-matric, I was involved in a car accident with my brother who died in the scene, and I suffered disability for almost 5 years. And during the 5 years, I needed to have my life packed. I was on a wheelchair and I was going through therapy. What recovered me, if you see me today walking and in heels, it's agriculture. My mother every afternoon made sure that we do her garden, which I didn't like, because she took the stuff that I used in the house, which is the potatoes. She made them rot on purpose so that she can plant them. And over a period of 6 months, I found myself dipped in. And one day, an opportunity came where there was a learnership that was happening in KZN. Mind you, I was in Soshanguve, Pretoria. And I didn't know Zulu. I didn't know so much of what learnerships offers. This is post me recovering my walking ability in 2010. So from 2016 to 2010, I was wheelchair bound. So getting into that opportunity, I was in a learnership. I knew my family couldn't take me to school. My mother was a domestic worker, and she was also suffering from cancer at that particular time. A learnership made me the woman that I am today, who post all the qualification attained, which I don't want to mention because they don't really define who I am. I have seen that the government doesn't owe us, we owe everything to ourselves. If I am a rural child who grew up and who was raised by agriculture, why do I think the state owes me something? I'm speaking to South Africans who believes that getting into agriculture is an instant money-making scheme. As the previous speakers spoke, you have to work so hard. I wanted to bring in change apart from what other people are doing. I believe in the statement that says, stop following trends, but set trends. And that's my DNA. Over years, I realized that if a learnership made me, other young people like me, there is a lot of gabbies out there who need this opportunity. I then had the zeal to start a college, but it was a rural college. Why rural college? Because these are people who cannot even know on time when applications to universities have opened. They also don't understand the app scores that are required from universities. And they also do not meet certain standards because of poor performance, because if you're hungry, you cannot pass. Now, this propelled me to start a community college where you don't move where you're staying or your community. We lecture and train you from your community, and we leave you there farming. This I do not do because it's money that I have in hands. I go and knock. The same word come back. You have to go and knock to stakeholders' door. Total is a college that is rural capacitated. Currently employs 15 young people in South Africa who are university and college graduates. Month to month, we need to make sure that we run and we flow. We are also specialists in recognition of prior learning under agriculture specifically. I'm actually glad to see that one of the beneficiary leaders, Ms. Retang Patla, is here, who is leading indigenous tea processing, which is happening in Marble Hall, where older women who are going to be graduating on the 30th of September at our college in Durban have been assessed and moderated and been verified to be title owners of the qualification they're going to be graduating from. And it gives me pleasure because this is again women who had indigenous knowledge of agriculture, does processing without a machine. And if you go down at the first floor, you'll find our tea there. And it's also on commercial markets, your food lovers, and a few pharmaceutical companies, and a few spa outlets. across Gauteng. Coming back to Total, we develop custom-made learning programs, BEE development, human capital. We also tailor-make programs that will empower your employees. We have stakeholder relationship with Potchefstroom Agriculture College, Tsolo Agriculture College, and ONC Tsolo Agriculture College. This is where we stand in the gap. We do programs that the college have not aligned themselves to. Post-COVID, we realized that our farmers are no longer farming, but they're sick. Somebody had to develop a learning program or a program that will support the farmers who are now suffering from backaches, who are now suffering from chest. So to our commercial space, we are coming to knock to you as well to say, let's invest a little bit more to look after our farmers, because all we want is the produce. But who's going to produce it when all the farmers have depleted? And unfortunately, because it's human asset, it depletes, it's gone, it cannot be replaced. We also assist colleges, farmers, and commercial outlets to identify community-based assets within the communities. This is where we tailor-make again a training to teach farmers to not leave your province to go and want to farm in another province and develop there. So in short, at Total, we are unique because we deliver what is in the need, not what is floating in the market and everyone is saturately moving into it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Gabby, I believe. Thank you so much for that introduction to your agricultural college. And of course, for those of you who are here, if you know anyone who's interested in studying agriculture, connect with Gabby, please. Now, we now move on to AGDA, who aims to address the barriers towards commercialization for black farmers who often lack the capacity and access to affordable capital. Here to tell us more about what it is that they do and what they offer, we are joined by Leona Archery, who is the chief executive of AGDA. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's a pity I'm catching you. Hopefully, we're all still awake because we're young. I hope you have the energy to listen to me. But I'm going to try and be short because I think my time is already cut before it's starting. But I won't go too much into context now because I think the whole day has really been exciting conversations and really setting the scene and telling us where we are in the country, right? But in essence, I mean, in South Africa, we still face the big challenge, and everybody's speaking about that: access to funding, still access to market, and still access to skills, even though there are a lot of people doing that already, all right? But there is still a fundamental gap in that. But I also think that, like I think it's Aaron and them who said, 5 years ago, things were a lot different. Right now, we're sitting in a place where there is opportunity, okay? Because between business and government, there is realization that each one cannot do this alone, okay? And we have to find ways of building partnerships. So business at the moment, I believe, is well poised to be knocked on the door of, all right? To say, listen, we need you to come to the party on some of these things, because business is also changing their model. You find in the past a lot of CSI funding going out into little projects where people didn't have the right skill and ended up the project was not sustainable, and so they decided to withdraw their funding, okay? But now you're finding they want to start developing or co-developing with farmers, with new entrants in the space. They want to help to co-develop and create shared value. So you're beginning to see a shift also from business, not just in the thinking that I want the product, because the understanding and realization setting in, if I don't take care of the new entrant or the new farmer, there is no product. And my supply chain is not changing, it's remaining a relatively white commercial farmer, right? So the thinking around that is changing. Obviously, we're still sitting in challenges around inflation, food prices, everything escalating, fuel prices, which impact the farmers. I know with the coming planting season, those are things that are uppermost in our minds. So we still have to find a way of how to address this, okay? Now, we also know, And I think this is also important for us. So it's good. The whole conversation for today, and I assume tomorrow, is all about agriculture, right? But agriculture is important in our economy. And where we sit right now and the percentage we contribute, we believe can be grown, okay? To just give you a little bit of background, I spent more than 25 years in government. And I mean, I understand the programs of government and I understand the positioning of agriculture in the economy. So I really think that this is one of the sectors where we have significant potential to grow the job creation in the sector and to grow those who are moving from small growers into commercial space, right? But we need to understand at a strategic level, even as you want to enter the space, you have the passion to enter the space, you need to understand where it sits within the economy, where we as South Africa sit in relation to the rest of the world when we're talking agriculture, when we're talking agribusiness. You need to understand the peripheral or subsidiary kind of businesses that flow out of primary agriculture. So it's not just about planting, putting your seed in the ground and waiting, right? There's a lot of things that actually supplement that farming. So where do you want to position yourself? Do you want to be the primary producer? Do you want to be the input supplier? Do you want to be, and it was lovely to listen to the stories of people setting up their own seed farms and, you know, those kinds of things, because those are areas that we have gaps in as well at the moment, right? So I'm not going to spend too much of time. We spoke about technology and a whole lot of other things. Then the question becomes, you know, what is AGDA? Who are we and who do I represent? So AGDA is the Agricultural Development Agency. It's an initiative that we started up in 2018. And it really was a number of commercial players in agriculture coming together and saying, okay, how do we find a way to support government in terms of creating sustainable opportunities in agriculture, especially with regard to land reform at the time, okay? Because you remember, there's so much of land that's been redistributed or restituted, but a lot of it not under production. So this was where this whole initiative was born, and the president was calling for where are the jobs in the country. So an approach was made to the president by this group of private sector individuals to say, we can come together as from an agricultural private sector side and support you in a way that allows for access to affordable finance, access to skills, and access to market. So that became known as the Agricultural Development Agency, and we positioned under what is called the Public-Private Growth Initiative, which is an initiative that operates across all job creation sectors and links directly with government in terms of supporting them with what can be done. The initiative was led by Mr. Rolf Meyer and the late Mr. Van Zyl from Toyota SA. So it is really bringing together broadly all of the partners in agriculture. We're a not-for-profit organization and we're a member-based organization as well. Now, our vision really, I've already said it, is really to focus in on supporting access to affordable finance, right? So access to finance is there. Commercial banks, everybody else wants to get involved in the agri sector. The problem is the affordability of that finance. And the problem is whether or not our farmers meet all the criteria in order to access that finance, right? Because I'm sure you see that, you know, all these long forms that have to be filled. Do you have collateral? Do you have security on your land? Do you have all of these? Are you credit worthy? And those become your challenges. So we really wanted to focus on affordable finance. Skills, we believe, is still an area that we have to focus on. In general, not just in agriculture, we have to build skills in our country. And we believe that building agricultural skills will set you up to better perform in running your own enterprises and your own farms, right? And then the other one was access to market. Because I think, like we said, you don't just put a product in the ground or seed in the ground and then the month before harvest, you're deciding, where am I going to take this product, right? You start from the market, you backward engineer to the product you're putting on the ground, and then you know that you're farming for purpose, not just farming without an idea of where your product's going, okay? That in itself begins to attract people into your opportunity, begins to attract funding into your opportunity. Like I said, we're a member-based organization. Our members are very, very broad. We cover the mega farmers of the country. So many of you would have heard of, like, say, Skuman Boerdery. All the beans you find in your baked beans come from Skuman Boerdery, ZZ2s, you know, all of them, Sarnik Group, who run the big livestock production, all of them are members. But we also have a number of small entrepreneurs, new agribusinesses, communal area farmers, retailers, mining entities, etc., etc. But the key people that we also have is all of the banks. Under the umbrella of the Banking Association, all of the banks are members under AGDA, which for us is important because we want them to come and partner with us in how we do the finance. We also have a number of the corporacies, like VKB, Senvest, everybody else. And then we have retailers, even like Woolworths, who are members of us. So we have about 170 odd members. We also have commodity organizations, traditional leaders that are members, the Agbas Chamber that is a member of AGDA. And in the commodities, we have grains, we have red meat, we have pork, we have citrus, etc. that are members. So it's really a very broad spectrum of partners. The beneficiaries we want to focus on, because the main aim that AGDA has is to support the small growers and start moving them up the level into commercialization. So we support from small moving up into commercialization, but we also look at commercial farmers at the moment who are looking at expansion, all right? And we also don't just look at primary production. We look across the agricultural value chain. So I won't spend too much of time on that because I want to move to some of the other areas. But these are all the constraints, right? We've already spoken about them today. I'm not going to go into them, but these are the challenges you are facing. So the question we've been asked ever since we were established, obviously we were hit by COVID, so our capital raise was a bit slower than we wanted it to be, but that's fine. We are now back on track. But we felt that in the country at the moment, private sector is doing certain things, government is doing certain things. We needed to find a way to integrate the two. And AGDA is really playing that role of being an integrator. We are not a competitor, not to the private sector partners and not to government, and that is not our intention. So when we do a project or when a project proposal comes to us from our members, we actually work with other members who have the right skill and the implementing capability to implement those transactions. So I'll give you an example. We're doing a very big project out in Limpopo, where we're putting together an entire potato vegetable value chain, setting up a hub where they're going to wash and clean and sort the potatoes and pack, as well as for the vegetables. We didn't do that alone. We worked in partnership with the mining sector, with other cooperatives at the moment, big cooperatives in the country, and with the banking sector, as well as commercial partners who have the market access. And we brought all of them together in one place to put that project on the ground. And we worked with the commodity organization, which is Potato SA in that case, right? But what it will do is it will take 14 potato farmers currently who are farming on just about 200 hectares of land. And over the next 4 years, we'll end up with 54 commercial potato farmers farming on more than 560 hectares of land. We also will take 330 odd vegetable farmers and move them into a proper value chain to the market, right? Which has increased already the income generation for that space. The hub itself will provide a joint kind of service to the farmers in terms of mechanization and everything else. You're looking for a tractor, you don't have to go buy one, you're going to go there and you're going to access it, right? So it's those kinds of models that we implement. So we work across the value chain, and partnership is the key for our model. Now, I already spoke to our convening capability, but really what we want to do is increase through partnership sustainability in the transactions. So because we have big commercial farmers with us, we match them with new entrants coming into the system. And we use those big commercial farmers or the market access that we have as the anchor for this particular projects or opportunities that we look at. So if we're working in an area and we know there's a global gap pack house that is in that space, that global gap pack house becomes our aggregation point, and the point in which we're going to link several farmers from the area into that system. So what it does is it brings mentorship, it brings other people into that whole process that we are working with. Okay. Luckily, stage 7. Okay, but luckily, I think I'm still okay. Okay, so as far as the funding goes, right, what we realized is a lot of people are funding agriculture, especially from private sector entities as far as their CSI, ESG, etc., right? But we're creating for them a platform for consolidation of that funding so we can better leverage it, right? If I get 500,000 Rand from a private company, and if I get 10 million Rand or 20 million Rand from 20 different companies, it's a huge difference because I can leverage that 20 million Rand 5 different times to be able to do 100 million Rand worth of transactions. So that's the conversation we are having. And I think Omri and them from Agri Enterprises were speaking on the same kind of thing that we are both looking at and that we are working on some of these together as well, right? So how do we do that? So that we bring together a whole cohort of money that's available and you don't have to knock on 5 different doors to access it, right? Then we are also, as part of, we're an NPO, but we have an investment arm into which our funding flows so that we are able to attract South African money as well as international funding into that fund. So it's a fund that creates almost a blended structure so that when it is on lent to a farmer, it is at a much more affordable kind of model. So this is just talking about everything I've said now for us to all stop working in a silo mentality and begin to work together, co-creating for sustainability, right? And that's what we work on. This, I just want to touch on a little bit. The one thing we've learned, and I think all of us who've been in agriculture for a long time, is that we don't want to go and look at one project in Amatole and then another project in Bloberg, in Limpopo. We want to look at an area-based approach. So when we received proposals, and we've received like proposals when we made our call, our pipeline sits at about 3.4 billion Rand at the moment, right? We're actively working on 1.6 billion of that 3.4 billion pipeline. There are a lot of them commercial transactions, okay? But when they come to us, we also then go and scan and scope the entire area so that we understand within a 100-kilometer radius of this, what is happening. If we help this particular project in terms of expansion on deciduous fruit, what does it do for the rest of the area? Is there a pack house? Is there additional farmers that can be brought in this model so that instead of taking out 10 tons of something, we're able to take off 50 tons and create additional jobs in the space? So we really want to look at an integrated area-based approach. Then we look across the value chain. Like I said, we don't only look at the production, we are supporting people all the way up to even food service businesses, right? Because you need to understand, food service at the moment has a lot of money flowing into it, okay? Let's say your ShopRites and your Woolworths and everybody else. Woolworths has his own packing lines, but ShopRites and Pick n Pays and others, they also take off food that's pre-packed from producers themselves, right? So the food service business needs product for that food to be prepared and sent through. So we support them as entrepreneurs, we support processing, and we support people on the ground who actually produce the items, right? Then we look at partnerships, like I spoke about, public-private partnerships, and community organizations. So I think someone spoke earlier that when you start a project, you don't just go into the area and assume you know what people want. You need to go into the area, you need to scope, you need to understand what farming activities are happening. How many poultry farmers are there here? How many livestock farmers are there here? How many vegetable farmers? What is the key opportunity? Because sometimes you have to convince people to actually say, listen, what you've been doing for years, that's not going to get you anywhere, all right? Because sometimes people just went in because I love to do this. But I love without a market is not going to help you, okay? So we need to remember those things, okay? I'm sure the farmers will, I hope they're agreeing with me, right? But you need to have a market first, all right? So, and then the other part that we work on is leveraging capital I spoke about for increased impact. But I think for me, the important thing is we need in our country to start moving towards an orchestrated, programmatic approach for agriculture, or else we are not going to be able to move those margins. We need to open new markets for our farmers, right? You already have big commercial farmers in grains, in livestock, in everything else. So they're not going to always want to give up a portion of their market, right? But the world actually requires a lot more product than we can actually give them at the moment. China, the EU, and everywhere else. So we need to work and say to government, and that's where AGDA with PPGI works on saying, let's open up new markets, whether it's South Korea, whether it's the Middle East, who are looking for a lot of halal products, for example, whether it's some other country. How do we get in there and return that back into production by small farmers and new farmers in our country? So that's the idea that we work with, all right? I'm not going to go into this, but this is what I spoke to you about, of co-creating with the people, with the community, with the commercial farmer, right? But the principles that we all need to remember is that even when we're talking to developing new farmers, it's not about just engaging and moving on. You engage, you empower people with the right skill, the knowledge, etc. But you also have to walk a journey if you want people to stay sustainable. And I think, Erin, with FarmSol, that's what you're doing. You're not just starting a farmer and moving on. You started someone at 50 hectares, they're now at 1,000 hectares, right? So there's a journey that has to be walked, and that's what AGDA does as well. This is our fund, all right? It's about blended finance, partnerships to assist in de-risking the transactions. That's what we do. Syndicated lending, where we bring different banks and financing entities together, because this is a very difficult area. Banks don't want to, by the way, lend in the same project, all right? So an ABSA and a Standard don't necessarily want to be on the same project, but sometimes project values are 150 million. You need to bring more than one partner in, right? And then consolidated private sector spend is what I spoke about. All of this on the side, bridging the gap, de-risking, etc. I want to get to this one. This is a besides the commercial transactions we work on, we realized that skills is critical. And we realized we also have to deal with the issue of household food security and the very small grower, especially during the time of COVID, when we find problems in our township areas, right? So we started a program in urban agriculture, which has now gone back into rural as well. So we in 4 different areas in the country. We've partnered with ABSA as well as DBSA more recently, and we're working over the next 4 years to develop a number of households in production, but out of them we then train what we call business unit leaders in NQF level standards, all right, so that they move to the next level of entrepreneurship. And we have a couple who are here with us today, and Tabiseng, Rudzani, Charles, Halima, and Obiseng, right? So they are doing well. They started only in their small household garden, but they've expanded, and they're now producing on much larger lands. And now we are going to be aggregating their product into the local supermarkets and the local stores. So we've created a economy for them basically in their particular space, and they are earning an income. But they're also very excited. You'll see them everywhere with the AGDA badges. So over the last 18 months, we've done 1,142 such farmers, and 880 of them are still producing, which is a good thing, because often once you train someone and you leave them, they're not producing, right? So we stay and we mentor them. And I can see Duncan already standing up, so I'm going to just skip to the end. Grow to market. This is how we do it, right? Capacitate, produce, aggregate, and supply to the market. But I think just to conclude then, going forward, what we're looking at is investment into agriculture. Consolidated approach to funding from CSI, ESD, etc., food production, processing, and food tech sectors. Programmatic investment approach. Innovation is critical, and I think in the morning, a lot of people spoke about that. Impact of what we want to do. Now, here we need to understand also, right, as we do what we do, take consideration of the environment as well. Take consideration that a lot of export countries, the countries we're exporting to, are looking at our farming practices as well. So you need to have that in the back of your mind as you change certain of the things that you do in terms of the way you're farming, so that you comply with some of those standards as well. And then partnerships for us is critical in the entire agri value chain. But if you want to contact us, we have a stand downstairs as well, and we would be happy to engage further. Thank you very much. Apologies for racing. Huh?
Thank you so much, Leona. That was, of course, Leona Archery, giving us a presentation of what it is that they do at AGDA. We now make way for King Price, who will be doing a short presentation on what it is that they offer farmers. I now welcome Lishay Stradom, who's the product developer at King Price for agriculture. Lishay, over to you.
Where should I stand? Okay. Yes. Good afternoon, everybody. I think my colleague in the insurance industry, Mr. Daniel Stevens, thought he had it bad after lunch. I have the 4:20 little slot. So, yeah, guys, bear with me. I know insurance isn't always a very sexy thing to talk about, but I think what it's important for me, for you guys to understand is, what is insurance? What is the purpose of insurance? And then where does King Price fit into that little picture? So Insurance is nothing more than protecting yourself against volatility and uncertainty. Now, what does that mean? So volatility in your profits is, I think, is actually quite a big deal in a lot of businesses. And that is the purpose of insurance, is to protect you against that profit volatility, if we may. And then obviously the uncertainty part of it is, I think that's almost self-explanatory, if I can put it like that. You're uncertain that a fire is going to break out or the hail is going to come and stuff. So from that perspective, what we at King Price what we actually want to do is actually engage with the farmers, because we're actually looking into making or creating a product that is affordable, number one, and to actually, I don't know if you guys have ever went to Rocco Mama's, where you can choose, okay, listen, I want this burger and I want this attachment, this little sauce, and whatever. And the same will apply to insurance. I think that's what where the insurance industry is moving towards, is that you can pick and choose whatever you want regarding your insurance needs, if I can put it like that. But yeah, so we at King Price really want to engage with you guys. What do you guys like? What don't you like about insurance? I think we're moving into a stage where insurance is going to become, I don't want to say, I think insurance is actually not because I work in insurance, but more that I see insurance as a risk transfer mechanism. And I think it's something that a lot of people, I know not a lot of people can afford it. And I know that's a massive, I always want to say, a constraint in the industry on our side, but that's where we want to go, and we want to make it affordable. We want to build a insurance culture in our country where we can, where we want maximum participation and maximum, let's say, I don't want to say cover, but we want to cover, let's say, the country against uncertainty. So, and especially I want to say the rural farmers, they are working with their livelihood. They don't have the capacity to lose a 10-hectare. They don't have the capacity to lose 10 hectares with hail. To recover from that is basically you will go bankrupt. And that's what we are trying to see. And then, I think that's my story in short. But yeah, like we want to work with you guys. We want to see what you guys want, what is going to work for you. That's more important. For me, just sitting there at the desk and think what you guys want. We want to actually hear what you guys want. And I wish you guys all of the best for the Indaba. And I hope you guys most of the success. And thanks for your time. Cheers.
Thank you so much, Lise. We now move on to our panel discussion with Zandile Kumalo as well as Lance Quitting. Now, Zandile is a hydroponics farmer based here in Sandton, and Lance Quitting is focused on aquaculture, integrated aquaculture. Please welcome Zandile and Lance Quitting. I think, Zandile, I'll start with you. We followed your journey into the agricultural sector from the get-go, the farms that you've been operating and been involved in. For those that don't know, what is it that you do? And tell us a bit about your business.
Thank you, Duncan. Hi, I'm Zandile Kumalo, the CEO and co-founder of a company called Neighbor Roots. Neighbor Roots is a fresh food company, farming with the future in mind. We farm in greenhouses. We farm using different types of hydroponic systems. And one of the farms that we have is on the rooftop of Morningside Shopping Center, just down Rivonia Road. Our aim as Neighbor Roots is to pave our way through building and operating operating smart hydroponic tunnels or greenhouses commercially on a scale on these unutilized rooftop spaces across our country. So our approach into this is to reduce the issues that we face as a country or in our agricultural space, like climate change, food waste, and also carbon emissions. And we do this through our model where we farm on these rooftops and we supply directly into the shopping center. So basically our market is directly underneath us. So we are able to supply urban dwellers. We are able to also supply fine dining restaurants, and we are also able to supply the retail stores that we have into the shopping center through our fresh, high quality produce, to demonstrate, basically is to demonstrate the role or the important role of urban farming within the food system that we have in our country. So with that, we are committed to be able to waiver these type of farming principles through our private sectors and also the government, so that we can bring a positive change within our world. So that's basically what Neighbor Roots does.
I think it's quite impressive. You know, a few years ago, we were so worried about, you know, where would I farm? Where can I find land to start my farming operation? And here you have a farmer that literally started on a rooftop. It's insane. It's an amazing. And yeah, we enjoy seeing your journey. Lawrence, you have a mic over there. Tell us a bit about integrated aquaculture. That's the name of the company. What is it that you guys do? How does it work? And yeah, let's take it from there.
Yeah, thanks, Duncan. We have a aquaponics farm in Hekwood in Johannesburg, and aquaponics is essentially fish farming on one side. We farm fish in a system. We produce at the moment about 800 kilograms a month, and we're building up to 3 tons per month. And on the other side, we've got vegetables, and the vegetables we're currently doing about 4 tons a month, and that is also growing. So it is a decoupled system where we've got 3 businesses really. We've got a business that does fish, business that does vegetables, and in the middle is a piece that does mineralization. So we we produce all our own fertigation for our vegetables from our fish waste.
Now, in terms of benefits, you know, maybe position this in terms of how farmers benefit in terms of production, profitability, and what is that exactly?
Sure. We're talking about future farming, really. You know, a lot of words today were spoken about partnerships. And I don't know, we actually centered around the SDGs, and the SDG number 17 is partnerships. And in fact, we've got a partnership with this lady right next door to us. So yeah, it is important to understand that we're doing something new. It is the vision into the future. It is the future of farming. We can do it on rooftops. We can do it on anywhere. We don't need arable land, or we don't need fertile land. So, you know, our business at the moment is right on the edge of profitability. It's taken us about 8 years to get to this point. So yeah, in pioneering, it's quite intense, but it's been fun. And I think, you know, the future of farming that looks at the SDGs and looks at you know, farming anywhere, including rooftops, is extremely attractive. And I think as more and more people start doing it, you know, I know we've got some folk in the crowd in Dalstrom who run an aquaponics farm. We've got you know, UJ here with the CEI, which is a new department that they've just started, which is quite exciting. It's the Center for Ecological Intelligence, which is including, you know, a lot of this futuristic stuff. So I think, yeah, a huge amount of excitement in the space at the moment.
I'm sure the many of the farmers sitting here, you know, they hear the systems that you guys use 3-in-1 in terms of, you know, startup costs. We'll get to that a bit later, what exactly goes into starting a system like that. But maybe you, Mzandile, you know, a lot of the farmers these days, you know, when they, I guess, take interest in agriculture, hydroponics is something that features quite high up on their list. Talk to us in terms of the benefits of hydroponics farming over traditional farming methods.
You know, Duncan, that's a good question to ask, and thank you very much. There's so many ways to answer your question, but I will take the most core issue that we face in agriculture, which is climate change. Before I started hydroponics, I started as a conventional farmer, and we get to face issues that are unpredictable, especially when you're in conventional farming. And you know, when floods come, you would have a wipeout of all your production. And when it comes now to hydroponics, the advantage is that we farm in these greenhouses and we don't use any soil at all. So when floods come, we're still farming. And when too much heat comes, you have controlled environment. Some farms do have that. You are still farming. So your yielding per square meter in your greenhouse is quite high as a turnout compared to open field farming. That's basically one of the advantages, because it's what investors would look for when it comes to how much are you getting out of your farm as a revenue. So that's one of the biggest advantages when you come now to investors, that you are able to show a much more better revenue or yielding perspective in that. Yeah.
Maybe talk to us about the benefits that you've seen on your farming production, specifically, you know, farming in a concrete jungle in Sandton. What has been the benefits for you?
With me, with the model that we have, like I said, we're farming on the rooftop. So supplying directly to the market, to the shopping center gives us a better market. That's the biggest thing that most farmers face and complain about, that we do not have market. We do not know where to take our produce. So because our market is directly downstairs, we just walk with our crate and we're supplying there. So that's like a tick box with the type of model that we're doing. So that's the biggest benefit for me, to be farming on rooftops.
Definitely saving there a lot of money on transportation costs. I can imagine. That's amazing. Lance, over to you. You know, we talked about the systems that you guys use, 3-in-1. Tell us a bit about the startup cost. What goes into starting a system like you guys have at Integrated Agriculture?
So I guess this is where in our journey as a country, we're looking hard towards closing the gap between education and know-how. And there's been a lot of speak about that today as well. You know, we come out with our BSCs, but we have absolutely no know-how. And the only way you get know-how, and you've listened to all the folks talk today, is getting your hands dirty. So I wanted to put up a few slides, but because it's a discussion, we haven't got the time. But I started with a filing cabinet on my desk at home. And yes, my walk has been, you know, sort of a 10-year period. And I think what we've got to understand is, you know, the minister spoke of slow capital. You know, Dr. Malan talked about don't rush into high tech. You talk about, you know, Maud spoke about compliance. Paul spoke about purpose. Suleiman spoke about funding and soft money. You know, Eric and Tabo spoke about mentorship. You know, Gabby spoke about knowledge. Leona spoke about funding, market, skills, engagement, empowerment, and endurance. So I think what we've got to realize is, if you want to get into the smart farming, it does start today. It actually starts with the kids, and you know, as simple as a little filing cabinet on the shelf. You know, to date we've spent in excess of 20 million rand just setting up our farm, and that's money that we've had to beg, borrow, and steal. And only now have we got to a point where we've managed to woo some international investment. So, you know, it's been a massive long walk, and I'm telling you, it is hard, and it brings tears to your eyes, and it's family involvement, and it's all of the above. But that, I'm afraid, people, is farming. Well, actually, I'm excited. That is farming.
Yeah. I love that. I love that. Where do you place aquaculture, specifically integrated aquaculture, you know, in the future, in terms of meeting this growing population and the demands of this growing population? I mean, by 2035, we expected to reach a population of 67.3 million people. Sorry. Where do you place integrated aquaculture in that?
So, you know, it's more the concept of aquaponics than specifically my business. Aquaponics, absolutely, you cannot produce protein in a more intensive fashion or in a more intensive way. You know, we're going to be producing 3 tons of meat in less than 1,000 square meters. So when you talk about that, and you talk about all the SDGs, I mean, this is probably one of the very few businesses that can comply with all 17 of the SDGs. I mean, that's unheard of. So, so yes, it's got a massive place in the future, and I think, you know, the more people that get into it with that realistic view and that realistic understanding of what's involved, do get into it. it's going to be hugely, hugely beneficial to our country and to the world.
Maybe just shortly as well, where do you see the industry in the next 5 to 10 years? 5 is maybe pushing it, but where do you see the industry?
So we've spoken a lot today about skill. It's going to be all about skill. It is not a quick game. It is not a quick win. It is a slow process. So, you know, we need to start with closing that gap. So what we want to do on our farm is turn it unashamedly into a facility whereby we're actually going to ask it to do a lot. We're going to ask it to do 3 things. We're going to ask it to make money. We're going to ask it to be an R&D center, and we're going to ask it to upskill and train people. And that is a huge ask of one particular property. But that's where we have to start. If you don't get your hands wet and you can't do the practical side of it, where do you go to get that? So that is a void in our country at the moment, and that's where we want to try start filling. And with small projects like the rooftops, we can do smaller systems that aren't necessarily cash positive, but they are certainly training positive. And those are the things that we need to look at and focus on. But yes,
Definitely. Zandile, over to you. Same question. Where do you place hydroponics farming, you know, in terms of meeting that growing population demand? What's your thoughts on that?
When it comes to placing and looking at the growth of our country in terms of population, honestly, urbanization is growing, and it's growing very quickly because people are moving into the urban spaces. So I see ourselves as hydroponics being able to say, let's give diverse food systems that will work towards feeding the nation. Basically, systems that are resilient, robust, and are able to work to bring better food with quality to the people where they are. That's where I see hydroponics and our food system moving. Diverse, especially if we as young farmers are able to get mentorship from Lance, people like Lance, people who have been there, people who have seen the road before us. It helps us also to learn much more better. So with all that, it's that we need much more investment within the hydro space to be able to expand on these rooftops, because honestly, rooftops are not utilized by these property owners. So in our company, we are looking to be able to partner with property owners. We are able to seek people who are able to fund us to get these rooftops running, to get food closer to the market, especially that we farm with leafy greens, and we can have big farms that could be able to bring potatoes and vegetables and those type of system working together to form a good ecosystem to the food system.
Thank you so much, Zandile Kumala, rooftop farmer in Sandton, of course, Lance Quitting, who is one of the founding members of Integrated Aquaculture. Thank you so much. We now move over to our next section in the program. It seems like we have a back-to-back panel discussion. Joining us now to discuss cannabis and hemp farming in South Africa is Karabo Mabuza, who's an agricultural economist and as well as a YouTube host. She will be interviewing a few panelists to discuss that more. Karabo, over to you.
Thank you so much, Duncan. Michael Holmes from Neo Farm, the CEO of Neo Farm, as well as Tyrone, Managing Director at Neo Farm. Please join me on stage. So cannabis is definitely a new kid on the block. This industry is definitely one to watch out for. President Cyril Ramaphosa, during his State of the Nation address earlier in the year, actually said the government would review policy as well as the legislative framework for this industry in order to industrialize it as well as commercialize it. So this industry is valued at 28 billion rand. It's been identified an industry that has a lot of growth potential, obviously also because of its ability to contribute to economic growth as well as job creation. Research from the World Health Organization actually points out that South Africa is the third largest illegal cannabis grower in the world, with about 2,500 tons grown per year in South Africa. So this means that there are already farmers, actually farming these products and earning an income from them. So Tyrone and Michael are here today to unpack all of these opportunities within this sector, and to just explain to many of us where the legal framework is and how we can benefit from actually joining this industry. So maybe just to start with you, Tyrone, could you just please give us an overview of where we are in terms of the legislative framework for cannabis in South Africa, and to also maybe say what is legal or not, and maybe just to explain what the difference is, between hemp and cannabis.
Good afternoon. There we go. I know everybody's half asleep. Yeah, I'm also half asleep. It's been a long day. But if you guys can indulge us, we would greatly appreciate that. And knowing that all of you are small farmers, there's a pun at the end of it, which I think you guys will be intrigued about. The cannabis market in South Africa has a lot of red tape, especially the medical market, which we're in. We're in the medical realm of cannabis. And we've exported some cannabis to Australia. There's a lot of red tape that comes from it. And it's up to the people at the top to get rid of the red tape and legalize it. As you guys have just heard, most of our cannabis is illegal and it's going out of our back doors. Why doesn't the government at the top legalize it and tax it? By taxing it, we're going to bring revenue back into South Africa. We can start dispensaries and we can support our economy. Thailand's doing that at the moment. They're making $1 billion a month just by taxing cannabis. We need to get into that realm. You guys are all, trying to get into a realm. Cannabis is a great opportunity, and so is hemp. But on the grounds of South Africa and our regulations, I was hoping to sit down with the minister, but she flew by me, so I didn't have that chance. But I tried to grab her and say, legalize, legalize, legalize. And she didn't allow me. But the bottom line of it is, we're NeoFarm. We're a THC medical cannabis facility based in Cape Town, Franschhoek. We grow via hydroponics, as you guys call it. The Americans call it deep water culture. That is how we grow. We're the only cannabis facility licensed in South Africa who grow via deep water culture. I did have a video, but for some reason they'll play it tomorrow, they said. So if any of you are here, you'll see that video tomorrow and you'll see how our facilities run. It's a 2-minute video and you'll be quite intrigued by it. But it's a very diverse market and the opportunities are all there for all of us. It's why we are here. We are here to help and see where we can help the people from the bottom up. And I'm sure Michael, the CEO of NeoFarm, would like to have a say as well.
Thank you, Tyrone, for that. So, Michael, how does one start a cannabis business in South Africa? In terms of costs, in terms of compliance, in terms of infrastructure, the whole process of setting up, as well as getting the licensing and the permits that are required for you to be able to be established. How do you go about that?
Thank you, Karabo, and I'd like to just say thank you to Food For Mzansi for inviting us here, and for Ivor and his team. Thank you. The cannabis sector that we are involved in with regards medicated cannabis, it's not for the recreational market like all those hundreds and thousands of tons that's going out the country. It's more for the pharmaceutical, and the setup costs that we put into the company standing now at some 60 million rands. 60 million rand to set it up. It is extremely capital intensive. That is THC. CBD cannabis, which does not contain the THC molecules and does not have any intoxicating properties. That's a totally different market. That you can set up with 1 million or 2 million rand, and you put some tunnels together and off you go. There's no problem. There's a third direction to go, and that's hemp farming. Now, that's a new direction NeoFarm is taking with a sister company called Hemp Africa, South Africa. And we're putting a hemp farm together in Gouda, which is about an hour, hour and a half drive north of Cape Town. And that is where I think the discussion today on this panel must go, because that is a job creation. That will supply the market. And the beneficiating of that product is not a hard task at all, whereas THC beneficiation from the bud to the oil is a very expensive and time-consuming thing through extraction. You have CO2 extraction or you have ethanol extraction. The extraction machines can cost you anything from 2 to 10 to 20 million rands. And it takes a long time to get there. The licensing that we had to go through from SAPRA, South African Health Product Regulatory Authority, SAPRA, that is full of red tape. What we had to first do is we first had to build our facility. So we first had to spend 40 million rands with no guarantee that we're going to get our license. No guarantee. So SAPRA comes along thereafter. We've built our facility is standing there, and now we wait. Hurry up and wait. Eventually the guys pitch up, they do an inspection, and they find all these crosses that they're not happy with. Now you go and you spend some more money fixing all these crosses. Eventually they have to come back again to re-inspect. And from the notice period to them coming back can take anything from 3 to 6 months. So again, you're sitting with zero business happening, zero cash flow coming in, and you're still paying the expenses every single month. However, I don't want to dwell on that too much, but it's extremely challenging and sometimes very frustrating. But luckily we got our license. Thank you, SAPRA, for that. And we have received import permits from off-takers, and we have exported cannabis to Australia. And we are extremely happy to have closed that circle from the company to the production to the sale. And that's a big one in the cannabis market, because there's something like about 6-7 tons of cannabis sitting in South African licensed producers' vaults in this country, and they cannot sell it. Number one, possibly quality. Number two, the regulations regarding getting your permits and that, and the tests and everything that have to go along with it. And number three, the off-takers thinking that they can cut you down at the knees for your product. And at the end of the day, you know how much it costs you $1.50 to produce that product, and they want to give you $1.50 for your product. So you have to find the right off-taker for that.
Thank you for that, Michael. So from what you're saying now, it is very clear that from the medicinal cannabis side of things, barriers to entry are actually very high. You need a lot of capex to be able to break into this industry. Now let's talk back to you, Tyrone. Let's talk about the permits for hemp, because hemp's regulation lies with the Department of Agriculture, Rural Development and Land Reform. So last year, October, the minister actually said they will be starting to issue permits. So what is the process in terms of that? Because we understand that the hemp industry is the one that is a bit less in terms of the capital intensive, which can actually bring more opportunities for, you know, people who do not have so much money, like the numbers that, shocking numbers that Michael was mentioning.
Yes, thank you. So on the grounds of it, the lady that was here today, I really wanted to sit down with her. She flew away from me, but I did shake her hand. And I just said, legalize, legalize, legalize. But a long story short is you can get a permit for 50 hectares, okay? You run it under an R&D purposes. All of you guys here are small-scale farms. Am I correct on that? Now you're a small-scale farm. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 of you, and you do a JV together. Now you're 9 of you, take 9 by 50. You've got a big piece of land. Then you find somebody who has a co-op, i.e. a decorticator, because you have to fabricate that hemp down. It's not the flower that you want, it's the stems. And you decorticate that. Out of those decortications, what can you make? I can make clothes, I can make bricks, and I can make medicine. It's a massive industry to get into. And if you guys are small scale farmers, look into it because the opportunity is massive. Currently in Cape Town, there's a hotel that was made there out of hemp bricks, all hemp, completely hemp. It's incredible. It's 24 stories. Full hemp. The entire place is hemp. Even everything you walk on, everything you touch is hemp. It's incredible. So at the moment, we've got a company called Hemp Africa, South Africa. We've got a place in Gouda. The minister over here is, we're waiting on our permit. So I've been keep going to her, and a long story short, we're looking at 300 hectares. Out of that 300 hectares, they're going to be growing a fabricator plant there for tinctures. They're going to be doing oils. And more importantly, they've already got an off-taker for the bricks in South Africa. Everybody that does hemp has to import it. What's the cost of importation? It's a massive cost, guys. You guys all sitting here with land. Start contacting that minister and push the button you want to grow hemp. And all that you need is a good seed and put it in the ground, and life and environment will do the rest. And the minute you get that, we're looking at creating a co-op in South Africa because we want to help the people at the bottom. The people at the top have been filling their pockets for too long. They're forgetting about the people at the bottom. That's the bottom line. And we're going to start a co-op, and we're going to get a decorticator, and we're going to get a fabricator, and we're going to buy people's hemp and help people from the bottom. And on that, we're going to look at creating a kibbutz. You guys know what a kibbutz is? It's called a mega farm. We're going to put a school there. We're going to put a church there. We're going to help those people in poverty. And there's a lot of it in Africa. And I think hemp can save Africa. We have institutions in South Africa, and our education is a lot higher than the rest of Africa. Let's use it to branch and take over Africa. But that's my 4 cents. Sorry, I can talk here for 20 years. You guys will die by the time I'm done. Okay.
Thank you, Tyrone, for that. Duncan is already giving me an evil eye to wrap up. But before we do that, Duncan, please, in your opinion, Michael, how can this industry become accessible to ordinary South African? I mean, there's currently no cultivars locally developed for farmers to access and be able to plant. They have to go through the import market. Also, the value chain is not well developed at this stage. So how can it be accessible to ordinary South African and also indigenous farmers who are already in this value chain illegally?
Thanks, Karabo. Are you talking about the hemp?
Yes, yes.
All right. If I could just quickly, if you don't mind, just carry on to where Tyron was left off. What we're looking at as the company, Hemp Africa South Africa, is leasing 1,000 hectares of land from the Gouda Farmers Association. So it's government land. It's not our land, thank goodness. And we will put a section together, 10, 20 hectares, 10, 20 hectares, 10, 20 hectares, and that farmer and his family and everybody come and they farm that 10, 20 hectares of hemp. We will give them the seeds, we will give them the education, the training, everything, and on that farm will be a co-op, a huge big milling machine. It's the scheme is the same as the tobacco industry. It's the same thing. The tobacco farmer sells the tobacco product to and then they make cigarettes out of it. We will buy the hemp from the farmer. So he grows it, we buy it. He already has an off-taker at hand. He doesn't have to go looking for somebody to buy his product. We will buy it. We will beneficiate it into those different avenues that Tyron laid out. And then we start again. And there's no fences between the farmers, so that 1,000 hectares can be taken by your crop machines and mowed down and that. And we want to get at least 3 crops a year out of that piece of land. And that's 3 times the income out of 10, 20 hectares at so much a kilogram. And there is a huge employment opportunity as well as an income opportunity. Right now, this is a brand new industry, just like cannabis is a brand new industry in South Africa and that. But yes, the vision is there of our company and our employees and that, and we see huge opportunities. So guys, if you want to get into the hemp farming, give Tyron a call. He's got lots of time on his hands.
Thank you, Michael. So let's just wrap up in about 30 seconds. I think you've just said it. What potential do you see for the cannabis industry in South Africa? 30 seconds. Tyrone, Michael.
In 30 seconds, legalize it. There you go. The bottom line of it is the people at the top need to come talk to the cultivators at the bottom. The cultivators at the bottom, if they get it legalized, all the little coffee stores that you guys see here, they all become little dispensaries. Everybody that's been criminalized for cannabis is out the door. There you go. You guys can have a joint and you can relax.
Michael?
Across those time. Right now, we are exporting everything we can. And as I said, there's 5-6 tons sitting here in South Africa that's deteriorating into nothing that they're going to destroy because they can't sell it. If our market was open locally, every producer will be selling and making money. And there will be shops everywhere making money. And there will be employment in those shops everywhere. And more farms will be coming up. And it's just a beautiful circle it's just money, 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 employment, employment, employment.
Thank you so much, guys, for your inputs. Thank you so much for your time. You guys had it. You guys can give Tyrone a call. He has all the time in the world.
Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you so much, Tyron. Neofarm. We had a request. The only thing that we're missing is the cannabis goodie bags. Where are they? Where are they? Thank you so much. Karabo Mabuza's panel discussion brings us to the end of day 1 of our Mzansi Young Farmers Indaba. It's been, I feel like you. It's been a good but productive day. I hope that you guys were able to network as much as possible and that you were able to benefit from today's session. Tomorrow we do it again. Same time, same place, a much shorter program, I promise. Just quickly before we go, I'm going to invite John Deere. For those of you guys that entered the John Deere selfie competition, Zabian is here to hand over some of the goodie bags that So I hope these farmers are still here. We have our first winner is this looks like someone that entered on Instagram. I'm not sure what the handle is. Is it Karabo? Karabo, where's Karabo? There you are. Our next farmer, maybe let's wait for the rest of them to also join. Yeah. So the next farmer that also entered via Instagram is the handle is Nonopa _ Tenza. If she's here, I doubt. if she's on the first floor, try to make your way to the 6th floor so we can hand over your prize. The other farmer who also entered, this one is on Facebook, Dani Kluter, who also shared a picture of him next to the tractor. He's also downstairs. Make sure that you get your goodie bag from Zabian. Then the last farmer, I think, yes, the last farmer that also won is Guguletu Mahlangu, who also posted on Twitter.
In the back is a nice John Deere mark, like this. Guys say it means there's more for tomorrow. The guys who come and doesn't think get the gifts. Please use, and sorry Duncan for taking over.
No,
but please use the hashtag John Deere in this thing, guys. Yeah, because I think we missed a lot of posts because we couldn't see John Deere. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Zabian.
I need to prove to John Deere I did give it away. Exactly.
Is the tractor outside, Zabian, also up for grabs? Asking for a friend.
Guys, next year we'll make sure that there's a tractor up for grabs.
Guys, that brings us to the end of our first day of the Mzansi Young Farmers Indaba. Thank you for your patience. You all look so tired. But thank you for your patience. We'll do it again tomorrow. Thank you.